Oh shit! Welcome on in, everybody! Welcome on in. Welcome to the archive. How's everyone doing tonight? Hello, hello. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. Thank you for the raid, Aaron. Let's get a shout out for Aaron over here at Prince Aaron. For folks who don't know me, hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident Chaotic Enfield, streaming not quite retro games and doing art here on twitch.tv. Hope y'all are doing amazing. What's everyone up to? And Aaron, how was the IRL stream? While I'm at it, because we're just opening up, let me say hello to all of my folks. Let's see. Welcome on into Plush Vanilla, to JM, to, let's see, Jordan the Kitty, to Danger Safety, Quarry, Xavi. Thank you, Danger Safety, for the resub. 30 fucking months. Almost. To Vox Marinix, thank you for the lurk. To Entity VA, was good? We're doing some art. We're vibing. Hello, M2 Blade as well. Lovely to see you. Get booped. How dare you, Angel? How dare you? And hello, Plink as well. Hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. We're going to be working on some art and animatic today, as we have been, because oh boy, I'm suffering. Thank you, Angel, for the on-screen celebration. IRL stream was so all over the place. I mean, fair. I can't imagine doing that. You're way braver than me. Here's my arm, can you bite it? Of course, of course. I appreciate the offer. No, I hope everyone's having a lovely, lovely evening, though. It is animatic time. We're going to be vibing, working on some art, but also chatting and yapping for those who are unaware. How do we do things around here? I work on a video game or a piece of art, and you will distract me. And I will not be shutting the fuck up for the entire time. Hello, PDA Foot, thank you for the hydrate. That's just how it goes around here. We cause problems, we commit chaos, we listen to punk music, and I rant about whatever's on my mind. Hello, Beef Beaverton, lovely to see you. Hello. And Deadfire. Lovely to see all of our folks stumbling on in. Certified yapper, indeed. Absolutely, no. Catch me going on like fucking 30-minute rants about DIY HRT or like weird political issues or dumb punk drama. Thank you, Beef Beaverton, for the follow. It's appreciated. She probably followed, shouldn't I? I mean, hey, it means the world. We're like, what, 155 away from the next goal? Which is surprisingly close. That's surprisingly close. God, Jesus Christ. Hi, Baba. What do you mean I'm a silly? What do you mean? I'm not a silly. I'm a bastard. I am a bastard. Not silly. Lovely, lovely to have you all, though. Absolute pleasure. So, work continues on the animatic. Have I made progress? Barely. Barely. The answer to that is barely. Split the difference. Silly bastard. I'll take silly bastard. I'll take silly bastard. That is terrifying, Deadfire. That is terrifying. Hello, hello as well to, I keep forgetting how to pronounce your name. Sorry for the car outside. Lestatted Sokka. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. A silly bastard got him, eats you. Eats you. Was this the frame you were working on during Arrow stream for like 4+ hours? Yes. Yes, it was. I need to work through these faster and allow them to be sketchier, but I also want them to look amazing and incredible and super professional because I'm insane. So we're about to do some shading. Should I care as much as I do about this? Not really, no. There's the part of me that wants them to all be free-floating pieces, though, and there comes your complicating factor, you know? Had more points, but I keep spending them. Stop spending your points then, Plink. Hello, Markson. I feel like it's been a little bit. How have you been? Unless I've been missing you. But yeah, no, I was, for those who are unaware, had an impromptu guesting over on Arrow Right's stream. I might as well. Hello, Oatmeal Cookie Ghosty. Lovely to see you. I don't know if Arrow's still live. Arrow is still live, but I'm going to shout out Arrow real quick. I was briefly hanging out with Arrow Rights for a couple hours before this. And it was a vibe, it was a vibe. We just yapped at each other while I worked on this, and it was good. James, right, James. Sorry, I'll get it eventually. Existed. But Arrow is wonderful. Arrow is primarily someone who makes tabletop RPG content over on YouTube, but also streams over here. If you think I'm chaotic, which I'm gonna be honest, I barely deserve the title of chaotic, but if you think I'm chaotic, Arrow is Terrifying. So definitely go give them a look. A very, very interesting individual. Chatted yesterday, AE, but yeah, it was nearly a day ago. Fair point. Listen, I'm gonna be honest, like, I streamed. I skipped my Wednesday stream, so I'm like, it feels like it's been so long, guys. It feels like it's been so long. I skipped one stream and it feels like forever. That is like a real phenomenon, honestly. I won't see people for a week, but in like stream time, that's forever. So my brain's like that. But yeah, lovely to see you. The phase chaotic arrow is clinically insane. Yes. Which is funny because I'm the one with the schizophrenia diagnosis, but here we are. When Hello Kitty Island Adventure stream, someone else is gonna have to buy that for me if they want me to play it, Oatmeal. Like, I would play it probably if someone bought it for me, because I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm a sucker for girls' games still to this day. Yes, I'm a little bit ashamed about it. Leave me alone. I'm valid. But like, I'm not buying that for myself. I'm not doing that to myself. I have been playing Infinity Nikki, and I'm only a little bit ashamed about it. Thank you, Vixen Dragon, for the lurk. Good, because you're not that chaotic, you're too domesticated for that. I'm not domesticated. I do want to be more chaotic. I'm just like, I don't know if I have that in me to be that insane constantly. It's a level of insanity that manages to shock me. He is just on basic schizophrenia areas premium schizophrenia. I don't know how I feel about that being said. I don't know. Be cupid, don't be wise, be young. Schizophrenia is a medical condition that I struggle with. It's more like a neurodivergency is how I see it, but you know. In any case, as long as you bite people, everything's fine. This is true, this is true. As long as I keep biting. It's my favorite pastime. Why would I ever stop? You can call it digital insanity, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. For me, I get iffy about the term schizophrenia being used outside of, like, you know, people who have it. I do get iffy about that because there's a lot of stigma that comes along with the condition. Speaking as someone who is living with it, there is a lot of stigma, but also I get the silly haha hee hee and what that's referencing, you know. Hey, schizophrenia. We'll take it. We'll take it. Dozens down inside, I come complete and invincible behind my dirty imbecile. It is a difficult issue, trying to navigate, like, the ways in which that we kind of conceptualize mental illnesses in our, like, everyday lives. There's a lot of, illnesses that get kind of sensationalized, and being someone with multiple of those conditions, it's interesting and very complicated watching how folks use it. Because those turns of phrase have a use, but often at the same time, like, perpetuate a lot of the stigma against people like me, you know? And I don't want to fault people for using them, because one, it's so deeply ingrained in the way that we talk, and also they don't mean anything by it. But it's weird. Well, then arrow is a narrow emergency. And this isn't any kind of criticism, it's just you reminded me of a social issue that I do care quite a bit about, you know? So I'm not saying, like, oh, you're participating in this issue and doing something terrible right now. I want to be perfectly clear. I'm just being like, yeah, it's a complicated thing to address. It's a complicated subject. Little stars, I've got dozens down inside. I come complete and invincible behind my dirty imbecile. Ultimately, like, mental health is a very complicated subject just in general. The ways in which we socially conceptualize it, the kind of social consequences that come with having mental illness, but also just the ways in which we talk about it. I'm someone who's actually not fond of the ways in which mental health more generally is conceptualized as, like, a series of diagnoses rather than symptoms and neurodivergencies and different ways of functioning and thinking. Because to me, that's what schizophrenia is. The same way autism is a different way of functioning and thinking and processing information, I see schizophrenia as being the same thing. And there's some experts that also agree with that. But it very much challenges our view. We want to be able to write off anyone who doesn't function the way that we expect as wrong. And what do we do in those situations, you know? How do we deconstruct that? It's a difficult thing to deconstruct. It's also interesting to me how oftentimes my friends will look to me immediately as like the authority on anything involving schizophrenia. I've seen that happen before. It's interesting. It's interesting. How do you struggle to pick up social? Do you struggle to pick up social cues because you're autism? Yes. To answer the question genuinely, yes. But also, I'm gonna eat you. But yeah, how's everyone doing? What's everyone been up to? How have you been spending your days? I realize I jumped into a ramble without much prelude. What have y'all been up to? Because I had a pretty, like, nothing day today, which, you know what, that's fine. We're allowed to have those. I woke up late, I ran one errand, which was me going and buying, if I'm being completely honest, leftover, on sale Valentine's, like, fucking... I bought cookies and chocolate. I bought cookies and chocolate. Like, the 50% off leftover chocolate from fucking Valentine's Day, because my aromantic ass does not give a shit. Just watching streams and playing Grand Turismo 7 Valid. Hello, Cublins. How are you doing? Hello, Jay Crispy. Lovely to see you. Not sure how I feel about today, to be honest. That's okay. Arts and shit, so real. Yeah, like, ever since I got home, it's just been on the art grind. Trying desperately to get this done before Tuesday. That's my new deadline. Tuesday's my new deadline. Hello, Lament, a delicious archivist stream. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Folks went to a concert, so I got the weekend to myself. Nice. Making a thumbnail. Fun. Can y'all fucking hear that? I don't know if y'all can hear that. My ass is aromantic too, my brain on the other. Y'all can hear that? Okay. The fuck was that? Jesus Christ. Sprained my abdominal wall coughing the other day? That is terrifying. I hate that. New fear unlocked, I guess. Bury me face down. So the interesting thing here is like the shadows are, because of the positioning of everything, the shadows are going to be slight but very harsh where they are. Me doing arts and shit. Very valid, very valid. Don't smoke weed all day long, you'll be fine. Fair, okay. I'll heed that warning then. I'll heed that warning then. Had trouble with me, thinking that they've won. We've only just begun. Hello, non-binary slug. I'm doing alright. Thank you for the hydrate, Reggie. Been up since 12 a.m. Mood. I did sleep last night, but I very regularly don't when I'm working on projects like this, so you'll should be proud of me. They're awkward. I'm not the goodest boy, shut up. I'm not the goodest boy. There's nothing good about me, I'm a terrible boy, actually. Bury me face down. Thank you for the stretch as well. Big stretch, everybody. Big stretch. But yeah, in this situation, the light is coming primarily from like right in front of the characters, rather than like from behind, which makes lighting this a little bit complicated. It's coming from like ahead and slightly below, so I need to mind that while I'm working. These 6 feet deep when the sun don't shine, thinking that they've won. I've only just begun. Listening to your music, my music, you and playing games, you were good. I'm not a good boy, no. Fair. I don't know how you do that, James. It's terrifying to me. Hi, my name is Archivist, and I am such a big head pat slut. Have I been a good boy? Can I get head pats? Ooh, ooh. I hate it here. Brain got bored and created an anime plot. That's called having an animation. Or that's called having an imagination, Reggie. But yeah, how are you, non-binary slug, and everybody else? If you're not doing well, I hope that together we can make you a little bit better. We can make your day a tiny, tiny bit better. I'ma keep moving along. Shut the fuck up, Axo. It was a text to A. I didn't do anything wrong. How are you, Axo? Lovely to see you. Hope you are well. thinking that they've won. We've only just begun. But yeah, like, I no, that would be, I would never say something like that. First of all, because I fucking hate headpats, but the funny thing is, like, guys, the reason I don't have a headpat redeem is because I'm touch averse. I don't like physical affection, but you know, computer turned on today. That's a win. That's a win. We take those wins. But yeah, what's the anime plot that you've imagined, Reggie? Bury me face down. I'm glad that your computer turned on because I have heard that you've been having troubles with that. And that is forever a frustration for sure. I need to make some kind of like punk playlist to use on stream, low-key. I feel like that'd be a smart thing to have at this point. But anyway. That is a completely tangential thought. Yeah, Epic! I am an enjoyer of Epic the Musical. It's a piece of media that's honestly pretty meaningful to me. I found it a good while ago and got introduced to it, or dragged into it rather, by a friend. Very, very much have come to enjoy it and appreciate it. This way, when all is over, you wipe yours and I'll keep mine. I know the shadows here are not going to end up making sense, but we're not going to worry about it, okay? We're not going to worry about the fact that the shadows don't make sense. Overwhelmed? But doing it so I can learn to deal with it? Why? I'm curious, like, what reason you have to learn how to deal with that. Very sorry that, like, you're having to deal with some reason that you'll have to, but damn. Touch averse, unless it's a consensual bad touch, that he's all for it, my god. Now we're done this way, you're out of my head now. I'm actually going to do shading around the hair for once in my life, just to kind of reflect the way, because we're looking at like the glow of a computer right now, and I know it's not very clear in like the previous images that that's what you were dealing with. It's computer glow. That's why the shadows are a little bit harsh. Cat was meowing and I didn't know, oh, thank you for the Helta for the Curse of Scuff. How are you doing, Helta? Cat was meowing and I didn't know what she wanted because I just fed her. Put her cat tree by the open window and she jumped on. She wanted to sit by the open window. That's really cute. That's really cute. Listen, I'm not big on cats. I'm not a big cat person, but that is adorable. That is very sweet, and I'm glad your cat gets to be happy up there. Doing good? How are you today? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Not my most productive day, but that's been the case recently, and we just keep on trucking. Just need to keep on creating, one day at a time. Hopefully, I will get this done in a semi-reasonable time frame. You take that back? What do you... Okay, listen, Jordan the Kitty, you're an exception. I like you. What does Poseidon have against Ithaca? So Poseidon does not have anything against Ithaca, Cublins. If you're talking... So it depends on if you're talking about, like, Epic the Musical or more generally The Odyssey. Thank you, Lost File, for the lurk. Bark, bark, bite, bite. In specifically Epic the Musical, rather let me talk about more generally the Odyssey. So in the Odyssey, Odysseus kills a Cyclops, and all Cyclops are children of Poseidon. So Poseidon swears revenge on Odysseus for having killed essentially his kid. In specifically Epic the Musical, yes, that is a thing that happens. Odysseus does kill the Cyclops. In fact, he's a trickster about it, and that's part of the problem. Poseidon really introduces the ideology of ruthlessness within the context of Epic. Epic being a whole musical that is all about ruthlessness versus mercy, and whether or not you can be ruthless in your own protection, whether that's okay. So the fact that Odysseus... Actually, I messed up. I need to correct myself. Sorry, I messed up much earlier in my ramble. So Odysseus does not kill the Cyclops, he blinds the Cyclops. Yes, that's my bad, Markson. I misspoke there. So within the Odyssey, the work that is the Odyssey, Odysseus blinds the Cyclops and tells the Cyclops his name. The Cyclops essentially reports this to his father, goes like, hey dad, this guy named Odysseus blinded me. And his father swears revenge on Odysseus for doing that. That's just like the what happens in the Odyssey. Now, specifically in Epic the musical, Odysseus blinds the Cyclops, but even further than that, Poseidon, while pissed off about that, is more pissed off at the fact that Odysseus blinded him but didn't kill him, because that Poseidon believes is cowardice. Poseidon again introduces the concept of ruthlessness as mercy. The use of something like ruthlessness to protect yourself and the people you care about. And to punish Odysseus for not being ruthless enough, for being, in his eyes, a coward, kills a good bulk of his crew and swears that he will never return to Ithaca. So there you go. Making a joke because Ithaca is a city in New York. Ah, I see. Well, Ithaca was also at least supposedly a city in ancient Greece. I still listen. I like talking about the Odyssey and Epic the Musical and all of that. They're really cool pieces of media that I enjoy. Cat has not vored any souls that I'm aware of. I still don't trust him. Yeah, thank you, Markson, for the correction there. But yeah, listen. I like my tangents. Reggie. What can I say? I like going on tangents. I like when y'all are able to introduce a cool tangent. Wait, does this mean that ancient Greece was in New York? What if it was? For the smoke to clear. I can take deep breaths of the atmosphere. I've read that book. I need to finish the book. I'm gonna be real. I need to finish the book that is the Odyssey, and there's a copy of the Odyssey on my throne. I love that that's like the one thing people have not bought on my throne, by the way. It's very funny to me. Like, I put a bunch of things on my throne when I first started it, and that's like the one thing that no one has ever bought. I'm like wondering if I should just take it off the throne. Because I put it on there because like hee hee ha ha, owning physical books is nice, but you know. It is, to be fair, a very expensive book. Easier if that was me. I do hope everyone's doing amazing. Get overwhelmed with the group of over five. I see. I mean, I'm the same way, James, but like, it's something you can work through, and something that I think is worth working through. Twinks don't get to learn things. Twinks are best used to, but I disagree. I love a smart twink. Like how Olympias was above New York and Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief. I only read, I think, like the first book in that series, and I'm kind of to this day disappointed that I didn't read more of it. I am very prone to the feeling of like I missed out on things in my younger years. I don't know if that's something that y'all also deal with. But I do get hit very hard with the I missed out on so many things in my younger years, and I'm sad about it kind of energy. I'm here by 24. I hope that by the time I'm 24, I can fucking say this shit. It'd be nice to do, maybe even do a cover of this if I can get Case to hand me over the chords when I'm 24. 24. 24. Yeah, smart twinks are good. We like smart twinks. We support twinks getting smart. But no, I would love to see if I could get like Case's permission to, and the chords to do a cover of this. I'm sure permission wouldn't be an issue. Case would probably give me permission to cover anything, but like, I wonder if Case would hand me over the chords for this. 24. And my friends have told me so. 'Cause there are other people hurting, and those people really need support right now. And it came back to me. Enjoy your lurk non-binary slug, bratty bottom smartass twinks. Those are good. Those are good. Also, if the plot you asked somewhere up there, let me peek at it. My bad. Hard to keep up sometimes. Energy company fucked around and opened a portal. Two rival companies made soldiers to combat the beast crawling out. One magical girls, one made of Kamen Riders Power Rangers. Series follows the soldiers as they balance saving the world daily lives. That's interesting. That's cute. It's a very, like, beginning concept, but that's alright. Nothing wrong with an early concept. If you watch The Office and Andy mentions Cornell and Ithaca, have not. What makes someone a twink? Because people use it pretty loosely. People do use it very loosely, but generally, honestly, this is a thing that I've rambled about in the past, like the appropriation, for lack of a better term, of the term twink. But a twink refers to a queer man who is relatively slim and hairless. Now, a lot of people mix up the terms twink and femboy. A lot of people mix those up or use them interchangeably. Not true. Twinks can be femboys, and femboys are usually almost always twinks. Not necessarily, but most of the time are twinks. A twink has to be gay, or at least LGBT, in some capacity. Has to be hairless, has to be slim, but does not have to be feminine. That's the key difference. A twink does not have to be feminine. I am a twink. Hi, hello. I am a twink. Femboy, as like to distinguish it from twink further, you do not have to be queer to be a femboy. Oftentimes people are, and you don't have to necessarily be slim. Typically the femboys you will see most commonly online are slim, but that's just because that's the kind of femboy that people find most attractive. It is the like stereotypically attractive type of body and whatnot. But primarily femboy is a way of dressing or expressing your gender. Yeah, twink is a body type, femboy is a way of dressing is another good way of pointing it, but I think there's also important cultural differences, you know? I've been summoned by feminine wiles. How are you? It arrived tonight. Ultimately, you know, it's a situation where there's overlapping categories. You're looking at your Venn diagram right here. I am a twink, but not a femboy. Because I am of a slim build, relatively hairless, aside of the fact that I am, like, you know, part animal, and I am gay. I enjoy men. I am a transmasc person who is into men. So I am definitionally a twink, but I'm not a femboy because I do not dress or express myself particularly femininely. Icon. Let me introduce those of you who don't know Icon to Icon. Give me a second. Hello. This is Icon. Icon, I would say, is both a twink and a femboy. He is both a twink and a femboy. A Twinkie is a pastry filled with twink juice. Amazing. How are you, my number one Enfield? I'm doing all right to arrive tonight. I'm doing all right. We're vibing. We're hanging on in there. Not my most productive day, but that happens. We keep on trucking. Now, oftentimes the word twink has been kind of appropriated by people to refer to just like any guy who is even remotely feminine or slim whatsoever. Because another element of twink is generally they are young appearing, which I think that one's a bit not entirely accurate. Like, I feel like you can have people who are a bit older or look a bit older who are still twinks, but generally it is associated with youthfulness. But a lot of people outside of the LGBT community will pick up the term and just kind of apply it to themselves or to others without really regard for its origins, when it is a term that has come out of the LGBT community. It's kind of an appropriation there, which sucks. It's not as, you know, important a type of appropriation as others, but I think about like when I started playing Hades. Give me a moment. I remember when I started playing Hades and people were calling Zagreus a twink. This over here, this is Zagreus. That's Zagreus. That's not a twink. Hi, random. Thank you. Thank you. It's a very good piece that I'm pretty proud of. But this right here, people were calling Zagreus a twink. That's not a twink. Just because he's like a gentle guy with a nice personality and he isn't like, you know, traditionally or toxically masculine does not make him a twink. He is far too built to be a twink. He's twunk at best. It's an otter best. Like we have the category of twunk as well, but you know, that's like I could see Otter, but Otter typically is like a twink with body hair, you know? Typically, a Otter is body hair, yeah? And I wouldn't say that's like the issue here. Like this is a twunk. This is a twunk. At best. And the only reason he's a twunk is because there's other characters in Hades that are far more muscular. If you know, it weren't for the fact that every goddamn male character in the game was muscular as all hell, he would not be a twink. Lurking as I edit and get a YouTube video done, it's appreciated, Random. Enjoy your lurk. It's always lovely to see you, friend. Guys, Random is super cool. Random's super cool. We love Random. His face is kind of twinky, but he's not a twink. Exactly. So the term commonly gets appropriated, but it is in reference to, you know, a slim, hairless, usually young gay man. I'm a twink. I love Thanatos too, but he's not a twink. But is Zag a femboy? No. I'm gonna eat you. You're too kind? I wouldn't say so. I'd say I'm an asshole. I'd say I'm the worst. Does that clarify the issue? Alright. Oh, I forgot to apply to shade the tail. Excuse me, what button did I hit right there? Oh, I hit the lock. There we go. But yeah, that is your etymology lesson on twinks. There you go. Very important stuff to know in this day and age, you know? If you're gonna be on Grindr, you need to know what a twink is. But yeah, like, it's an appropriation of language, and it's not the most harmful kind of appropriation of language ever. There's definitely, much worse cases that happen to communities that, you know, need to be defended much more, but it's still a thing. It's still a problem. It's still annoying as, like, a gay person. Can we get an entomology lesson next? Maybe. I don't know a lot about bugs, but I can try. Not if I eat you first, you can try, bitch. You think you have the power to eat me? I dare you to try. You think you can eat me? I dare you to try. I need to stop saying that, honestly. Hello, Turtle Soup. Thank you for unscuffing me. And for hydrating me. It means a lot. Yes, thank you. Perfect. I did my job. Ever since my friend told me their romance option, I've been grinding. Oh, yeah. Like, do you see that, Twink's guns? What do you mean? What do you mean, Twink's guns? I mean, I'm a twink with a gun. I am a twink with a gun. I'm a twink with a gun. No. I'm an example of a twink with a gun, but you know, I don't know if that's the kind of gun you're talking about. How would they eat you? I don't know. Die out in time. Jin. Alright. I'm confused. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright. See, the biggest obstacle with this animatic is always just gonna be the fact that, like, I'm doing something so beyond my skill level. How would I eat him? Oh, it's a conversation for nighttime and nightcaps. All right, then. Okay. I mean, hey, who am I to judge? Alright. Y'all are feral. Affectionately. Y'all are feral. Oh, fuck. I forgot I had the ruler layer on there. Alright, let me delete my ruler. There we go. So now I can do this without trouble. Die out, die out, die out in time. There's 3. Listen, it's on another layer. It's on another layer, okay? It's on another layer. Don't worry about it. So for those who are unaware, actually, I should probably explain. We're working on an animatic right now. This is an animatic that I'm creating as part of all the preparation for my 3-year. It's going to be 1 of 4, which means I have a couple weeks to create a lot of them. I'm going to be making a ton of these. It's going to be very busy, very hectic, but I'm doing the best that I can and hoping to get it all done in time. We'll see if that actually ends up happening, but I swear that I'm giving it my best shot. Bird, I feel nothing but the snow seam of steel on steel. Is a trongus a thing? What would a trongus be? Polygynophile, I am in fact a menace according to my partner. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. I like men. I just like men. That's about all that I tend to say on my preferences. I like men. That's not true. I say a lot more than that on my preferences, but that's what I'm gonna say for now. I like men. Men are good. Men are hot. But what's a trongus? What's a trongus? Also, yeah, there are 3 of me on screen actually. I was gonna say there's only 2 of me, but that's not true. That would have been a lie. Is there anything else I need to know? Just gotta be left alone. Okay, I do really, really like this frame as well. Like, these frames have been taking me forever, but it's worth it because they look really good. There's nothing but empty skies. Now I feel destiny for empathy. My heart's for no one but me. I don't wanna die alone in an apartment, undiscovered till they come looking for my rent. With the carpet, I don't wanna die alone in an apartment. Have y'all been doing anything interesting recently? Have any of y'all been working on any big projects? I'm curious if there's anyone else kind of like grinding on something, some big goal like I am right now. I know I'm someone with the tendency to like jump into big projects that I cannot realistically complete, and I'm looking for like other people who relate. Are any of the rest of you that kind of person? Please tell me I'm not alone. Undiscovered till they come looking for my rent. And the walls and me up with the carpet. Just trying to be good at art for once. Hey, and that's alright. I'm sure you're doing great. A super strong twink, like super strong? I mean, you can be strong without, like, having physical bulk, but I feel like the physical bulk it would take to be quote-unquote super strong is probably going to be too much to maintain twinkhood. Yeah, Pyro, it's fine, don't worry. Did not have time to work on things today, alright? I'm doing my best. The fuck? Okay. There we go. You're not alone, I too am making art. Cool, I'm not alone. Since the year started, finally got the motivation to do YouTube as a fun thing. Fuck yeah, how's that been going for you? Saving $300 but I want a project car? Hell yeah. Hope you're able to get that. Got 3 vids? Like it a lot, but subtitling is really annoying. I can imagine. When I used to do YouTube shorts, it was hell. Doing a bunch of small sketches, trying to practice, develop an art style, and no big projects in mind yet. Fair enough. I'm the kind of person who will take on multi-month projects and then wonder why I'm like this. Hello, Space Wizard, Space Butler, AE, I might be- Are you okay? Are you good? Do you need medical attention? Because I don't think you're gonna get medical attention here. I don't think anyone in my community is a doctor. Okay. A man who likes men physically but likes women biology makes someone bisexual, or does that make them trans? Like someone who is attracted to? Likes men physically but likes women biologically. I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's a bisexual person who has like different niches. It could also like, okay. I've heard people say that they're like, oh, bisexual sexually, but mono in like who they're romantically attracted to. Could be something like that, but again, I've never heard of that necessarily happening, you know? Glad you're good, Pyro. Glad you're good. I don't know if that's particularly like a problem that happens. And to be honest, like, labels are complicated. I don't believe that labels should be a prescriptive thing. I think a lot of the time we act like there has to be a perfect label for every situation, or that we need to find the perfect label for ourselves, which is a notion that I actually really disagree with. Labels are tools that we can use to communicate our identities, but they are far from foolproof. There's a lot of complicated intersections of identity or factors that can kind of complicate their purpose. Having a sugar rush, okay, you take care of yourself then, Pyro. I don't know why that would be like high space wizard, because that makes no sense, but okay. Whatever you say, buddy. But his defense and distance will not sway me from believing this is possible. Did you guys know that sugar rushes are a complete myth, by the way? Here's a really interesting fun fact. Sugar rushes are not a real thing. That is a myth. Sugar and other depressants actually act as nervous system. Sorry, I misspoke there. Sugars and other carbohydrates actually act as depressants in the nervous system. So they are not making you more active. They generally actually decrease like neural activity, or they'll act similarly to alcohol. Actually, sugar in large quantities will act very, very similarly to alcohol. So all of those things that you've been told growing up about like blaming sugar for your hyperactivity were not actually real. Kids are just like that. Kids are just extremely energetic like that. They have energy in big bursts. Like that's just kids being kids. It's nothing to do with diet or sugar or anything. So if you're feeling very hyperactive after consuming sugar, that wouldn't be why. Hello, yes, I am trans, Lilac. I am trans mask. My pronouns are he, they. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. But no, everything that you've been told about sugar being like a thing that makes you hyperactive is a lie. They are nervous system depressants. They do not have any kind of like excitatory function in the nervous system. They actually function very, very similarly to alcohol. There are a lot of things that you've probably been told about food your entire life that are completely false. I would say food science is one of the most common places where a lot of myths happen for a lot of reasons. Long time no talk. Yeah, how are you doing, Summers? Hope you're well. Hope you've been well, Summers. If alcohol messes you up like that, then fair, Pyro. But no, food science I think is one of the places where there's actually like some of the most scientific misinformation, and it's primarily done by companies. Most food research is funded by companies, and they oftentimes will find ways to either lie or split information or even completely fabricate results in order to lie about like their product and increase sales of their product. The reason why you're constantly hearing, oh, XYZ food is bad for you, oh, actually it's good for you all the time, is because these companies firing back and forth, trying to find like justifications for why their products are good or bad. And the fact of the matter is, usually, it's somewhere in between. Any food, you can make an argument for it being healthy because it's good for you in one specific way, but bad for you in others. So, for example, I'm trying to think of a good example. People will do this about alcohol, actually. So we'll just stick with the alcohol here. I'm glad to hear you've been well. That's actually not true, Beefy for 10. I'll get on that in a second. I'll get on that in a moment. That's actually not true. You have that backwards. But you'll see a lot of reports around about how, like, alcohol is going to cause, it has the XYZ negative health effects, but also it's really good for circulation and heart health. And some of that has to do with actual, like, amount consumed, because yes, anything in moderation is good for you. But you will find that, like, you will oftentimes find that these kinds of studies Sure, they found this one benefit, but they also found a dozen different areas where it harms your health. But they're not going to advertise those harmful ways. They're just going to advertise the good way. Meanwhile, their competitors are going to come back and they're going to advertise all of the negative things that they found in their research or the positive things about their products. That's why you constantly have the, oh, XYZ food is good for you. No, actually, it's bad for you every week. Have you ever seen 90s console wars commercials? I have not, but I'm on a ramble right now. Now, addressing the sugar and fat situation, this is another great example of this occurring. So, there was a point in history where everyone was trying to figure out like the reason for the obesity epidemic. This was pretty early on, I think, in the funding of the FDA, if I recall correctly. But the sugar companies started doing research because they knew that they were the culprit. But they wanted a scapegoat. So they funded a bunch of research that incorrectly stated that fat was the culprit. And that's where we get the whole concept stereotype that fat is what causes weight gain. The reason why fat is called fat is because it is associated with the reason why the state of being fat, of having a lot of weight, the state of being heavy is called fatness is because of the myth that it is caused by fat. Complete myth, complete fabrication by the sugar industry, and it is one that is still pervasive in our culture today. Absolutely fascinating. Red Robin trivia game lied to me, it did lie to you. Hello, Endercats, how are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. You might be remembering wrong as well, but this was a whole big thing. It is complete lie, complete hoax that is very, very hard to remove from the cultural context because of how deeply it has been ingrained. This is why generally I tend to not listen to or not fully trust any research, especially medical research, that is done by companies. But it is not an issue limited to medical research or food science. Food science is just one of the places where it's the most visible. Another really good example is actually related to climate change. There was a lot of research at one point as climate change began to become a big concern. Okay. The original study that first identified that climate change was occurring was actually done by an oil company. And instead of turning around and saying, okay, we should be the first company to publicize this and make ourselves look good by making efforts to fix it, they covered it up. And it took a couple years for the rest of the scientific community to catch up and be like, wait a second, there's a climate crisis happening. Temperatures are rising, what's going on? And by that point, like when that occurred, the company, I believe this was BP, but I could be wrong, don't quote me on that, was ready to strike with a bunch of misinformation and a bunch of evidence against that. A bunch of manufactured studies that claimed that actually there was no climate crisis happening. And they have very, very much fought to try and keep that notion out of the public consciousness. I do not trust research that is funded by companies because they have a long, long track record of lying. They have a very long track record of lying and intentionally misrepresenting data or fabricating data altogether. Again, food science is where you see this the most heavily, but it is everywhere. And that's why it's such a big deal. Again, I've mentioned this a couple times, that the government of Prime Earth has stepped in and defunded all research, including medical research. So you no longer have research that is being funded by the government. And yes, government-funded research also is suspect for its own reasons. But I would say less suspect than company-led research in most cases. But the fact that all of that research has been completely defunded means that the only research that is occurring is by companies. And do you think a pharmaceutical company is going to want to fund a study saying that their drug is ineffective? No. Do you think that a company that sells drugs that are used to treat cancer but work very slowly is going to want to develop a more effective cancer treatment? No, because they're going to get more money from you from those like small repeat treatments than they would for a cure-all. You cannot trust fucking company-led research. Shout out to the 1990s advertising cocaine as medicine. I mean, that was a whole thing. I don't actually blame them for that because that was before we had like the kind of science that we have now or understood what cocaine was. Like, I cannot fault them for doing so before we really had an understanding of what cocaine was and how it functions. Like, that's meaningfully different than companies intentionally funding or manufacturing research to say that the thing's an effective cure when it's not. It'd be one thing if it was like, we just, you know, published a study saying that cocaine is actually great for you. That's not what they were doing. It was just common belief at the time period that wasn't really founded by anything because they didn't have any reason or proof to believe otherwise. Look, they gotta sell more boner pills, AE. Need to get on the board with the boner train. Product Mofit taints it all. Real. Also, I'm doing alright, Endercats. I'm having a pretty good one. Not very productive, but we keep on trucking, you know? Beautiful, relaxing Tarkov. Take on a boss, managed to survive the fight? Fuck yeah. Last thing I saw was a bullet hole in my helmet as a random scav yelled cheeky breaker at the top of his lungs. Fair enough. It's medicine though, it cures lack of being awake all night. Okay, I will say the difference between what we qualify as like medicine drugs and recreational drugs is such a weird line because a lot of drugs that are commonly used recreationally have very similar compounds that are used in medical settings or are even being tested for use in medical settings. They just don't want you to know that. Ketamine is actually very useful in a lot of like psychological and a lot of mental health settings. For people with more severe mental health issues, like ketamine is actually a really, really useful treatment. But it's considered generally an illicit drug. Same with a lot of I think it's like acid or whatever the fuck. There's a lot of trials testing it as a treatment for like PTSD. Because some of these things that we have labeled as illicit, harmful drugs actually have useful purposes when they're being used in therapeutic doses or in therapeutic settings. It is just the overuse of them that's a problem, and frankly, almost anything, almost any compound that interacts with your body can be overused. You can eventually take enough of a goddamn pain medicine, take enough fucking ibuprofen that you will get, you know, some kind of effect. Ketamine was recently released as an antidepressant, once a week nasal spray. Fuck yeah. Did my neuro research presentation on ketamine. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, I know people who have taken it for therapeutic purposes, and I actually had it offered to me, but I turned it down. Can't remember what the name is, but there's a documentation about cancer and found that connection between the food you eat and cancer. I mean, everything can be argued to cause cancer. It's very easy to link anything to cancer. I would not trust anything. I would not trust like any documentary claiming that like XYZ thing is going to give you cancer. Because oftentimes, if they're not directly doing cell damage, it's not really real. Like, it's very, very easy to claim, oh, this chemical will cause cancer. It's only going to cause that in extremely large amounts. And it's only going to do so, like, okay. Here's an interesting little thought experience. Here's a little interesting thought experiment. One of the big flaws with a lot of studies about like alcohol, we talked a little bit earlier about food science and how there's a lot of studies that claim alcohol has XYZ positive or negative effects. Interesting fact about that is that they will exclude anyone with alcoholism in order to make the data look good. So they will say, oh, if you're drinking more than a certain amount, we're going to exclude you from the study because we know it's going to look like negative health outcomes. And we want our study to say that these things have positive health outcomes. So if you're overdoing the thing, if you're doing too much of the thing more than we think we should, which in a lot of these studies can be something like more than one drink a week, then you are have no place in the study. Whatever symptoms you report or whatever outcomes you have are not going to be part of the data set. So you end up with data that looks good because you're only looking at healthy people. You're only looking at people who have a healthy relationship with this thing known to cause people unhealthy relationships, known to be commonly abused because it's addictive. Um, there's a lot of similar things that will occur with a lot of studies, wherein like one population happens to be poorer or happens to have less resources in some way that just causes them to naturally have poorer health outcomes. If someone doesn't have the money or resources to properly upkeep themselves, obviously they're going to have poorer health outcomes. So it's very easy to say, to link that to some external third factor that is potentially a cause when it is completely unrelated. It's just the fact that the other group has more money and therefore can better care for themselves. Large amounts of water increases likelihood of death when absorbed with the lungs. Exactly, Araya. I'd be more worried about the microplastics in your food than the food you eat. Yeah, like I will be honest. The foods that people eat on a general day-to-day basis are terrible. People's diets in America are pretty bad, very much full of like unhealthy chemicals and very artificial, and there's microplastics and everything. You're probably eating a lot of very harmful things in your day-to-day life. That's fine. It's fine. There are bigger things to worry about. It's not going to cause you cancer if you're not overdoing it. There's so much like scare around specific chemicals. I'm pretty sure there's like a whole bunch of shit around like red 40 on how red 40 as a food coloring is terrible for you. You need to avoid anything with red 40. And yeah, in a large enough quantity, if you're eating it like every meal, every day in massive quantities, yeah, it's gonna be harmful. Eventually, you're gonna see negative effects from fucking red 40 dye. If you are consuming a typical amount that people are consuming on a daily basis, you'll probably be fine. Now, there is an issue that comes from the fact that generally foods that are produced with better ingredients, less preservatives, higher quality ingredients, whatnot, those tend to be more expensive. So if you are poor, you are more likely to end up suffering from the health issues that may be associated with consuming too many of these chemicals. That is a real thing. That is a real thing. But that's again, like generally speaking, you're not going to be seeing very serious health side effects from these things. I do know that, like, you know, you reduce your sugar intake and some of these chemicals and whatnot, and you will have a clearer mind and feel better. But studies have shown that if you eat food that's more likely to be eaten by healthy people, you're more likely to be unhealthy. Yeah. And guess what? Those foods are the cheap, affordable ones. Those foods are the cheap, affordable foods. The health foods are the expensive shit. It's hard to be healthy, but that's a whole separate rant. That's a whole separate rant. Now I want to get out of the USA so badly. The only way to see change, because every country follows in the USA's footsteps, the only real solution is to create like actual effectual change here. I was talking about this earlier with someone else on Aerostream actually, about how a lot of folks, like especially queer folks these days, are like, oh, I want to get out of the US. And I don't blame people who want to get out of the US. It's a very natural want to save yourself in this moment. So long as things continue to get worse in the US on your world, they will continue to get worse everywhere. Because the conservative parties in a lot of Western countries look to the US for policy ideas. We see this happening in Canada and the UK, where the conservative parties are very much trying to mimic what Trump has done, because he's been effective. He's been very effective at growing a like fucking fan base, for lack of a better term. Clickbait for vulnerable people. These terrifying studies show that this biased study has this biased result. Literally, that's all like fucking folk science. That is literally all like commonly reported folk science. I could rant on that for hours. Don't trust like the everyday reporting of science. If you want to like learn more about science, learn how to read academic studies. It's a very, very difficult thing. Very, very difficult thing. Honestly, I know a really good video essay about this, actually. I'm going to direct y'all towards a content creator that I absolutely adore, or a team of content creators, rather, that I absolutely enjoy. Into a specific video of theirs if you want to learn how to read scientific studies, because that's the way to avoid all of this. The way to avoid all of this is to learn how to read and consume and understand scientific studies. A very good video teaching how to do this is this one right here. Do your research, How to Understand Scientific Studies by the Leftist Cooks. Very, very good pair of leftist video essayists. Absolutely love their work. Big inspiration to me. But in any case, the Trump fan base is so toxic, real. But anyway, like, as I was saying, so long as things continue to get worse in the US, they're going to get worse everywhere. And the best way to prevent things from getting worse is just to stand up and fight now. Also, you're fine, Pyro. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is why I only buy Legos organic. Very possible to abuse ibuprofen if you got a hurt that won't leave. I mean, yeah, this is true. This is true. Drinking a liter of vodka over the summer? I hope you're okay, Cublins. That's a lot of alcohol. That's a lot of alcohol. But yeah, this is my whole ramble about, like, research funded by companies is not trustworthy. Be careful where you're getting your information, etc., etc., etc. Because this shit's genuinely terrifying, if we're being real. This shit's terrifying. Generally, any kind of food science research is going to be very iffy, just because typically these sample sizes and whatnot are the way the study was conducted was biased. They're not accounting for things like economic class. They're not accounting for the amount consumed. Are you actually consuming, you know, a realistic amount of this thing? Are we accounting for people who are overdoing it or underdoing it, etc., etc.? Health studies for any kind of product, anything that is being funded by a company itself, is going to be biased. Hi, Royce. We're talking about the state of we're talking about the state of research, primarily research which is funded by companies, and how oftentimes it's very misleading or flawed. And particularly about food science and the state of food science in the United States. But yeah, you're completely fine, Pyro. Don't worry about it. I was mid-ramble, but yeah. Sorry for the ad, folks. Yeah, no. I mean, all research does have some kind of bias. They do go into it looking to prove something. But the bias in research done by people who are, like, primarily government funded or funded by different non-profit motivated organizations is more the fact that, like, their salary comes out of their grants. They need whatever research they're doing to be interesting to the people who are funding them and be seen as worth funding. And this will limit the kinds of things that they are able or willing to research, you know, because there's a lot of things that are very worth researching that the government or universities or organizations don't want to fund because it's just not interesting or not seen as useful enough. Which fucking sucks. Yes, everyone does go into research wanting to prove something, but generally speaking, research that is done in an academic sphere is going to be more trustworthy than something done by a company because they're not trying to sell you a product. They're not trying to sell you on something. They are just trying to keep themselves funded and allow themselves to live because they're the way that they live, the way that they make their money, the way that they survive, pay everyone in their lab is through grants, and they need to fucking be interesting enough to the people who are paying those grants in order to get those grants. School taught to consider how a project is funded and who published it to consider its potential bias. Yeah, it's very, very important to do so. Like the goddamn Wakefield study. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with this one, Royce. Feel free to share more. Requires a lot more discomfort for poor people to be healthy than rich people. Counting calories yourself, having someone else do it for you, a much bigger impact than you'd expect. And for right or wrong, all people are discomfort adverse. I mean, yeah, but also health foods are just more expensive. It is expensive trying to eat healthy. as someone who is very poor, who oftentimes has to scavenge up my meals because I am like, living in an abandoned building, running a revolution and whatnot, trying to feed a lot of people. The few occasions where I am able to and have to purchase food and whatnot, like this shit's hard. It's expensive. It is expensive trying to eat in a way that is sustainable. Don't trust research that says something a company wants, if it was funded by the company, yeah. And they're not going to publish research that says something that they don't want published. This is a big issue in pharmaceuticals in general because they want to do, their research studies saying that the drug is effective, and they will do anything to make sure it says that their drug is effective, and they will not report negative effects. And oftentimes, towards this effort, they will not test women, not test, people who are like overweight or underweight. They will not test other potentially marginalized populations to see if it is okay until they are forced to. They want to make sure their product looks good and looks effective at any cost. The whole vaccines cause autism. It started with the doctor was hired specifically to find a link between the MMR vaccine and disease. Yeah. He was paid to prove that, and so he did anything he could to prove it. And if you actually look at the study, if you actually read the study, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. I forgot that was the name of the researcher. Wasn't anything, so he just made one up? Yeah, he made it up. He fucking made it up. I want to talk about medical research marginalized communities. Thank you, MTO Blade, for the subscription. I appreciate it. Tuskegee. I probably know Tuskegee, but I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. But here's a personal example, chat. So I'm schizoaffective. What is the, underlying cause of schizophrenia? We're not completely sure. We know a couple things, but we really don't understand it. There really is a lack of good research. What do we think causes it? The most common explanation, the most common thing that's expected, is an overactivity of dopamine in specific brain areas, which is very interesting. We actually, we look at dopamine activity throughout the brain in people with schizophrenia, and we see, okay, there is too much activity happening in this one part of the brain, and not enough pretty much everywhere else. So there's a lack of dopamine in most of the brain, but an overabundance in this one place. How did we figure this out? It all started with a medication that was released back in, if I recall correctly, the 1950s? Let me check this. Dopamine theory. When was this study? When was this established? Yeah, okay. It was 1963. There was a medication released in 1963. This medication, we knew that we found out that the mechanism of action of this medication was suppressing of dopamine activity, and it was shown to be effective in people with schizophrenia. So obviously the cause of schizophrenia must be too much dopamine activity. And there is some truth to this. We have done other studies that have shown that there is an overabundance of dopamine. But we just could have left the explanation there. We were like, okay, we found the answer to schizophrenia, and we know the way that we do it is by introducing dopamine antagonists, medications that reduce dopamine activity throughout the entire brain. Yeah, this does help with, hallucinations or delusions, the, active, more noticeable and more concerning, quote unquote, symptoms of schizophrenia. It also increases the negative symptoms and introduces movement disorders. By treating people with schizophrenia with dopamine, fucking antagonists, you basically just give them depression and cause them movement disorders, but it's all okay because they aren't experiencing hallucinations anymore. And they just left the state of schizophrenia research there for fucking 60 years. Until more recently, that's all we knew. Before someone finally said, you know what? These medications are actually ineffective for a solid 40% of patients and also have a lot of really dangerous side effects. Are we sure that this is the best way to treat this condition? Are we sure there isn't some other underlying factor? So they start doing research. And they find another compound that, when introduced to the brain, causes schizophrenia in animals and in people. They also verified that in people, I do recall. So when you introduce this thing called glutamate to the brain, it simulates the effects of schizophrenia. You will see people start suffering from the same symptoms that we tend to notice in people with schizophrenia. But still, somehow, despite this, they're designing medications off of this new understanding of how glutamate functions and how glutamate, fucking feeds into schizophrenia symptoms. Cool. We have a new underlying factor that may be more close to what the actual cause of this is. We have medications that are being developed to target this. The most commonly prescribed antipsychotic medication to treat schizophrenia is the first one to ever be discovered. That first medication that was developed and proven and tested for the treatment of schizophrenia is still the most commonly prescribed antipsychotic. Despite the fact that it has been shown through independent research aside of its producers to only work in about 40% of patients and to have very dangerous side effects. Because the company doesn't want you to know that. The company doesn't want you to know that we have this other understanding of this disease that is developing that needs more study. And because new people coming into the field are being trained by people who were trained on outdated information, this outdated understanding of schizophrenia and its treatment and how to target it pharmaceutically continues to perpetuate. Because unless you seek it out, you're never going to find out about the glutamate hypothesis. You're never going to hear any criticism of the dopamine hypothesis. The companies who are producing these drugs don't want you to know. And the people prescribing them don't care enough to do any further research. Very, very few people are actually fighting to change this, and it pisses me off. Anyway, that's my ramble on schizophrenia. It's like how Freud's theories ended up being in favor of those who were paying him. This is true. Freud did have a couple interesting things to say, but the majority of his shit was just batshit insane. And the fact that it's still in practice is wild to me. Tuskegee was rough. A study of syphilis targeted men of color to study the effects on the human body when left untreated. Ah, I see. Yeah, no, fuck that. Also, still a kind of common practice these days, but medical care was denied to persons who were fighting in World War II. I hate that. Woo, you want more ramble? Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my rambles. This is what I do all day. I've heard of the Tuskegee study, but I need to know more on it. It's something that I should probably have better under my grasp. Hi, Strap, how are you doing? Thank you for the hydrate. Ramblecation, I don't fucking know. You can also tell when I get really into a subject, I start talking really, really quickly, and I need to slow down and be more intentional with my speech. I need to not be rushing through my words like that. But anyway, these are me taking notes on how to improve my commentary. Estonian werewolf trials. People were accused of being werewolves or were locked in cages, given only foods like raw meat, and they'd eventually start growing hair and eat the meat, proving them to be werewolves. However, this was actually caused by anorexia. Basically, when you starve, you can start growing excessive body hair. I actually didn't know that, but that's fascinating. Damn. That's true in the US, Lament. It's not true in other countries. One moment. Sorry, I need to put my water down. So Freud has been mostly supplanted by Jungian psychotherapy, but both of those have mostly been supplanted by CBT. Yes. In the US. That is not true in some other countries, and that includes other first world countries. There are a lot of countries where psychotherapy and even some Freudian practices are still used. I think back to, this is a situation in Ireland. I did eat something, don't worry, I did consume food. I ate a burrito. I put together a little bit of a burrito, and it was quite good. But this is a big problem in Ireland because there actually aren't like proper certifications that someone needs to become a therapist, if I recall correctly. Don't quote me on this. This is something I heard from the leftist cooks, and I could be misremembering because it's been a long time. Are your pills ready? Of course, of course. Don't worry. I'll make sure I take my meds later. um, brain. There are other countries wherein it has not been replaced. Ireland is a good example of that. In Ireland, there aren't really much in the way of like oversight for people practicing therapy and not a lot of training, and it's very, very common for psychotherapy to still be in practice there. And there are absolutely other countries wherein that is the case. It is true that we have primarily moved to like CBT and DBT in the US, and I'm gonna be honest, I still have some issues with those practices. I'm gonna be completely real. A lot of those frustrations come from being someone who is schizoaffective, but you know, I can talk on that later. Uh, that is very true in the US, but not elsewhere. It's still a problem worth addressing for that reason. Way. I did eat, though. I do appreciate it. Did you hear about Freud's interaction with the banana pill? He had a Freudian slip, thank you, McDonda. Bark, bark, might bite. I hear Jungian is big in Japan. It could be. It could be. Obligatory CBT joke. Get bit. Get bitten. I eat you. But DBT has been picked up. I believe CBT and DBT are still both very commonly in use. I don't think others are replacing each other. They just serve different purposes. DBT was a therapeutic approach developed with the intention of treating BPD and similar conditions. Did I say that correctly? Did I say BPD right? Hopefully I said BPD right. They're not replacing each other. They serve different purposes and work well in tandem. Have an issue with most behaviorist methods, but it does help some people with their issues. It does help a lot of people, but I do have a lot of issues with mainstream therapeutic practices in general. I believe that they very much function to perpetuate individualism in the U.S. and a lot of how do I say? It really just promotes a lot of isolationism and individualism that I believe is rampant and problematic here in the U.S. I don't know. Like I've read the fucking the Four Agreements and I despise that shit. I despise that shit. I think back to a friend of mine who ended up getting a lot of therapy. Spent I think like something like 6 months in a no, it was only 3 months in a inpatient facility where they were getting a lot of those therapeutic practices, your Four Agreements, your CBT type shit. And I look at the way that they came back. She initially like she was struggling. She very much isolated herself from a lot of her friends. But she was also a very deeply caring person who was there for me in a lot of my dark moments. She was very selfless, sometimes to a fault. She saw a lot of good in the world and actively wanted to improve and change it. When she came back, she told me that if I wanted to be happy, I needed to accept that I couldn't change the world, that things are fine the way that they are, and that it's not worth trying to fight to fix anything, and that she was more punk than me for that. That she was more punk than me for deciding to be happy with the state of things. Alongside of that, she very much became the kind of person who was like, yes, learning to take care of yourself before others is important. That can at times be a good thing, but came out of it someone who wasn't willing to make changes for other people in her life, who was not willing to ever shift to the needs of others if it made her anything else than, perfectly happy. She became resistant to any kind of discomfort caused by other people. If she had to change her behavior in any way that made her even the tiniest bit uncomfortable, that was a problem. She needed to remove herself from that situation or label the other person as being bad for her. So much as being like, hey, don't mention this person around me because they hurt me was a problem for her. That made me a bad person because I was asking her to modify her behavior for my comfort. Because it made her uncomfortable to modify her behavior. And she had a crush on me. When I did not reciprocate, she distanced herself from me and would only ever give me attention or talk to me or engage with me when I forced myself to reciprocate. Because she liked me and had in her mind that, like, she had to take care of herself above anyone else, and that it was a bad thing to ever be uncomfortable towards other people and whatnot, that she had the right to destroy our friendship and essentially manipulate and push me into a relationship I did not want to be into. The situation where her happiness supplanted mine. These are problems that I think very much come out of a more extreme reading of like a lot of common like CBT practices. This is what happens when you are taught these things to an extreme. A lot of the practices that I've seen in things like CBT involve like putting yourself above all others. You cannot change the people around you, and those people are going to continue to act poorly. You cannot change your surroundings. You need to learn to have the strength in yourself to put up with those bad surroundings. I despise that. If there is discomfort with your surroundings, you should fix the problem, not fix yourself. There are times, yes, where circumstances cannot be resolved, but far more often, these are real problems that need to be addressed. Far more often, these are real things that can be addressed. And sometimes you will have to be uncomfortable for the comfort of others. That's okay. A lot of the practices that come along with CBT are things that I've seen taken to gross extremes, and it bothers me. It bothers me the you do not owe anything to anyone else attitude. I fucking hate the you don't owe anyone to anything else attitude. Because no, you owe things to other people, chat. If we want to better the world, we need to owe things to other people. We need to owe other people respect and dignity and care. I hate the whole attitude that you don't owe or need to do anything for other people. No, if there's a stranger out there who just fucking like collapsed in the street, you need to call a goddamn ambulance. You need to get them medical attention. You don't get to just walk away from that. If someone you care about is struggling, you owe them being there as much as you can. If fucking someone is having a crisis, you need to make sure they at the very least can get the fucking help they need. Don't let other people abuse you, but you owe things to other people. You owe other people kindness and goodness. You owe other people respect and dignity. I cannot stand the attitude that you owe nothing to anyone else. And these are things that are very much innate to a lot of like modern therapeutic practices that just make me deeply, deeply uncomfortable. Sometimes you are going to have to be uncomfortable for the safety of other people, and sometimes you will have to overextend yourself for other people. And that's a good thing, actually. Let me catch up for a moment. Sorry to hear about that. It's fine playing, but it also is left me with a lot of trauma around interpersonal relationships. More punk than A, yeah. Because she quote unquote chose to be happy by giving up on any kind of fight to fix the world. I dislike that whole attitude. It's like, oh, you can't fix the transphobic people in your life. You just have to get strong enough to deal with it. Nah. If they're not gonna fix their shit, then either you need to remove them from your life or you need to try and talk that through with them. Like, it's the kind of attitude that leads to people either burning bridges immediately the moment they're uncomfortable, or refusing to bend to the whims of others, or further staying in abusive situations. I cannot stand this shit. I thought this at CBT would make me feel better, but they just tortured my rooster. Oh my god. I feel like the advice cut out toxic people can be taken to the extreme. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. Wait, hold on. I heard the philosophy being pushed in a call center. Fix the caller, not the problem. I hate that shit very deeply. To make people more cognitively, operationally flexible, DBT rhetorically moves people away from the quote right choice to the effective choice. Works well when applied, but rather than announce it as rhetorical, change it as just logical. Don't like the kind of intellectual dishonest. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I feel like I think I'm gonna step out for the night. My mental health is shot. Need to step out the combo for a while. You're okay, Lament. I'm very sorry for being too heavy. I'm just like I've had those ideologies be used to abuse me. You own the 5 people tied to the track. Pull the lever. Things are great. Just don't know how to. Been working on that, but it's something I don't understand, and that's fair. It's difficult shit. It's difficult shit. It's complicated. I do believe that we owe things to other people, and protecting ourselves is not an excuse to abuse other people. Um, I think shit's important. I think that oftentimes these notions can be abused, and we already have a culture in the United States that is overly individualistic. Um, People refuse to go out of their way for other people and see other people as competition, not as allies. That is a very very big problem. The people around you are allies. They are your allies, and you should treat them as such. Sorry, that was a whole big rant for me. Individualism is something that I really struggle with. It's a very American ideal as well. The notion that you don't owe anything to anyone else and that other people come after yourself and whatnot. Uh, it's a very, very American concept. I've talked to a lot of people from other countries wherein that kind of ideology is not a thing. Wherein like everyone that you know is treated like your family. And I think there's a lot of beauty there. And it makes me very sad how quickly we here in the US tend to, how quickly folks in the US, and this is true on my world as well, not just on yours, how quickly people write off others as competition and refuse to be there and help them for that reason. It's that kind of ideology that's been used to abuse me. People presuming that their comfort is more important than my own, and if I am not going to, excuse me, if I'm not going to abide by them or reciprocate them in the ways that they want me to, then I am a problem. And then people also taking that as a reason not to try and fix the world. My biggest frustration with her is the fact that she walked into that an anarchist and left telling me that she was more punk than me for choosing to abandon that fight, for deciding that that fight wasn't worth waging. It's absolutely true that there are folks for whom like trying to fight on political grounds is going to be harmful because it's heavy, it's hard. I'm not going to act like it doesn't take a lot of mental and emotional energy to care about this shit. And that it isn't difficult. Um, and I realize not everyone's going to be able to handle that, and that's fine. I am okay with the fact that not everyone is in a place in their life where they can fight for meaningful political change. And that there are people who are going to have to walk away from it. I've seen this happen with her, and I've seen this happen also with a musician that I really, really idolize for a long time, and have come back to idolize for complicated reasons. But with Pat the Bunny, Pat the Bunny is someone who walked away from anarchism because it was hurting him. Because he did not have a healthy attitude, a healthy relationship with punkness and anarchism and whatnot. It is absolutely going to be true that this shit's harmful to some people, but the notion that like you shouldn't try to fix the world, you should just accept your surroundings is something that inherently benefits the institution and discourages people from making meaningful change in the world it is so intimately tied with the whole notion of like you don't owe anything to others and that you should never allow yourself to feel discomfort. Discomfort is good and useful sometimes. I feel like healthy, friendly rivalries are a good thing we need more of. Healthy, friendly competition is a good thing. I mean, agreed, yeah. You don't owe anything to anyone idea sounds like something Tate would say. It's like some of the most common mainstream therapeutic advice out there. And I despise it. It's something that I blanketly dismiss. It's an ideology that I really, really cannot respect. Because there are going to be people out there who overextend themselves to others, and those people have the right to pull back. But, Mrs. Robinson, the road will love you more. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. There are going to be people who overextend themselves or who can't engage with these things in ways that aren't harmful for them or whatnot. But encouraging that as the default, that, oh, you shouldn't fight to change yourself or your situation, you should just learn to function within it, is a notion that only ever benefits the institution and further isolates people from each other. And I can never agree with or respect that. I'm gonna say something, but I don't want to change topics too drastically. I am in the middle of a rant right now. I'll probably be done with the rant soon, but I do appreciate the restraint. I like being able to speak through my points sometimes. It's always okay to like save your thought for when I'm done going on a specific ramble. I'm trying to think if I have anything more to say there, but I don't know. It's a heavy subject, but it's a subject that I'm very, very passionate about because of how much this shit has hurt me. And I want to encourage anyone who's like in or invested in the field of psychology, like you're not a bad guy for studying this stuff, and you are not a part of the problem. I urge you, however, to be mindful of how you are applying these practices, and how you are encouraging them in others. I urge you to be mindful and to be careful. I urge you to be better than a lot of practitioners are. Don't think people have an obligation to be politically active, but it drives me crazy when people believe there's virtue in embracing the status quo. That's my thing. Like, you don't have to be politically active, and I realize there's going to be people who cannot do so in a way that is healthy for them. You're not a bad person for not being so. But like saying that, oh, you cannot be happy unless you just learn to function within the status quo, you need to just accept this and stop fighting, that's the reason that I couldn't be friends with that person anymore. That was the thing that was like, I cannot respect this person anymore. The fact that I was told that it was unhealthy to continue fighting. The fact that it was thrown in my face that, how do I say? I'm trying to figure out how to finish this thought. There's no obligation to be politically active. Some people cannot have a healthy relationship with it, but acting as though you are better or healthier for embracing the status quo and that trying to fight for change is something that will inherently make you unhappy, that it's inherently a negative thing to do, and that you are more punk than me for quote-unquote choosing to be happy by no longer fighting is bullshit. Fighting for change is a good act. It is not a necessary thing to do to be a good person, but if you are capable, I think you should. And I don't think you have a right to tell anyone. You are definitely not better than others for not doing so. And I do feel like if you have the ability to, you should. You don't need to, but you fucking should. I'm not going to respect anyone who acts as though it is a bad thing to fight, that I am ruining my life by trying to create change. The second I accept the status quo is the second I probably need to get on antidepressants or something. Mind if I put your character next to me? Have at. Why would I have a problem with that? Feel free. Don't think people have an obligation to be politically active, but it drives me crazy. People believe there's virtue in embracing the status quo. Yeah. Don't know how to comfort people because this is an excuse. But you can say, I hate you, I love you, don't see the value in that is the best way I can describe it. I'm not really getting what you're saying there, Jake. Comforting people is definitely difficult, but like it's a very individual thing. You kind of gotta know the person at the end of the day. Alright, sorry for the heavy ramble. I feel bad for Lament because I know that he's studying this stuff and he's gotten upset before when I've like talked on the negative elements of it and the way it's hurt me. But it's not a personal attack. I just urge people who are in these practices to be good about how they do it. I just urge the people who are working in these fields to be mindful of how the people they are teaching these things to are receiving it and how they're using it. And please, for the love of God, do not promote hyper individualism. I believe that individualism is one of the biggest issues that's like facing the United States. But yeah, why would I mind that, Cookie? Definitely a good thing to be very helpful, but also some therapists suck. Yeah. It's because a lot of them are trained on outdated information. They're being trained on, like, okay, anyone who is currently practicing right now, the majority of them have been taught information that is outdated, taught by people with even more outdated information, taught by people with even more outdated information, and they're not taking the time to learn more to catch up on modern research as they're going. Someone who's been a practitioner for 20 years, who has been practicing therapy for 20 years, has not seen any of the research saying that, hey, maybe schizophrenia isn't entirely caused by dopamine. Maybe there's another explanation. They, unless they are actively keeping up with modern research, have no knowledge of those studies. Which automatically makes them useless for me. And even people who are practicing right now, there's a good shot their curriculum is not teaching them that either. Because they're being taught by people who don't have that information. The professors teaching psychology classes are working off of, information that's probably a decade out of date. And those people are more likely to be keeping up to date, but they still are going to have holes in their knowledge. Don't think I ever said bye, so does this count as me being back? God damn it. Welcome back. Hi, Calico, how are you doing? Burp, burp, bite, bite. Like, it's not even about therapists sucking, necessarily. It's just that, like, the values of our society suck. I don't think it's an issue of therapists even being bad that they're teaching this. It's just that they're embracing the harmful ideologies that are central to the American culture. These issues are systemic, but not because individuals are bad and knowingly spreading a bad ideology. Just that the culture fucking sucks. It's an issue of culture. And what do you do at that point, And girls dressed to crack skulls storm the Capitol and render its capital no. Sorry for the heavy subject, folks. I worry that a few folks were turned off by that conversation, but it's also a subject that I'm extremely passionate about, Paint your shirts, say we're sorry, and call our dads. Probably a name for it, but I don't care about emotions. Fair. You might just be lacking in empathy? It might just be a lack of empathy, honestly. Which, I mean, that's fair. There's something inherently bad about that. Some people cannot experience empathy just due to mental stuff, but like, people who have antisocial personality disorder cannot experience empathy, and that's not a reason to hate them. It makes it difficult to function in society at times, but I think if you're gonna work in any medical position, you have a responsibility to stay on top of the latest science in your field. It's systemic, but also if therapists using outdated info. I mean, when I talk about things like the issues with CBT and those things, that's not them working on outdated information. Is part of the thing. Like, specifically when it comes to talking about things like, the issues with CBT, that's not an issue of outdated information. That's an issue of this is the normative practice. this is what is seen as the best. And there is no challenge of that fact within the field. Um, and if I can speak to one personal frustration, something specific towards like having schizoaffective disorder, I hate the way that like schizoaffective disorder is treated. And the biggest issue is the fact that like there are no specialized treatments for it. People want to give us antipsychotics, which again cause movement disorders and cause depression, and then treat us like any other patient. There are no, specific treatments intended for people like me. It's just like, oh, we're gonna give you this medication that's gonna turn you into a zombie, and we're gonna hope that it fixes you. And then we're gonna act like you're any other patient instead of giving you any kind of specialized approach. It pisses me the fuck off. But that might be enough on that at this point. What do you call an egg out of hell? What do you call an egg out of hell? What do you call an egg out of hell? What is an egg out of hell called? There we go. Zombified AEs still able to bite their psychiatrist if they prescribe them the zombie pills. That is the thing. Like the whole stereotype of like antipsychotics and similar medications makes someone like a walking fucking zombie. It's true. It's because they cause depression. They're suppressing dopamine activity throughout the entire brain. You know what dopamine activity is responsible for? Bye bye. I've enjoyed the talks. You take care, Josie. Bark bark bite bite. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Hello, Citrus. Sorry for being late to check back into reality. No worries. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. Hope you're doing well, Citrus. A deviled egg. It is just straight up like the meds cause depression. I was midway through a thought and then I forgot what it was. Oh, right. 'Cause you know what dopamine's responsible for? You know what dopamine's responsible for? It is responsible for, first of all, like, regulating reward and perception of rewards, but also for movement. It is also necessary for controlling movement. It's very fun. It's very, very fun. Anyway, I saw this band recently and they were very good. Hello, butt-faced man dude guy. How are you doing? What's your question? So, dopamine sounds pretty dope? I'd say it's pretty dope. But yeah, feel free to ask your question. I do apologize again for like all of the heavy rambles because I'm like this. I'm just like this. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. I appreciate it. Wow. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. We're gonna marry each other. Good. Apparently made a cherry cake. My door is a bloody cross. And I failed at painting. Oh. Best be real with the rambles you're a selling point. I appreciate. Are you or are you not drinking enough water? Never. I'm never drinking enough water. The dopamine just for happiness like serotonin. Most fucking neurotransmitters have multiple purposes. If I recall correctly, dopamine is just an excitatory neurotransmitter, which just means that when it goes off, it causes whatever neuron it's interfacing with to activate. This can mean that, it is, how do I say, actively like, this does include, it's most commonly used in the reward center, but it can also be related to other types of activity as well. The brain is a very, very complicated beast. Hey, you fucking raisin, shut the fuck up. I do love rambling. I do love rambling for hours about things no one else cares about. Hate my brain so much. Did you like do all that and forget about its interests? You know, I can probably grab in a second a list of like different things that dopamine is responsible for if y'all would be interested in listening to me talk about that. I do love talking about the brain. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. Neuroscience. I mean, I'm not good at talking about it and I have a bit of insecurity around it, but neuroscience is actually a big passion of mine for those who weren't aware. I'm extremely, extremely passionate about neuroscience and related subjects. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Can I get like, yeah. Can I find like a full list of the different things that it does? That's like its metabolism. It's its relationship with norepinephrine, oxidative stress. Hey, BDNF measure. Why did I say BDNF measure? BDF mention. BDNF mention. We love BDNF mention. Brain-derived neurotrophic factor is a gene that I really love. Brain-derived neurotrophic factor is actually fascinating. Okay, this is just like a bunch of different drugs. I don't think Healthline's gonna give me the issues that the information that I want. Like, I need a good thing that's communicable to normal people, but still interesting and detailed enough that it'll actually be useful here. I don't know if News Medical is good. This is another NIH thing. Remember something like cracking the eggs or mixing, picking purple, everything else in the last 6 hours is very foggy? That's fascinating. Can you please hold a poll? Because I want to vote yes. I mean, we don't need a poll. I'm doing it anyway. Got Fire Alpaca and Firefox this morning because insomnia went better this time than last time. I'm glad. I'm glad. Also tend to notice A endorses apps with fire in the name. That's not intentional. It just worked out that way. Let's see. Teach me about dopamine, NIH. I want to know like everywhere in the brain that dopamine is active. Hey Harvard, can you help me? You know what? Wikipedia might be my best bet here. Wikipedia might be a very, very useful thing here. Okay. Hello, Riolu. Hey, is the day after Valentine's Aromantics Day or Breakup Day? I feel like we Aromantics need a win. Welcome back, Prince Aaron. Hi. I hope your conversation went really well. That's lovely. And hello, your old friend. Welcome on in. Hi, I'm about to talk about all of the functions that dopamine has in the brain because I'm on, at this point, an hour-long ramble about neuroscience. Oh god, it's been an hour and a half since I started talking about this. Shouldn't have stressed so much about my resume and job applications. I mean, hey, Citrus. It's probably not good that you don't remember all of that, but fair. But yeah, lovely to see you, Petrolly Rolling. Pleasure to meet you. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but welcome to the archive. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I'm not normal. We're going to talk a bit about dopamine. So dopamine has a lot of functions in the brain. Again, the reason this came up is because I have schizoaffective disorder, and schizoaffective disorder, the primary treatment is through dopamine or medications that disrupt and suppress the activity of dopamine. They're called dopamine antagonists. They'll block neurons from firing when they interact with dopamine, which is, it causes depression and a lot of other things, but so dopamine binds to cell surface receptors, various dopamine receptors. There's a few different types of them. D2 is the one that is relevant when talking about schizophrenia. Typically they block activity on D2. So anything that gets so D1 and D5, anything that interacts with D1 or D5 will increase intracellular levels of CAMP. CAMP being this big name you see here, a second messenger cellular signal occurring within cells. It's a very, very important regulatory neurotransmitter. It's also a derivative of ATP, that being the main thing that powers your cells. CAMP does way too much. It does way too much. It activates a lot of shit. Regulates the function of ion channels, a lot of things. It's one that we do talk a lot about in like neurodevelopment, but not so much in neuroscience itself. It doesn't really have a whole lot of behavioral impacts. It's just very much in like neural development and cellular functions. But this one activates well, it's a secondary messenger, but whatever. This activates adenylate cyclase. So this is I'm messing up my information already. This one activates adenylate cyclase. It's an enzyme also known as ATP. So it activates ATP activity. Anything that requires power within the brain is regulated by ATP. ATP is the supplier of that power. Key regulatory thing is in all cells. Whereas anything with a D2 decreases levels of CAMP and inhibits ATP activity. D2 again is what tends to be impacted by like medications that target schizophrenia, and if your D2 antagonists is what they're called. But typically we'll just say dopamine antagonist, because D2 is the most common thing that we are interested in when we're talking about dopamine. So in the central nervous system, does a lot of things. Dopaminergic, let's see. Yeah, executive function, motor control, motivation, arousal, reinforcement, and reward. Typically, people know about things like its function in reward, but it is also very necessary for things like motor control. It'll regulate the ability. It will impact your control over your own ability to move and whatnot. Wow, brain, can you fucking speak? Your motivation, your executive function, your ability to like plan tasks and do them actively. I'm insane. Neuro anything. Talked about you to him too. I see. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you properly then. It really does a lot of things. It also influences a lot of lower level functions, lactation, sexual gratification, nausea. So yes, it's anything involved with like being happy and feeling rewarded, but also motor controls. It is also very influential in the digestive system. The reason why sometimes you'll hear the digestive system referred to as a second brain is because there's a lot of activity, especially of dopamine, in the gastrointestinal system. It is just a very common excitatory fucking transmitter a lot of the time. Basal ganglia. What does it do here, actually? I don't know what it does in the basal ganglia. Central role in action selection. Yeah, that's just the ability to make decisions. That's decision making. High levels of dopamine leads to high motor activity and impulsive behavior. Regulator of your fucking decision making, essentially. Reward, we know. Pleasure, we know. Outside the central nervous system, it interacts with the immune system. Acts upon receptors present on immune cells. Can affect immune cells in the spleen, bone marrow, circulatory system. Dopamine can be synthesized and released by immune cells themselves. Dopamine will reduce the activation level of lymphocytes. We don't really know why it does this or what its function is, but it's something that happens. In the kidneys, I don't actually know what happens in the kidneys. Located in the nephron in the kid. I don't know what the fuck that means. Hence, defects in renal dopamine function can lead to a reduced sodium excretion and consequently result in development of high blood pressure. Okay, so somehow it influences blood pressure. Got it. Cool. Did not know that one. Pancreas. It does a lot. Dopamine does a lot. Dopamine is a very complicated thing. The human body is so messed up. It very much is. Has this very fun thing called myangelic encephalomyitis, which basically fucks up the same shit with my body. If you don't mind, I'm gonna look this up. I'm very curious. Hi, and we're talking about dopamine and all of its effects. You might have fallen asleep at my desk. Congratulations. Hello. Good morning, Deadfire. Lovely to see you. Wait, we have a second brain? Yeah, sometimes referred to as the second brain. It's a whole thing. All right, I want to look this up. The human body is fucked up as someone with a lot of things wrong with my body. Because I'm trying to figure out the etymology there. And the only part I'm getting it is phalo. That's the only part of it that I'm recognizing. So known as chronic fatigue syndrome. Right. Chronic fatigue. Okay. Hello. Can I find hi NHS. Hello NHS. I trust you NHS from the UK. You're a good resource usually. Could use something like that real. Apple Singles Awareness Day. Hi, I'm aromantic. How are you, Soon Diary? Lovely to see you. But yeah, everything in the brain, everything in the body has multiple functions. We most commonly associate dopamine for being a reward chemical, but it does decision making. It regulates a lot of stomach activities. It's so much. Okay. Yeah. So this is fucking fatigue. It's a whole thing. I'm curious about the mechanism of action here. Do we have anything on the mechanism of action? Causes, let me see. Between 60% and 80% of cases start after an infection, usually a viral infection. Other factors may include problems with the nervous and immune system, as well as energy metabolism, biological disease. This would make a lot of sense, actually, given the fact that dopamine influences ATP activity through a secondary thing. Interesting. I will say, take anything I say here with a grain of salt, because I'm very out of date on all of my neuroscience shit. This is stuff that I learned a long time ago, and I don't really remember all of it. All of this just means that it fucking, CAMP is a cellular messenger, which does things within cells, and it just activates ATP. So this has nothing to do with this has to do with neuron firing. Basically, that's all that it is. It's neuron firing, whether or not the neurons fire, on a more basic level. But I'm curious about the mechanism here. Viral infections, based on the observation that the ME/CFS sometimes occurs in outbreaks and is possibly connected with autoimmune disease. Viral persistence or via hit and run mechanic in which infections dysregulate the immune system and cause autoimmunity. Huh. Including nervous and immune systems, as well as disturbances in energy metabolism. Autoimmunic. This is fascinating, actually. This is fascinating. Okay. Neuroinflammation is present underlying mechanism, could explain a large set of symptoms. Neuroinflammation in the cortical and limbic regions, higher brain lactate and chlorine levels. Neuroinflammation being, inflamed nervous tissue. But what does that, mean? Sorry, I'm on a Wikipedia dive now. What does this mean? Typically, immunology privileged site, specialized structure, peripheral immune maze, suppressive perpetuating immune response. Yeah, okay. It's an infinite immune response. The immune response never stops. So what I would guess is happening is whatever different behavior happens while your immune system is active just never stops. You're just constantly experiencing an immune response that doesn't end. At least on a neurological end, and that's fascinating. Because a lot of those symptoms do resemble things that would occur when you're experiencing sickness as well. It's your brain is constantly ill. That's fascinating. Sorry, I needed to. A lot of people with long COVID have it. Had mine since I was a teenager. What's long COVID? So long COVID is the long-term effects of suffering from COVID-19. Mine is long COVID caused. Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people that they end up with that. I got phrases. Especially my body's always freaking the hell out for no reason. My lymph nodes are always swollen, always feel ill. Yeah, okay, yeah. That tracks. That tracks with like the biological explanation. Sorry that I'm sitting here like staring at you like you're a case study. I just love neuroscience. I don't talk about it on stream that much because I have a tendency to embarrass myself by being very outdated in my information and whatnot, but it is a subject that's very important to me. So here we are. Honestly, don't know what you're saying and it sounds goofy, but I agree and I'm interested. Cool, thumbs up. For those who are unaware, neuroscience is like a big passion of mine. Very big passion of mine. I care very deeply for it. Literally, I think like a week ago, I went on a whole hour-long tangent on stream because I found out that they finally solved. So I was talking about the eyeless gene, also known as PAX6, and its role in like regulating eye development. And then someone dropped the fact on me that they finally managed to map the entirety of the fruit fly brain, and I freaked the fuck out. I freaked the fuck out when I found out that. Because I know people who've been working on that project. I'm very this stuff means so much to me. I wonder if that VOD's still up and if I can like end up clipping that later because that shit was so exciting actually. Shit was badass. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Bark bark bite bite. If you guys ever want me to rant on a biology thing, feel free. But you got us excited. Yeah, I got so excited about the flies. He becomes first Enfield neuroscientist. It's bad to say that I almost did. It's bad to say that's a thing that I almost did. Special interest, let's go. Real. Hello, Izzy. I am the Fops. This is Fops. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Also, folks, there will be a ad hitting just a minute. I need to check if I'm too late to clip that. I don't know what VOD that happened in, but I honestly really want to clip that whole conversation. That would have been a really good highlight, actually. The neuroscience AE describes the PAX6 gene whole ramble, because my beloved. Yeah, okay, it's still within range. I can do that later. Fopsta, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to murder you, Izzy. Nah. Hope you're doing well. Bites you. That was me glad I could make an impact. Thank you, Connie, because I completely missed that news. All right, folks, there will be an ad hitting in a moment. I do apologize, but I will still be here. Don't you worry. Feel free to take the opportunity to stand up, stretch, do whatever you gotta do. Hello, Femby, how are you? Bark, bark. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Rivals, do. Hope you're doing well, Femby. All right, let me close like the 10 dozen tabs I opened up during that. Sorry. That's enough goddamn tabs for a lifetime. All good, I got a dip and I will return for future streams. I hope to see you in the future. You take care of yourself. I'm amazing. How are you? I'm doing well, Femby. Appreciate the info dump as I came in need of a distraction. I'm always happy to info dump. Y'all know this. Y'all know I love my info dumping. Y'all know I love to info dump. Bible. You get me on something related to like neuroscience or biology or queer theory or like death anthropology and you will have me rambling for hours. If you get me on anything that's like one of my specialties, I will yap your ear off and you will enjoy it. You will fucking enjoy it, chat. You will learn to like it. Why am I like this? Can this thing work? Okay. Sorry, I'm doing something in the background real quick. I want to make sure that I'm queued up to highlight that later because honestly, very fun little moment. Controlling your life? All right, we're good. We're solid. So far, not a lie. Hanging there for the ads, folks. Staying positive about it. My lawyer telling me there's still a chance to win. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Hanging out with another streamer and they have a song request redeem. And since I was one of the only people there, I was the only one queuing a song. So finally got to the point where they told me that they think that's too much Vocaloid. I think it's the first time anyone told me that. I mean, nothing wrong with being passionate about a genre. I listen to so much folk punk. I'm sorry they said that to you because it's a little bit of an asshole move, but you know, that's how it goes. People have different tastes. Not everyone's gonna jive with whatever you're playing, and that's alright. Alright, there we go. I will say, this is like one of the things that I disagree with. That song is like one of the points where I disagree with a lot of mainstream anarchism, but that's besides the point. It's there because it's a bop. Alright. Not wrong, that was queuing exclusively Vocaloid songs and nothing else. RIP. M just ended stream not too long ago. Had the choice of keeping with my morning streamer or switching to my afternoon streamers that came online. Two of my streamers actually started into the same time she was streaming. It's so fair. God. She streamed along, honestly, and she didn't raid me. Nah. She didn't raid me. Nah, I'm not gonna be mean. Gonna go to sleep now. Have a good stream. See you soon, PDA foot. Yeah, I hope M had a good stream. I hope it was good. I wanted to pop back in when I was able to, but I could only, like, earlier today pop in for a moment, and then I was, like, busy trying to get work done, so. Alas. Not this time? Okay, PDA, but you take care. It's always lovely to see you, okay? Hope to see you again soon. In the near future. Not tonight, but in the near future. I found when I left my house. Okay, is there anything else I need to do for this? I do want to, like, clean up these a little bit, but... Wonder how your hands would feel. You were having chamomile. But yeah, lovely to see you, Connie. Lovely to see you. Probably should work on stuff or a recorder, but I got yummy ice cream. Enjoy your ice cream. You're allowed to enjoy your ice cream. You can do stuff later. I am the one who's on the grind right now. Y'all shouldn't torment yourselves with your grinds. I do have so much shit I need to do. Getting distracted for that long is very fun, but oh boy, I have so much I need to do. But I love rambling. I love yapping. I love rambling and yapping. It's my passion, chat. My passion is yapping. I will say, like, it's my favorite thing about streaming, that I just get to kind of sit here and talk about things that I care about. And I feel like it's the big appeal of my stream and all that, but, you know, it's a feature, as everyone says. Please keep yapping. Good, I will. The one thing is, like, this is why I never finish games and never, like, make progress on commissions and shit, but also it's literally my entire brand. Like, come on, let me have this one thing. Okay, there's one last thing I need to add here, and that's the eye highlight. Followed him out bad, pinned him in between the ball and a stolen Cadillac. Keep on inching that glower closer, felt his rib cage crack. Alright, now I need the keyboard. Yeah, but I've used my voice so much today that it's worn out. Take care of yourself, then don't record. Then don't record. I've learned so much to keep yapping. Good. I'm glad that you all appreciate my rambling. To my senses, I attract them both to death. I'm gonna grab, like, the lighter gray that I've used for, like... That's not what I wanted. Use, like, this gray, and maybe do the keyboard like that. And I'm gonna add the grid. Okay. And then what we're gonna do, transform perspective. We're just gonna make that a little bit more keyboard shaped, you know? I'm accustomed to the kill, and I'm not proud about it, but I kinda like the thrill. The terror in the eyes that they've written for their lives. Okay. Oh, I need to actually turn off the grid, right? Whoops. Alright, that's good enough. It doesn't need to have a whole lot of detail, it just has to be the keyboard, you know? I'm gonna make it a little bit darker, but not too much darker. What number 8 and number 9? Maybe it's a saturation thing. Maybe I need to turn down the saturation. Alright, there we go. That's good. That works. Perhaps you just chill tonight. You're allowed to chill. You're allowed to chill. This is what the yucky cover of Rugrats Becrusher V Villain. But in due time she'll learn of more. Plotting here. I'd love to follow more passionate streamers who I can learn from. I mean, the thing is, like, everyone's got their areas of specialization, and I feel like too many people as streamers, they're focused on either trying to, like, lean into, like, the anime-ish VTuber vibe, or they're just too focused on the game, you know? I'm able to do this because I have, first of all, I just have a lot of things that I'm very passionate about, things that I'm very knowledgeable about and have a lot of experience with. But everyone has those things. At least most people have those things. And because I will very much disregard the game or whatnot to talk about these things. Because I find them more interesting and more important to my content than whatever game I'm playing. It's a different of ideology. You need to find the other streamers who want to yap. If you don't already follow Celerity Dust is another person who's very much a yapper. Talks more on, like, I don't know, literary theory and, like, media and sociology. Though I talk a lot of sociology as well. But they're another person who very much embodies that energy. I'm not really sure who else. You already follow Rorston, I know. Rorston kind of talks. He started talking more on, like, his anthropology shit recently, so that's cool. Necromantic Chef talks a lot about cooking. If you want cooking advice, that's a good place to go. And it fade away. I don't dream, but if I did, I'd be a yapper. Good. Yapping is good. Worse than rocks. I don't have time to stop by his streams very often recently, and, like, when I am home, I have to, like, pick who I'm going to pay attention to that given day. Whose stream am I actually gonna sit in for the next hour, etc. And I feel bad about it, but I don't have the time to be super active in folks' communities right now. Oh, I forgot the little thing. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to explain what this thing on Bug's cheek is, but I will say that it is important. This thing on Bug's cheek does matter. It is important. You're not gonna learn what it is anytime soon, but I'm kind of waiting for people to speculate about what's going on with Bug, but we'll get there. I don't want to talk too much about everything going on with her life without her permission, and it's taken a lot for her to be willing to allow me to even talk about her on stream. So, it's not a tattoo, no. I do love Bug. Bug is very good. Catching AE and non-AE streams is a treat. Yeah, it means that I get to yap about other stuff. I was on Arrow streams earlier, and that was fun. Every single day, your body turns against you, and we fade away. Is that correct? Okay. There's a tornado warning here? Oh no. Hang in there. There's like the face paint tattoos. Maybe, who knows? She is cute and she's very wonderful. She's a great person. I owe her a lot. Like, the archive would not be what it is without her. I feel like I don't do her justice in my drawings of her, and I also need to be more sketchy. Like, I'm so obsessed with being, like, quote-unquote on model with these that I'm failing to be on model. That they're, like, lacking the energy that they need, but... Tornado warning? Tornado watch. Okay, that's slightly better. That's slightly better. Yeah, I need to make that eyebrow more angry. That eyebrow needs to be angrier. There we go. Crack theory on the mark, but it might actually be true. I'm curious what your crack theory is. I would love to hear your crack theory. Please share your crack theory. Is there a difference between a hurricane and a tornado? Yes, there is a difference. I want to fact check myself before I explain, but hurricane versus tornado. Okay. Yeah, so hurricanes form underwater and okay. So hurricanes form over water. They are much larger. Their wind speeds are typically less than 180 miles per hour. They last a lot longer. And there's a lot less of them that happen. Tornadoes form over land. They are much smaller, only like, a few feet up to a couple miles across. Their wind speeds can get up to 300 miles per hour. They last a couple minutes to a couple hours. And there are a lot of them that occur. So tornadoes, they're a lot smaller, but they're a lot faster and more dangerous. So they're not gonna impact entire populations the way a hurricane can, but they're generally a lot more destructive. We get both here. We get both here. It's a clone of Bug is for the design philosophy of Pokemon. 1998 Pokemon, the first movie. I mean, you're not correct. You are in fact wrong. But you might be less wrong than you think. Like, okay. You're wrong, but you're a little bit onto something enough that I find it funny. There's no clones involved. There's no cloning involved. But you can keep an eye on a tornado from your porch, yeah. Bug is a Pokemon trainer. She does actually look like a Pokemon trainer. She's a gamer. That's why she looks like she does. She's a gamer. Glad to hear it. She did. Like, okay. I'll say, like, she came to us from the West Coast. And if you know anything about my world, you might be aware that the fucking West Coast is where... That's your, ANCAP, fucking budding biotech industry, unregulated capitalism hellscape is. I hate using shampoo to wash my hair sometimes, except when I grow my hair, because it removes my natural hair oil. It's the thing for them to stick to or keep them together, just really fluffy and loose. I'm sorry, Kid Soro. I'm sorry. Hope you're okay. Bug does have Pokemon trainer energy, though. This is true. Okay. I'm not gonna bother detailing the keyboard anymore because I don't hate myself. But anyway. Okay. No, like, Bug would have, like, a Porygon and, like, a bunch of electric types. That's my take on, like, what type of Pokemon trainer she would be. To wear the crown. I don't know if I want to export these individually or together, but for now I'm gonna export them together, I think. I could export everything with Bug and then myself separately. I shred all the work I've done. Yeah, honestly, well, no, I'll export it as one frame for now. If the person I'm having doing my editing, if the person who's doing my editing, like, wants them to be separate, I can separate them. I don't know how much longer I'll last since we saw that storm. And though it was so close to the... We need kinds of trainers for the, people at the archive. For the Ashen? You mean my Ashen? Go into bed, take care, non-binary slug, have a lovely rest of your evening. Porygon representation, even though it's not an electric type. Like, Porygon and a bunch of electric types, you know? But yeah, a conditioner's supposed to replace the oils from, like, hair, I guess. It's a whole thing. The labels on the containers, Kid Zoro. But okay. So I feel like Bug, she'd be, like, primarily an electric type, trainer, but, like, she'd have a lot of electric types, but she'd have a Porygon 100%. She would absolutely have a Porygon. Grubbin is an interesting take. Grubbin's an interesting take. My husband's old bow entered through 12 axes cleanly. Fennel, I feel like would have a few grass types. I feel like she'd have no, she'd have a lot of like ground types. I think it'd be a lot of ground on her team, which actually is kind of fitting for her. Imagine going to an electro type gym leader. Their name is Bug. Who's the oldest slash youngest? Okay, so Fennel is the oldest. Fennel is like 26. Yeah, Fennel's like what, fucking 26. I think she's turning 27 soon. Um Quintus over here, he's 16. His birthday's actually soon. He's gonna be 17 soon, but he's 16. So you have like a fucking about 10-year age gap going on here. Between the oldest and youngest, at least of the people that you all have been introduced to and are aware of. Bug is 19. Bug is 19. She actually just turned 19 like a week and a half ago, and then I'm 23. There you go. There's your ages. Baby, tiny baby child. Yeah, Quintus, he's a little guy. That's my little brother. That's my little guy. Bitch boy. Tell her happy birthday. I will. I'll make sure she gets to hear that. Happy late birthday to Bug Real. Alright. Is there anything else I want to do with this frame? I did already export it, but I didn't want any painting over shit. And I feel like I should have done some paint over shit. But also, I've spent enough time on this one. I can do a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. For consistency's sake. I'm not going to be super intentional about like where I'm putting it, but like... Nothing can live. Oh, young trainer. Your next battle's with electricity in their aggress, or electoni in their aggressive trainer. Someone make like a fucking ROM hack where that's the case, please. That'd be so funny. Just one where like the gyms are never the type you think they're gonna be. Maybe like the whole gimmick is trying to figure out the type of each of the gym leaders, or maybe some fucking like they were forced to switch types for the day or some shit. I don't know. They could be cute. Thin can live. All right. Any other highlight type stuff I want to add? Okay. It's good enough. Okay. Save duplicate.png, and then we'll shove this in the appropriate folder. We're gonna replace that one. I think my like something's missing. Usually grab a random texture and put it over everything at like 3% opacity. I do the same thing, but like a overlay or multiply filter. And I kind of want to do that to the entire animatic, but I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to restrain myself for now. And I need to remind myself about what voice line this is right now. Okay. How do I display the difference here? The easiest way to kind of like vary things here is just to, okay, I do need like 3 hand poses for this actually. I do need 3 different hand poses for these. So we need an alternative hand position. Actually reminds me of a project I have going on. Oh. Fennel would own the weed book of 100%. Would she? I mean, she is a girl kisser, but I don't know about that. But no, Bug's an interesting case. The name's Bug because they're Bugs Bunny. How, okay, has anyone actually figured out, like, why she named herself Bug? Or have people genuinely, like, not figured it out? Because it's not, like, some puzzle. I swear, guys, it's not some, like, obscure puzzle. Like, do people not actually realize why she named herself Bug? Yeah! Yeah! Because computers! Okay. I was genuinely like, do you guys not get the bit? I was genuinely concerned people weren't getting the bit. I was genuinely worried, like, guys, it has nothing to do with bugs. I mean, she probably would think bugs are cool as fuck, but like... She didn't name herself Bug because she likes spiders. She is quite literally like she is the trans femme fucking computer science stereotype. I'm sorry, guys. She's the trans femme hacker stereotype. I'm sorry. The bit was obvious, don't worry. Okay, good. 4% of the way to 100k. Thank you for scuffing me, Turtle Soup. I've been scuffed. Getting older. 4% of the way to 100k. That's terrifying. Thank you for the hydrate. She does seem like a bug lover. She would love bugs. She would probably, but I know so many of those. Yeah, no, she is the trans femme programmer stereotype, if we're being real. Does she dress like she's on her bug hunt? I need to have like multiple hands looking like they're typing. Okay, what I can do here actually is just like knuckles. It's not this. And I can kind of build a hand out like that. Got you dreaming of your face, and I can't sleep much longer without you here. Waking up and tossing, turning, telling myself this is learning how to be alone this year. And all the folks say I'm doing so well. As far as anyone can tell, I'm fine. Okay, I don't know if I'm pulling off this hand position here correctly, but we're gonna try with this. I miss you all the time. We're talking about Bugsy, right? I think she would program a robot pet for the Asha, but digitally take it apart and rebuild it multiple times. Oh, she is absolutely the, like, take something apart to rebuild type, and then but she's never gonna rebuild it, you know? Okay, well, she'll tear things apart to, like, figure out their mechanics, because she cares both for, like, material, like, computer engineering and science. Like, she's not entirely software side. She will tear things apart and be like, I'll put it back together later, and then never put it back together. She's absolutely that type. But yeah, Bug, she joined the Ashen actually about 3 years ago. Ignore the second gym. Hello, Redhead, hope you're doing well. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Film's would probably be Sprigatito and Bugs probably be Porygon. Not sure about you or Quintus. I mean, there's a couple of people trying to build me Pokemon teams right now. Legit making a model, a bus just so I never have to draw hands. Fair enough. I love drawing hands, actually. They're my favorite thing to draw. My chat knows. And I'm tired of being strong, and I'm tired of being treated like me who did you wrong. But yeah, for those who didn't get the bit, Bug is your stereotypical trans femme programmer. I'm sorry. She's just like that. I feel like she'd own at least one form of Rotom. Oh, Rotom's a good one. That would absolutely be very her-coded. Get away. that you could never say, it's fine. I wish I had the time to draw more so I could draw like Pokemon AU. That'd be fun. I love like doing Pokemon AU with like friends and shit. It's fun. We're talking about bugs here. We're talking about Bug. Bug is this girl right here. We're talking about Bug, my girl, one of my Ashen. All the time, all the time, all the time, time, time. Okay. Can't tell if Bugsy is a guy or a girl. I think the wiki says one thing, my brain is telling me another. Bugsy, like as a Pokemon trainer within the Pokemon universe, I do enjoy Bugsy as a gym leader. I think very, very fun and interesting design right there. But no, honestly, I do enjoy drawing hands. Yeah, Bug is transfem. Bug is transfem. That is, she is. Congratulations, you have learned. You make it look so easy. It's cause I love it. I could honestly, for the other version, just like end up um flipping this entire thing, which would actually be a really good idea. Because like we love cheating and taking shortcuts. Yeah, sorry, I'm talking about the individual who I'm currently drawing. This is Bug. She's one of my Ashen. But yeah, Bug is transfem. Do people with surprisingly similar names? Yes, yes. It happens though. It happens. No worries. Oh. I do think like Bug should have at least like one actual bug type Pokemon, but she's absolutely like a what's it called? She absolutely has like what's it called? She would have a lot of electrics. She would have a lot of electrics and then a Porygon. I guess congrats trans woman if you've just learned that Bug is trans femme. You're welcome, question mark. Oh, oh. Joltik? I could see Joltik being a pick. Yeah, Bug would probably have a Joltik. I feel like Joltik would actually work really well. Okay. I don't know if this is working out the way that I want it to, but I'm trying very hard. I just need like a few different frames of hands for this, and I'll probably need one frame with every hand for every frame that's like with this series of poses. Okay. Oh, I'm so good at hands. Oh, I'm so good at hands. Hello, Delilah, how are you doing? I'm gonna have a Joltik to explain the code when it doesn't work real. Hey, Joltik. Hey, Joltik. What the fuck's happening? Listen, I know that I implemented this function correctly. What's happening? I could swear, like, it's supposed to, pull this object and, oh, fuck. I don't know how coding works. Don't tell me. I don't know how coding works. I don't know how coding works well enough to like finish the bit. Are there Sounds about right for rubber duck debunking, especially the oh fuck. Okay, cool. I did a good job with the bit. I did a good job with the bit. But yeah, she is tech support, does everything technology related here at the archive. Because hell if I know how computers work. The entire reason I'm able to stream to your Earth and not to my own is her invention. All I asked for was a way to like fucking save and send files. That couldn't be tracked by our government to store shit and archive things. And then she was like, got ya, okay, cool, and then decided to just invent a way for us to, like, interact with the fucking internet of an entirely different universe. And I'm like, okay. It allows me to do this, though. It was not what I expected, nor what I asked, but you know what? I'm pretty happy with it. Why is this breaking? It's just crashing and I forgot to break in a switch statement. Joltek, stop gnawing on that power bank. I'm not electrotypes. I feel like she'd have an unevolved metapod, not for combat because she finds it funny. That's very hard-coded. But yeah, hi Delilah, how are you, Delilah? I bite you. A starts learning Python to be able to finish a silly bid for chat. Nah, coding is not my thing. You are there. I think these are very good takes for Bug's Pokemon. Honestly, I think these are very, very good Bug Pokemon takes. God. I'm excited for y'all to meet her. Unfortunately, because I could not finish this shit in a reasonable time frame, you won't be getting the art won't be a surprise. But I'm excited for y'all to meet her, to get a glimpse of her and her chaotic self, because she's quite the character, quite the figure. My palms are all sweaty, though try as you might. Fun fact about Joltik, it will drain any electric-type Pokemon's electricity, including any electronic devices. That's mildly terrifying. 1% encoding computer languages, it's just so much to study and remember in one brain. I can imagine. It's definitely not something that I could ever do. So people who are able to, honestly, all of my respect and admiration. You are far stronger than me. You are stronger than I tell myself so less, cause goddamn, the price is high. This grueling routine I've succumbed to has grown so fucking old, I just want out. Okay. This hand does not make any sense at all. This hand does not work. This is not how hands work. I fucked up this hand so bad. It seems like the point of existing is trying our best to forget. Oh my darling dopamine, does the reward outweigh the risk? I'm on the fence. Is a numbing normalcy on tap worth the weak, trembling, and sick? Okay. This hand is not happening. It's not going the way I wanted to. Porygon, I can't fix my if statement. Please help me fix it. Have you heard about Lestat the Vampire? Not sure. I don't know if I have. Okay, no, these two fingers need to be doing something different. Does the reward outweigh the risk? I'm on the fence. Is a numbing normality on tap worth weak, trembling, and sick? And every time. Oh, so much for you make drawing hands look easy. I don't think I'm making it look easy right now. Did you pull up a reference for these hands? No. No, you think I don't use references to draw hands. I'm just good at it. I'm gonna be completely real with you. I do not use references when I draw hands. I'm just good at it. Hello, Senpai. How are you doing, Bark Bark? Me on my way to cheat in a game by ordering my Porygon to turn on an auto clicker. She seems like the kind of person who would do that. She would absolutely cheat in video games. Okay. Say hello. Throwing your own advice back at you, then I swear to God. Okay, but like, you're a beginner and I'm not. Getting ready for bed, how about you? Doing well, doing well. Streams have honestly been like a little bit slow recently, but it happens. We're just out here vibing, chilling, trying to get some art done. Okay. On radio, we pivoted to video. Playing the skill card is showing me what? Some from Has Been Hotel, are you a big fan of the series? I watched it and I enjoyed it well enough, but I'm not sure if I would call myself like a big fan. I just thought it was good. Like I think Vivzy isn't a great person, and we should not financially support her. But being a bad exploitative person does not mean that the art that they create is bad. I'm a big proponent of the fact that like bad people can still make good art, and I think it's still a decent piece of media. Um, does that make sense? Does that make sense, MTO Blade? Like, I think that Vivzy, at this point, it's been proven is a pretty shit person. I think a lot of the older allegations were garbage, but the more recent ones, yeah, no. She's kind of a piece of shit. But it's still a good show. I don't think that necessarily, you know, the show's still fucking good. I hate when people go, oh, this creator turned out to be a bad person and their work was bad the whole time. Most of the complaints about Has Been Hotel are just like, oh, it's edgy, and I actually really disagree with the point that people try to make that its portrayal of sexual abuse is bad. I think it's actually really well done. I think the way that they portray sexual abuse via Angel is a very interesting and messingly realistic one. It's a very specific kind of abuse, and fucking I think that it was handled decently. But a lot of people are just like, they don't like that the show's edgy and they don't like the creators. They have to label it off as being inherently bad. When like, no, it's not the best show to ever happen, and it may have an annoying fan base, but so do a lot of things. How do you feel about Michael Kovac not being the voice of Angel? I feel like that's one example of how a lot of the people involved in the creation of the show were fucked over by Vivzy. I don't know if it was Vivzy who made the call to recast. Like, I don't know. It could very well have been the executives at Netflix. But I do think that, like, it, from what I've heard, falls in line with the things that I've heard about how Vivzy has fucked over a lot of the people on the production team. didn't pay them enough, was kind of bad about a lot of the things in production. I think it's really sad that the majority of the voice cast got fucked over like that. Thank you so much for the follow. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Return to the stream at an interesting time. Yeah, we were talking a little bit. One of the Has Been Hotel songs came on, and I was talking a little bit about like my feelings on it because I was asked about my feelings on the show and about like how I think bad people can make good art and it's still an interesting thing. And a lot of the critiques are not great. Even if she's a shitty person who we should not support financially. So a video about someone critiquing the essay element with Angel Dust because of the whiplash from Angel Dust experiencing the abuse and immediately going into a song number like nothing happened. It's a musical. That's how musicals work. It was a musical number about the abuse. What? It was a musical number explaining the abuse. Like what? Hello? I don't know. You can call me Stadish. How are you all in the chat? I don't know about everyone in chat, but I know I'm doing decent tonight. I'm doing decent. We're trying to get some work done on an animatic. I forgot to change the stream title. I forgot to... We know what? It's too late to change the stream title. Actually, no, I should change the stream title. I still have it on the Valentine's Day title, because I streamed on Valentine's and I was like, where are my aromantics at? God damn it. Would you think it's better, Has Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss? I have not kept up with Hell of a Boss more recently, so I don't know any of the more recent content. I know that I've always enjoyed... Like, I did not enjoy the earlier episodes that I have watched of Hell of a Boss as much as I enjoyed Has Been, but you know. Chat, I need a stream title. Give me a stream title. Wish people who made things were never bad. Actually, come to think of it, I wish people weren't bad. I mean, agreed. I wish people never did bad things and never ended up being bad, but unfortunately they do, and we can't write off entire works of art because their creators turned out to be pieces of shit. Sorry, I'm rambling. Yeah, hands indeed. Hands indeed. Hands? Topic says handsy is the topic. My god. Thank you for the hydrate. Can I lick your mandibles? We're not doing that. I'm gonna go to a tried and true classic of art time. I love doing hands so much. Did a lot of art with weird hand perspectives. I love hands. But hey, I've got the rumblies. Your art looks cool, thank you. We're currently working on an animatics. This is just one frame of a much larger project. This hand here feels a little bit too small, but like it's probably fine. I make way, I make way. Yeah, I feel like, Where would the thumb be in this situation? Okay, I've still got the thumb kind of going out this way when I kind of mimic the position. One thing I'll do instead of looking up reference for hands, by the way, is I will just like put my hand in that position and see what happens. No, I don't like that. We're gonna have the thumb kind of like bend over on the inside and pretend that nothing's happening and ignore it. Love hands but holding hands, I wish. Poor thing. Thank you for unscuffing me, Rampage. Fun fact, your phalanges are wet. I hate that. I've got the rumbles that only hands can satisfy. Are you gonna eat my hands? Is that what this is? You can just ask me out. Nah. Okay. But yeah, we're just working on an animatic and trying to have a good time while we be productive. Actually, I want to rotate this. I think... No. I don't want to rotate it. I just want to move it. Feeling strange vibes, waking up to daylight. Who could say why daydreaming? My grip around the present falls away. Asking where went yesterday. Okay. It's an old bit. I'm not a biter. I feel like Bug would be the stereotypical hacker in a kid's movie where they have the green matrix keys and the computer which somehow pulls up all the information I need. Probably. But hey, it's a vibe. I think Bug's cute, okay? Bug's, she's silly, she's cute, and I appreciate her a lot. Enough to try. Higher up than fine. Alright. She is very little sister coded in a lot of ways. No, she for me, honestly, my relationship with her is more like a cousin vibe, actually, now that I think about it. She has like weird, cousin vibes. At least my personal relationship with her. She's like the weird cousin that teaches you how to emulate things. Should we be able to see the thumb on the left hand at all? I'm trying to figure out where to put the hand. Left from my perspective or her perspective? Because you mean the hand that I'm currently working on? I'm trying to figure out what to do with the thumb on that. Because I don't know what to do with the thumb. Daydreaming. My grip around the present falls away. Has got me in type of time and days. And heartbreak, headaches, still fake for on spacebar? Because, like, this hand, the thumb is there. I'm just not sure what to do with the thumb for this one. I can do it like that. It's probably the best I've got. Probably the best I can manage. Yeah, I feel like that's the best I can manage for the thumb right there. It's definitely the other hand that's kind of the star of the show here. But it's fine. I'm a daydreamer. If you think of me. Would Bug be... Oh, absolutely pro-piracy. Listen, you don't know the kind of person she is. She would 100% be pro. Listen. I don't know if y'all will, or when you will guys get to hear more about, like, her and where she came from. But, like, she came from the West Coast. She escaped. She ran to us. She came and found us. That's how she ended up here. She has some bad history with, you know, companies that are completely unregulated. She would 100% be pro-piracy. She's like the weird cousin who teaches you how to emulate, you know? You didn't give a shit. If punk rock is a full-time job, the first to admit it's fuck the world or it's pay the rent. And let me, like, okay. What I'm gonna do actually to fix that, we're gonna go back in here, selection, nope. Selection erase. There we go, fix that. And select, nope. Reselect, select, invert selected area. Grab her skin tone. Our boldly built, bombed out holy sweatboxes. Porygon, pirate the new Porygon, pirate the new episode of Dadon. Dadadon. Me coming under blankets. Aw, that's adorable. We love that. Probably single-handedly took down the servers of a large corporation at least once. I don't think she did that back while she was over on the West Coast, but I mean... We've asked her to do some things here. We've asked her to use her skills for our use. I mean, that's what she had to fucking offer when she came here, you know? She was like, I will help you with anything tech-related. She offered her tech-related skills in return for just the ability to be safe here with us, because she wasn't safe there. After everything that happened, she was not safe. And drive around for shitty songs. And pour it, bombed out holy sweatboxes. About how we've given it a lot of thought. That punk rock is a full-time job. The first to admit it's fuck the world or it's pay the rent. That we should live like diamond trash. Nice to just chill into my work while watching your streams. I'm glad. Like, I'm happy these can be co-working spaces. These things are many things to me, but a co-working space is one of them, you know? They serve many a purpose, I think, but I'm happy for them for one of those purposes to be as a co-working space, a space for people to kind of come together and just work on their things. I do value my yapping. My yapping is definitely what I believe is my center, my prime characteristic where I am the strongest, my greatest strength. But I just enjoy getting to be here and to talk, and the fact that I have folks here who want to listen to me talk. It's nice. So happy that one of the little quiz sections actually remembered what the little letters looked like without looking it up. Congratulations! She would have a circuitry on her team because she doesn't have extended cables for work programs. I feel like, isn't that like a hard to get Pokemon though? I don't feel like, I don't know. I'm not the kind of person who tends to bitch the fuck. Recording Twitch on VHS might be fun. How so? Sorry, I'm so sorry for the car noises in the background. I don't know what's happening out there. But this is the second time this stream and I'm like, fucking stop. What are you doing? Okay. Multiply layers, just a little bit of shading here to clarify some features. Okay. What would Fennel, Quintus, and Bug's favorite SpongeBob characters be? I don't know. Toxtricity, stop she would out. Toxtricity is actually very her. I could definitely see her rocking a Toxtricity. Like, she's definitely not, you know, she didn't come here join us because she was a punk, but she's come to vibe pretty well with the ideology. She isn't, like, she is very leftist and anarchist at this point. But it wasn't kind of her initial nature, I guess, where she came from, the kinds of ideologies she grew up with, and it took a little bit for her to kind of get to that point. At this point, I would say she's there. But I feel like, despite the fact that she's definitely not the most punk in aesthetic, she's a punk as far as I'm concerned. She would rock a Toxtricity. She would rock a Toxtricity at this point. Okay, okay. Why are you so good to me? Wait, Toxtricity, don't post that to Reddit. Weird analogy. Does this make us the chat the therapist? You're getting to rant while we listen, occasionally throw money at you, kind of the opposite of normal therapy? I don't know. I don't think I like vent too often here the way you would to a therapist, do I? I don't think I do. Like, I feel like I don't know. Okay, actually, but did I use a different color to shade this? Because that shading looks different. Did I use a different color to shade this one? Because that color looks different. Oh my god, I accidentally used a different color for shading. Fuck me. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. Not too much, but still annoying. Alright. It's going to have to be whatever for now. We are just going to make some little edits with the hands here. Just like... Nope, not like that. Just grab this and get rid of some of the little knocks lines between them, because that's just how I kind of like draw fingers. It's a weird me thing. I like to keep a little bit of them evident sometimes when I'm doing more sketchy things, because I feel like that adds a little bit of character to the drawing, but I don't know. It kind of shows more the intention of the hands when I can only do sloppier hands like these. It makes it, like, evident that there was intention in how the hands are posed the way they are. Okay, okay. It just looks like a finger crease thing. Yeah, it kind of does. It kind of does. I just don't want them, I don't know. I feel the need to remove them even though it kind of looks worse when I remove them. But I don't want people to think there's like actually like lines on our fingers. No, just ranting which we enjoy, real. We're the personification of AE's pills. Nah, I'm just a bastard, and I'm happy to yap to you all. I don't know. To be honest, I've been in a little bit of a depressive swing as of recently, so knowing that I have y'all and getting to have you people here, like it's very meaningful to me, this community. So I guess in that element, you guys function as therapy, wherein like this is a deep passion of mine that I care very much for, and being able to do it enriches my life. But I'd say that's the only similarity that it holds to therapy. That this is something that enriches my life and gives me a space to be myself. Like talking about how I'm starting HRT through totally legal means. Like I can't talk about that kind of shit with most people. My doctor told me I should do past the tipping point. Third side of the coin, spin until I take it back. Don't be depressed. You're so sexy. Listen, depressive episodes happen to the best of us. Like, we all go through them. And again, like, schizoaffective. I'm schizoaffective. That's depression, or that's bipolar disorder plus schizophrenia. It's a weird little amalgamation, but... Jolta can't learn bite? I mean, she can have bug bite. She isn't really a biter. In any case, folks, there will be an ad hitting in about a minute. Not a whole lot I can do about it. Twitch just forced me to run ads, but don't worry, I'll still be here when the ad break ends. So don't go anywhere, okay? Why depressed when you can be impressed? Never once a full day through it. Not doing half the things my doctor told me I should... Oh wait, I need to hit the other button. Save duplicate, .png. Spin until I take it back. 'Cause I'm more sick of it. Actually, I want to make the previous frame 12 and then this frame 13. Give me a second, I'm gonna rename a file. Because I have a frame I want to put in between those. Rename? Hello, rename there. Because there's a 111 that I want to add. Alright. Would reducing the connecting segment of the middle finger of the palm left hand make it blend better in perspective, or am I just not understanding perspective? I'm just gonna leave it for now. Honestly, it's meant to be kind of sketchy and messy. I know they don't look sketchy and messy, it's because I'm insane. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. I need to allow my art to be sketchier. It's a problem that I have, but you know. Okay. Hang in there through the ad, everybody. Your eyes will be here soon. Dawn, she... Yeah, the sleeves are wonky and it's gonna look a little bit weird like that, but it's whatever. So we're just gonna pretend that it doesn't look weird with the sleeves. It's fine, it's fine. So we are 14 now. So any time that I export anything, any new pose based off this frame, I need to include all 3 versions of the hands. Yasumi, close your eyes, then we'll be there soon. Hoyasumi, hoyasumi. It more than just works. I'll just of time will be there soon. Let's see. I'm trying to think about like how maybe I need to go back and do that one frame that I skipped over. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna shove all of these in a folder. I'll come back to this setup later, but I want to work on one of the frames from earlier that I gave up on. So we have that frame. This is the sketch for that. We don't need that anymore. So goodbye. What's the sticker with the stars running on the laptop supposed to represent? So so that right there, the one that looks like fish bones, that is actually in Ashi, the Fey language in my world. It is written in Ogham, the Ogham alphabet, that being an alphabet often used in like a lot of early ancient Greek text. It translates to, does anyone remember what it translates to? Does anyone recall? Anyone remember the translation? Yeah. Do do do, Hoyasumi, Hoyasumi. Wasn't here for that lesson. Oh, so I have not honestly talked on Ashi in a while. Ashi, yeah, it was Kaza was the one responsible for it. Kushirako, yeah, Kushidruka. Sorry, it's Kusadruka is what it says. Which translates to bad dog in Ashi. Kunadruka. Sorry, I'm like fucking my brain. Kunadruka, bad dog. It is the Fey language in my world. Me and my crush talked over our feelings and wants to try dating me. Congratulations, Vox. That's exciting. But yeah, it's the Fey language in my world. It's a whole thing, a whole project that I'm trying to document, but it's a big work in progress and something that like I haven't touched in a while because I've been busy with other stuff. But alright, we're gonna move on from this and we're gonna go to like, there was another pose related to this one that I wanted to draw but just could not get right. That being a like walking variation of what we have going on here. So here I'm like leaning back up against a wall. Also, I need to do backgrounds for all this shit, which is terrifying. But I wanted to do like a version of this with walking. And then have, you know... I want to have like the sloped, intentional walk kind of posture going on here. Where you get to have like a leg here. I want it to look like a very intentional, energized walk. But I'm having trouble with the posing for it. I just haven't been able to figure it out. So I might actually try sketching over this and like reflecting it and seeing what happens. If I just kind of like reverse what's going on with the pose here. So we're gonna edit, transform, flip horizontal. And I need that to be like someone's back. How does iron affect Fae in your world? So there isn't, like, there is a aversion to it, but not like a physical harm with it, you know? Like, it's something that I am uncomfortable. It makes me feel weird and uncomfortable. I don't like being around it, but I'm not gonna, like, how do I say? It's not like it hurts me, you know? Which is worse in your experience? Simple, detailed, but detailed backgrounds, simple shapes, but a lot of them are complex organic figures. Few but complex shapes. I prefer drawing figures over backgrounds, even simple backgrounds. Backgrounds are hard. And I think I want this... No, do I want that to be lower? No, I feel like... How am I imagining this pose? Because I'm kind of imagining... Okay, yeah, I do need that one to be higher. Got it. But it's the kind of like person walking very energetically vibe. This leg definitely needs to be a bit more extreme. Is that why you hate puns so strongly? Because of the ironic humor? I'm gonna eat you. I don't hate puns, I just think, like, it's the fact that I accidentally stumble into them, and then it's like, haha, got you, and I'm like, I don't want to have to monitor everything I speak. I don't like the feeling or pressure that I have to monitor everything that I say. You know? See, Fennel would be a grass type trainer, so I feel like Fennel would lean a bit towards actually ground, more ground than grass. I corrected myself. Do you work with your chest forward or chest down? So in this case, to kind of just display the energy of the pose, it is leaning a bit forward. Is that typically how a person walks? Not really, but it's exaggerated, you know? What would Quintus be? What would Quintus be, actually? What would Quintus be? So Quintus, he's an energetic kid. He's like one of those kids that wants to be punk, but his parents would never let him. He doesn't live with the Ashen full time. I kind of just found him out, like, passed out in the streets one day and brought him home. He'd, like, run away from his family. And ultimately he did go back, but he stays at the Ashen whenever... He stays with us in the archive whenever things get rough, you know? Like a pre-sprint? Maybe. Potentially, depending on what a pre-sprint is. Maybe. But I want to have, like, the arm straight down. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to put the energy of a walk into this. The energy of a walk. Hello! Thank you, Bubba, for the raid! Welcome on in! Can I get a shout out for Bubba? Welcome, welcome. If you don't know me, hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Not Quit Retro Games, do art here on twitch.tv because problems we commit chaos, I will bite you. How was your stream? I hope you had a good one. Hope it treated you well. What are we up to tonight? Always lovely to see you, Bubba. You're wonderful and your art is incredible. Hello, Shark and Cheese. It has been too long. And hello, Carlos Guacamole as well. Hope everyone's doing amazing. Finished Bayonetta? Hey, how'd you like it? Was it good? Maybe I do actually want this shoulder to be back in this pose. Maybe I don't want the back exposed and I do want the shoulder to be back. Maybe it's something like that. And we still have this other shoulder a little bit behind. I'm trying to figure out how to do this pose, sorry. It was good, loved it all the way, now I must consume Bayonetta content. That is so valid. It's absolutely lovely to see you. Everyone go give Bubba some love. Sorry for waiting and running, but I'm a little tired. Make sure you take care. Thank you so much for sharing your community with us. It's lovely, lovely to have them and to have you. You take care. Do what you gotta do. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Mine, all mine. It's like, do you understand the pose that I'm trying to get to here? Is the pose that I'm trying to manifest here, do you guys see it? Do you see the vibe that I'm going for? Or am I fucking delusional? Is it power walking? Is that what we're doing here? Let me look up power walk. The tracks, and I'm back and I've seen hell, but this is a bit more my style. It's like that bent forward, kind of confident, energetic walk, but exaggerated. Everything in the pose is exaggerated. Because of course it is. It's like just peeled away from the wall, walking. Why? I'm just having trouble making it work. More of a lunge walk? Is it a lunge walk? Yeah, you have a good night. to remind me that I am it does have that kind of energy, doesn't it? What I will always be. Spoiled little kid who went to Catholics. Because the back does kind of write itself. But there's that big slope there. And then but. They are both holy and free. Which would be the kind of guy to find a random ass Pokemon in the backyard that's like level 65 and everybody else is like, what? Yeah, yeah. Creepy Walk? I don't think so. I don't think it's like Sims 4 Creepy Walk. Me love myself so that I might love you. Don't make me a liar, 'cause I swear to God, when I said it, I thought it was true. I could also just keep the arms crossed and that would make it easier, because I feel like the rest of the pose works, it's just the arm that's giving me trouble here. So if I keep the arm crossed over the front, I could make that happen. Sits at the top of the... And I actually don't have to show much arm there, so that makes it easier. Hey, I found this weird blue dog in the backyard. Quintus, that's a Lucario. What the fuck? And I'm trying my best when I'm howling and barking these songs. She asked me about these 12 punk kids in Tennessee. Help me burn the city, and we could finally be free. She's staring at me like I'm crazy. Lucario's like 4 feet tall. Yeah, but Lucario's a good boy. We like Lucario. He's a good boy. But I can't remember it, and that kinda makes me sick. Bring that 40 ounce and whatever you're smoking. I don't use the Lord's name in vain a lot. What games do you like or have explored? So, no worries about being new. I don't mind answering. So I typically on stream play a lot of early 2000s stuff. So you'll see me playing things from like the GameCube, the Wii, the DS. I consider like anything up from 1995 to 2015 is kind of within my range. I will occasionally step out of that range for the sake of like a modern game that really just vibes with me thematically or that chat wants me to play. But generally, you'll see me stick to games in that range. So like recently I've been playing Wind Waker. What else have I been playing aside of Wind Waker? Okami I've been playing. I recently just got through the first Ace Attorney game. Things of that nature. Silent Hill is like one of my favorite things I've played on stream. Our streams are a vibe? I'm glad you think so, Pigeon Pit. Not Pigeon Pit, I called you the name of my favorite band again. Thank you, Pigeon Facts. Sorry, my favorite band's named Pigeon Pit. But it's a lot of, Silent Hill's like probably my favorite thing I've played on stream. I do play quite a few horror games on occasions, if that's your vibe. Completely understandable. What else has been favorites around here? Resident Evil was pretty good. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is a long-standing series that's on hiatus right now, but that I'd like to bring back when I'm able. It's just that my schedule is a little bit messy right now, and it's a collaboration, which is always hard to organize those. Until I'm headed back to find again. Aww. What else do I do? Thank you, Queen of Rodents. I appreciate it. It's a little bit of like a weird experimental thing. I'm working on another animatic. I don't know if you remember my first round of animatics, Queen of Rodents, but we're working on another round, and oh boy, is it a big project. But yeah, we usually have art streams at least once a week, and the rest of the week it's like whatever games I currently have ongoing. Right now it's Wind Waker and Okami, and I don't have a third game right now. We're kind of going back and forth between horror, Minecraft with Stella Cosmister, and I have not had a chance, actually, a week where I've been able to pick like another fourth game yet. So we'll figure that out in due time. Yes. Yeah, there's ass. Shout, there's AE ass on screen. What genre do you enjoy the most or cater to? As far as what I enjoy the most, I feel like my favorite ones that I play are things like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I do enjoy my like turn-based strategy, but I also really enjoy games that have more open worlds and a lot of exploration. So Wind Waker, I'd see like out of genres, those are kind of my preferences. Turn-based, more strategy. I don't know what to call it. Whatever the fuck you call PMD, it's a fucking turn-based roguelike. It's a classic roguelike. Um, Classic roguelike, I guess. So I do enjoy my honestly I like roguelikes in general. I'm just bad at them. I do enjoy roguelikes a lot. But also very fond of because I did play Hades. Hades is a game I streamed. Uh Also really enjoy just like big open more open world exploration type stuff. So well they're not technically open worlds, things like Wind Waker and Okami. I feel like they honestly hit open world better than a lot of modern open worlds do. I have not played XCOM yet, but it's on my list, and I feel like it's going to be the kind of thing that I do enjoy. Um, like I really liked as well when I played Fire Emblem Sacred Stones. For a bit more background, actually, I don't think I said this part. So I did not grow up with access to video games. AE fact, if you weren't already aware, video games were not accessible to me when I was young. Um, I held a modern video game controller for the first time in 2021, about 4 years ago now. And growing up, I had a DS, but that's about it. Very minimal access to the internet or technology or games in general. I am learning how to play games as a young adult. So I'm going back and I'm playing through a lot of things that I missed out on when I was younger. That's kind of the whole gimmick. The games that people talk about as like being significant parts of their childhood, and things that I wish I could have played when I was younger, but never got to. Kind of like reliving a bit of childhood like that. The entire XCOM 2 series is on sale for $8 right now. Wait, is it? What's going on? Dreams are understood. Oh, it's XCOM 2 is already in my library. Wait, is it? Is it in my library? Yeah, apparently it's in my library already. I already have it. Kind of sitting back to a time you can access. Exactly. That's the gimmick. And a lot of folks, they really enjoy being able to get like some amount of nostalgia. Like there's a whole phrase, the closest you'll ever get to replaying your favorite video game is watching someone else play it for the first time. I want to enable that through my content. There's a lot more layers to everything that I do here, but as far as the gaming goes, I want to enable other people to experience that nostalgia through watching me, a dumbass, play their favorite game for the first time. There are going to be times where I get frustrated. I've rage quit on games a couple times. Because again, I'm not good at them. I don't have the skill set. And do not expect like high quality, high tier level gaming out of me, please. I beg you. But I'm trying my best. Solo to Robo was also a very fun one. Did pretty good with Hades. There was one time I did like breakdown on stream, and that was pretty bad, but I did eventually make it through Hades. And you know what? We call that a win. Can't think it's fight for. It's somebody. To quit crying. The rage is the fun part. I'm trying to learn to enjoy the rage. I'm gonna be honest, enjoying the rage does not come naturally to me, but I'm trying. I don't think it's right for spending money on things I think I need, hot vodka, beer, and speed. Okay. I know this looks like a mess and it's not gonna stop looking like a mess anytime soon, but we have our sketch. Sit and daydream. The little sunshine like weirdness, protest a pipeline. Lights in the city, bonfire singing. It's really sweet. Always wish to feel nostalgic for once felt of video games, and knowing you try and give that is so warming, to put it simply. I'm glad you think so. I'm doing my best out here, you know? I want this to be a good, chill place. I'm definitely not the kind of, despite calling myself chaotic, I am not the force of chaos that someone like Arrow is. Um, this is, people have like fucking, I guess, called me chaotic cozy, whatever the hell that means, but ultimately, like, I just want to have like a chill space, a very um calm, and not calm, but a very like supportive community. I love talking about, you know, politics and queer issues and different things that I'm passionate about. I want to have a space where I can do that. This is like a weird leftist orientated gaming space. In fact, I have talked vaguely, not on this stream, but in the past, talked more than vaguely in the past, but I think I was mentioning vaguely on Arrow streams, like some of my plans to make YouTube content, which my main plan is to do like leftist orientated analysis of retro video games. Or not quite retro video games, but of my, you know, the shit that I play on stream. Based? Fuck yeah. I want this to be a good chill community for those queer and leftist orientated folks, and for myself to just kind of exist and get to engage with the media that I never got to. Bonfire swinging. Examples of video essays, if you're curious, are things like Wizard 101 and the politics of dogs. Did you know that the dogs in Wizard 101 do a colonialism? And it fucking jumps into a conversation about like how dogs function as political symbols, and just the development of political symbols in general, and dogs in colonialism. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Also one about the horse girl video that Arrow was referencing earlier, which is about horse girls as a queer gender expression, talking about my experience as a transmasc person with horse girl games, and how horse girl, why so many horse girls end up being queer. There's a lot. Trying to decide if I should go with Paparo Studio, get Miku, Renlin for nostalgia, or should I get Vocaloid 6? I don't know. It's up to you. I can't tell you. Will the YouTube videos be coming out anytime soon? Probably not. Video editing is something that I struggle a lot with and don't have much experience or energy for. It has been, some of these videos I've been talking about for a long time. And things just keep coming up, other projects just keep taking higher, like much more priority, but hopefully it'll happen in the next couple months. Once I get through my 3-year, my schedule should open up a bit. Enough to stay away. Aww. What do you mean by, oh, my 3-year stream anniversary, as in I've been streaming for 3 years. On March 4th, I will be celebrating the 3-year anniversary of the day that I started streaming, so mark your calendars, folks. Mark your calendars. I'm currently preparing a ton of resources, advertisements, and whatnot for it. There's going to be a merch drop. I'm doing my first merch drop, and we're at a point where we're averaging like 40 to 50 viewers. I feel like it's time to have a little bit of merchandise. There's a lot of things going to be coming. Welcome again, Pyro. Lovely to see you. Turning 3 years old. I promise that I am not, in fact, 3 years old, chat. I promise that I'm, in fact, 23. But yeah, I've been doing this shit for 3 years, soon. Wonder if it's possible to play Fable 3. It could be played anarchist, like half the game is being a governmental ruler. Oh, if Fable 3 can be played as an anarchist. I've never played it before. They were telling me, yeah, of course. Fops years versus human years? No. I am 23 in human years. I assure you that I am in fact 23 in human years. A short goodbye in a parking lot. Whoa. No, I was born in 2001. I was born in 2001. September 2001. Fuck it, my birthday's public. I was born on September 21st. September 21st, 2001. There you go. Alright, alright. Good time, having a good time, having a good time. It's our favorite shit. I'm going to eat you. Yap alert. Uh, I mean, McDonald, I understand the dilemma. You've explained the dilemma enough times to me, but I can't tell you what choice to make. I can't tell you which fucking Vocaloid editor to pick. I know that certain ones only work with certain editors and whatnot. Ultimately, that's gonna have to be your call. Also, you don't have the money, honestly. Focus on getting the money first, buddy. Like, I think spending all of your time planning this without a plan of how to eventually get the resources, like, you gotta work on that. Mentioned your time frame was 2095 to 2015. Does this mean games that were created in that time or have been remastered in later years on the table? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm currently playing Okami HD on stream, so, like, you know, that's the HD remake from 2016 of a game from fucking, the GameCube. Like, absolutely. Totally on the table. How are you for AE? I'm doing all right. How are you, Furnator? I'm vibing. We're currently trying to get some work done on the animatic. Yeah, I'm from 2001, September 21st, 2001. Honestly, like, I need to start preparing things for the actual stream of my 3 year as well, because right now I'm just preparing, like, advertisements and miscellaneous shit that isn't actually going to be part of the stream. And I'm like, I should probably actually prepare like things that are gonna happen on the stream itself. But it's probably gonna be a situation like my stream, like my fucking debut was, where I do everything like the night before. My debut was so fucking fun. I literally finished that PowerPoint like an hour, not even an hour, like 10 minutes before I went live, and I'm like, okay, chat, time to debut my new model and do my first ever proper debut because I never actually debuted in the first place. Hey, this is this becoming a psychological need for me. Please work on this, McDonald. Please, I'm begging you. Interested in roguelikes? Have you heard or played Rogue Legacy 2? I have not, no. Mods, write this down. Redhead, are you here? Write this down. Sorry, my mods, so, okay, let me pull this up actually, fuck it. Let me pull this up. Am I getting distracted again? Yes. Is it worth it? Hopefully. So I'm gonna introduce the new folks to the stream game list. This is the list of games that I am streaming, want to stream, or one day, or have streamed. So every game that I have streamed, I'm currently streaming and want to one day stream. When's your third? March 4th. March 4th. You can see, this is everything that I'm currently streaming. You know, we got Minecraft on pretty regularly, Pokemon Conquest and Rumble I haven't touched in a while. I'm waiting for the next Rumble weekend. Does anyone know when the next Rumble weekend is? Because I don't fucking know. I see a Redhead. Hi, Redhead. I have Wind Waker and Okami, and this is for the Catboy who occasionally takes over my channel. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Here's all the games that I have at some point played, but have either like put away for now or for some other reason I'm just not streaming right now. Will I eventually pick them back up? Maybe. Here's a list of games that I've completed on stream. It's not much, but I'm proud of it. And here's my to play list. There you go. Let me make sure there's no other like Rogue Legacy. Yeah, that's the okay. Rogue Legacy was not already on there. Thank you, Redhead, for being hard at work. Love ya. There you go. I'm insane. Hydrated, chill, staying in my lane. You know what? This is real. I returned to my lurk now, though. Okay, enjoy your lurk. Sorry. I'm like, hello, mods. I required your services briefly. I do apologize. So you can see I probably have like, you know, years worth of content to go through. The things I stream are ultimately just going to be whatever I'm most excited about or what chat votes on. Um, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. It's probably like a couple years worth of streams, you know, probably more than that knowing me. I work through games extremely slowly because I am, again, a yapper. I do not shut the fuck up, which means it will take me like 3 times the amount that it should to finish a game. I think it took me like 70 or so hours to beat like the first Ace Attorney. Yeah, I'm not normal. I'm not normal. It's all part of my charm, though. These people come here because I yap. I think so. I think they come here because I yap. That's what they tell me. I'm not actually being insecure, I'm just being silly. Alright. Seems like folks have been really busy, though, recently. Like, God, things have been kind of quiet, on the channel recently, and I'm like, aw, where's everyone going? Yap with me. But nah. That's how it goes sometimes. Normal's overrated? Oh, of course. No, who would want to be normal? Listen, this is a loud, queer, anarchist, punk community. Which I do want to also say, like, you don't have to be any of those things to enjoy the space. So long as folks are respectful and not being, like, bigots in the community, we're good. But... how could we live without cops? It's the dishes after the revolution. I'll do my own dishes then. But the tiniest little bit of ass. Okay. What is normal? Fair question. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. Normal suppression? You know what? I kind of fuck with that. Like, yeah. The concept of normal is something that is used to put us down for being abnormal. This is real. Since you've listened to Adrovicat songs, do you animate, and you animate, have you seen— of course I've seen Sadist. Or Sadist, rather. Sorry, I'm bad at pronouncing things. My brain doesn't work correctly. Yes, no, absolutely. Like, fucking Technoblade was my inspiration to start, streaming, and the ways in which, a lot of Technoblade's narratives were brought to life, again, is one of my big inspirations to do this. Like, I don't think it's ever going to happen, but fandom like that is something I dream for. I dream for folks to take the things that I give them and be inspired to create to that kind of extent. I do not expect it. It'll probably not happen ever. But it is a dream of mine to have people be that inspired by the things that I do, the things that I create, that they are they want to create on that scale. I want the things that I make to exist outside of myself, beyond myself, to have meaning. And that's such a beautiful, beautiful example of such a thing. Yes, these frames are both of me. Yes, these frames are both of me. Okay. And again, most of my elder evidence in my chest, a burst of my ego, a lack of response. You wind up again. When did this become so normal? You can make it happen more ways than you realize. I'd like to think so. It's just like I do aspire for fandom. I don't want to get my hopes up with it, but I do aspire for fandom. I don't think I'm ever gonna have fucking thousands of people watching me, but I aspire for fandom and to see the inspiration I give to people played out, and to, I don't know, feel seen in a lot of ways. To have my creation fucking consumed. Like the thing that I say and I've said before, I'll know that I've made it to my goal, that I've reached that, the day that someone writes a fan fiction about me and another person makes an animatic based off of it. That is like how I will know that I have made it. Best friend. And it happens again. To my elder, at my chest, a kick to my ego, a lack of defense. He wants an army of war boys. Shut up. When did this become so... Guess it's time to work on my illustration skills? I'm gonna eat you. I need to stop saying that. When did I'm going to eat you become my go-to insult? Because normally it's biting people. Normally it's biting people, but suddenly, I guess biting has been so ineffective that my brain's like, it's threatening to eat them instead. I'm like, hello? Excuse me? Made everybody to be silly and write fanfiction. There's no pressure to. And like, I want it to become bigger than me, you know? Like, when a fandom becomes so self-sufficient is something also that I find absolutely incredible. Don't deserve me. You know what? Actually, I might go with the normal arm or hand thing. You don't deserve me. Like, just hands uncrossed, because it's not working. I miss my best friend. And I guess y'all did pretty well during my month-long hiatus and whatnot, but still. I do have a clip for you. Oh, I will nom you. I dare you to try. See what happens. I don't know how to do this without making the arm look super stiff. Because I know I've pulled off this... Have I pulled off this kind of arm before? This might work, actually. This might work. We might have this. Every stream has resorted to cannibalism discussions at some point. It's my fault, too. Like, I can't even pretend that the constant cannibalism discussions aren't my fault, because I'm accidentally feeding into it. And I don't know why. I don't know why it keeps happening. I don't know why we keep coming back to cannibalism. I just think, chat, that if I had the chance to consume human flesh, maybe I would. I will say, I was at a folk punk concert the other day, as y'all are probably aware because I don't shut up about it. Um, and someone literally interrupted the concert to ask the artist if they would. No, so they didn't interrupt the conversation. Never mind. But this was after the show. They did earlier interrupt the show between songs to ask the artist what their favorite dinosaur was. That was very funny. Um, but they at the very end of the concert, I was hanging out with them, and they asked one of the bands if they would rather eat a baby or a elder. Based on media consumption and analytical perspective, what do you think is the greatest piece of media you have experienced or seen? I'm gonna be biased on this in any given moment, like whatever my most recent hyperfixation has been. Um, like that's a really hard question to answer because I do love my media analysis. Like I feel like for me, I have to answer either Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky or Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, or I have to say Silent Hill 2. One of those two. Very pressing. To the dinosaur question, I don't remember. I think it was just raptor. There was no specific kind of raptor, just raptor. He did later on ask me my favorite dinosaur too. Like he was going around polling everyone in this room about their favorite dinosaurs, and I'm like, buddy, are you like working on a project for college or some shit? Like, dude, what's going on? I'm in a cannibals server on Discord. That's a sentence. Hello, Amethyst. Thank you for the hydrate. What do you mean by cannibalism Discord server? But if I had to say like, okay. I also think though there's a handful of albums that might deserve that. I think that honestly, my answer might be an album, and it might either have to be She, Her, Hers title album, so She, Her, Hers, or This Is How We Get Better by the Narcissist Cookbook. I feel like it might have to be one of those as well. When I said I wanted that man in my mouth, this is not what I meant. I will say, like, Silent Hill 2 is one of my favorite games of all time, though. For good reason. Silent Hill 2 struck me in places that I needed to be struck at a point in time where I needed to be struck there. Hit me really hard in some very meaningful places. His conscience brain is a brain and that's it. There's nothing to explain. And by the way, your heart has no reason for staying in bed. Hello, Amethyst. Hope you're doing well. Gonna be lurking and finishing my quest to 100% Ninjago. You got this. You got this. You got this, Amethyst. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope you've been well. And I hope your quest ends in success. All for the camera flash blinding. Death of the universe, time is unwinding. The baby is kicking. Also, though, like, my consumption of media, I will admit, is still pretty limited. Just, you know, off the fact that I didn't have access for so long. My answer could very well change, like, at any point. But yeah, like, music is definitely the type of media that I consume the most frequently and consistently. And it's an art form I have so much love for. Painting a wiffle bat? That's fun. Why we are here, let's make the best of this cosmic disaster. Caught up my nerves, tug at my nerves, tug at my nerves and make the church bells cry. This is actually off one of those albums I just mentioned. I just realized what song was playing. This is off of the album This Is How We Get Better by the Narcissist Cookbook. This is Verse the Heat, Death of the Universe. Honestly, I feel like that album would be one of the best albums, like a 10 out of 10 album, if you just reordered the songs. All it needs is for the songs to be reordered, and it would be 10 out of 10 peak media right there. Didn't say that'd be dismissive. I should know. Completely fair. I did answer that, Pyro. I did answer. That was the answer I got. I had to pull up the Wikipedia page to remember the name, but that is the answer that I gave. Back, back. It was very funny because he did recognize it. I was like, it's a type of raptor. It starts with a D as I'm scrolling through Wikipedia, and he knew what I meant. And I love that. He was probably a dinosaur autistic, now that I'm thinking about it. Is dinosaur autistic a breed of autistic like how train autistics are? Is that a thing? I feel like that should be a thing. Uses the Epic Friends server, but originally a Cannibal server. Might make an event to go back to its origins. That's incredible. I don't know why you're in a Cannibal server, but that's incredible. There we go. That works. Yeah, I'm right here. Fair point. Fair point. Do you have a streamer friend that's designated dinosaur autistic? Because I know one that's a designated train autistic. I know two that are designated train autistics. I know two streamers who are train autistics. Like, if I had a nickel for every VTuber I knew who was specifically a train engineer, I'd have two nickels, which isn't a lot of nickels, but it's weird that it happened twice. You know? It's a really good story, but too long. Noted. That's how I feel about Homestuck. Homestuck. That's how I feel about Homestuck. Honestly, Homestuck. I don't know. You know what? Maybe I should not bring up Homestuck right now. Not for any particular reason, just because, like, Jesus Christ, Homestuck is a conversation. I have a lot of history with Homestuck. Phase 1 done. 1 gold bick acquired. 1 more to go. You got this. You got this. Okay, this is actually really fun. I get to draw the bandana from the back. I never get to draw the bandana from the back. It's probably gonna get covered up by the hair, actually. But no, it's gonna get covered up by the hair. Never mind. I don't get to draw the bandana from the back. This is sad. This is so sad. Because we're looking at the head mostly from the back right now. Okay. How am I gonna go about this? Wait, what the fuck is this song actually? Am I hearing what I think I'm hearing with the lyrics here? What the fuck? What's going on? Okay, never mind. We're good. Gaming not be canon, but we don't actually have a canon expansion for running in the show, so it's canon in my heart. That is honestly so valid. I know so many people who, like, they're disappointed by various pieces of, like, media that are kind of games based off of their favorite shows and whatnot, and you know what? They're so valid in, like, having that frustration and doing whatever they want with that. Hello, Rufio, how are you doing? Oh, it was just saying expose our bullshit, and I was like, am I hearing what I think I'm hearing? Because what? I'm not gonna say what I thought I was hearing because it includes a slur, okay? Figured out what kitten has looked like today, and about the criteria of joy. They're very good creatures. They're very good animals. But no. Uh, Honestly, I've thought about if it'd be worthwhile to check out the like Bakugan games on stream, because from what I've heard, the Bakugan games were not good, but also I'm tempted, you know. Oh god, that's in my yeah, literally. I was like, what the fuck is this? Why is this in my playlist? And so I checked the lyrics. I'm like, okay, we're safe. We're fine. That's how I feel. Like every now and then, I'll realize I have missed a song by like a problematic person, and I'm like, oh fuck. And while I do believe that problematic people can make good art, I still don't want to be like having them profit off of my art via me playing it. You know. 40% of it getting lost. Not as long as doing his job. But no, that was very much the mood for a moment. Thank God. We're good. In the streets, forget to break anything. Would love the cops, stop resisting. Try thanking him if you're nervous. You wouldn't like him when he said, why are you so nervous? I just call a cab, call a cab, call a cab. Alright, there we go. Look a lot like Knuckles from. They don't look a lot like Knuckles from the Hedgehog, unfortunately. Hedgehog, Jesus Christ! But it's still funky creatures. Oh no, valid. They're good. They're good little guys. They're good little guys. We love our little critters. Trying to figure out what my favorite song is. Don't know and I want to know. I mean, fair. It's definitely a hard choice to make. Sometimes you just cling on to a piece of media, but sometimes you don't. Go to Air Dry Clay to try and make cosplay props as accessories, and it's not working out. Hang in there. I know the vibe. I used to cosplay a lot. Fun fact, chat. Archivist used to cosplay. The Archivist used to cosplay. I'd love to get back into it someday. One of these days. I love just sharing the randomest bits of lore about myself with y'all. Apparently it's Pangolian Day. They look like aerodynamic armadillos. I love that. That is such a good description of them, actually. Alright. Cosplay yourself? I mean, listen. I could, theoretically. Google made a Pangolian Valentine's Day game once, and it was adorable. I imagine it was. That sounds adorable. That sounds adorable. I love that. Okay. Select, deselect. Be that way for me. Brain's rapidly switching between Dazzle by Solsky, Banshees of Bizarre, Love Triangle by New Age Order. For me, my favorite song is, I believe, it's You Are Loved by oh, what's it called? By Defiance, Ohio. But like your favorite piece of any type of media is gonna shift and change with time. I won't be surprised if that's different in a couple of years. Right now, You Are Loved is my favorite song, but it could be something completely different eventually. And there's a beauty in that. You're gonna shift and change as a person. I don't know, like having favorites of things is weird. It's not really something you find, it's just something that happens. It's just something that kind of happens, and I think that's a little bit of the beauty in it right there. IRL male echidnas have 4 penises, what? Hello? Excuse me? Me out from this are so caught up in their own shit. I didn't need to know that, but now I do, I guess. Based on your music taste, have you heard or listened to Grim Salvo? Let me check if I have, because it doesn't sound familiar, but my memory is not existent. Grim Salvo. What are you? Yeah, I've not heard of them before. Have any recommendation? I can cue a song or two. Trying to make a large star pendant and it's rough. We'll probably need a second layer. You've got this. You can do it. These things take time. They're hard skills. I miss doing cosplay and shit. I just, there's a lot of creative endeavors that I miss in general. I miss being more physical in my creation now that it's all digital. Like, I love doing this, don't get me wrong, but also I do just miss, like, the physical feeling of making stuff. It's kind of why the patches have been so nice. It's so tactile, carving into, like, a block of linoleum and all that. Hang up inside of me. It's so tactile carving into that thing. I've also bled a lot on it. Then Christmas. So if you end up buying one of my punk patches that I'm going to be releasing in the next in the merch drop, you can rest assured that I did bleed in the process of making it. Quick note about the laser gun I'm building. Built like 1/3 of it, already half my height. Jesus Christ, that's a big prop. I'm running low on serotonin. Chemical imbalance got me twisting things. Stabilize with medicine, but there's no depth to these feelings. Okay. Stampified of what's inside. I'm capitulating. Okay, can I do this? Did not anticipating that cosplaying Canada was going to require lugging around a big gun, but here we're going. It's too late. Also, folks, there will be an editing in a second. Also, yeah, I've considered cosplaying Jason Todd, and I would really like to. I just, you know, have to actually do it. I feel like I don't have the physical space or resources to do so right now, but honestly, if when I do a cosplay, that's definitely one that I want to do. Jason Todd is on my list. But I also feel like I'm gonna have a bunch of like fucking DC fans come up to me and try and talk to me about it, and I'm like, I care about Jason Todd and nothing else. I'm sorry. I'm gonna end up doing something stupid. Actually, I need to see, do I have any pieces of me from the back? From like the previous series of animatics? Are there any of me from the back? Brush it off. I'm running low on serotonin. Chemical imbalance got me twisting things. Nah, I don't really have any. Okay. Dig deep, can't hide. Okay. I feel like this right here is just like a weird little extra bit, for lack of a better term. It's like what's going on at the bottom of the hair. Why? I don't know, it's just there. I don't know, it's just there. It doesn't have to make perfect sense. It's an animatic. No one's gonna look at my reference sheet and be like, you got this thing wrong in this frame. My non-existent reference sheet. So excited to get my Canada cosplay done, especially as I'm going to a con that both Tetsu and Kai's 2001 English voice actors are going to be at. Fuck yeah, we love the autism. I feel like you could pull off a... I'm too tall for that. I'm too tall to cosplay a flower. I'm 5'10", guys. There's a lot of characters that I've wanted to cosplay over time that I just can't because I'm too tall, honestly. And they're like canonically short, and that's like a whole feature of them, and I'm like, okay, a rip, rest in piss. And I know it doesn't actually matter, but it matters to me a little bit. If you need me, I'll be in my room with the lights out. I'll be treating it like a tomb where I can play dead to the world for a day or two. I'm not really down with having visitors. Let me see if there were any song suggestions. One sec. No solicitors. Final gold brick acquired. You got this. You got this. Black Rainbow? Okay. Let me grab Black Rainbow. Add to queue. There we go. Sorry, I just saw that now. My darling boy, best man ever met, please acknowledge your humble follower, for I have knowledge I wish to give on to you. Hi, Furnator. I'll acknowledge you. Need to catch up soon? Yeah, we do, T-Summer. We ought to, we ought to. Hope you've been well. Cause I'm not really down with having visitors. But I won't find out what you've been ringing about. No solicitors. Did you say something earlier, Furnator? I'm not sure. If you don't let me traumatize you, acknowledge us for the Talos. I'm sorry. What did you say? Took like 5 minutes to get your attention. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Fun fact, let me tell you. Okay, what's your fun fact? I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm a busy fops. I'm drawing. I do feel bad sometimes when it takes me too long to answer messages. I'm sorry. It's not intentional. Yeah, the fox is working hard. I'm a hard-working fox, chat. Cause I'm not really down with having visitors. Ring all you want, but I won't find out what you've been ringing about. No solicitors. I'll be treated like a tomb where lights off, I'll be treating it like a tomb. Alright. We were thinking about DC fans, they're gonna come and talk to me if I'm cosplaying Red Hood, and they're gonna be like, talk to me about the general, like, fucking setting and universe, and I'm not gonna be able to fucking say anything, because I don't know jack shit. How many frames of the animatic need to be finished, and how many are we at? Oh, we're not even halfway through. And I want to try and finish this, like, as soon as possible, because I already have all my lines for the next one. Actually, I don't have all my lines for the next one, because I have to write some stuff, but, you know. I'll get there. I don't know if I'm gonna get there, actually. I'm doing my best. I don't like the way the pants look. Okay. This looks wrong. Alright, Furnator. Now, fun fact for the Enfield of my dreams. Lincoln at Tears of the Kingdom canonically has rampant sex with at least one great fairy in Tears of the Kingdom. That's amazing. We respect. Honestly, we respect. I'm not traumatized. I respect. Listen, respect his... I gotta respect his game, okay? I'm not gonna get in between another guy and another twink and his fucking name. In his game, you know? I don't judge. Thank you so much, Monkey Mosker, for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Welcome to the archive. We're currently working on an animatic. Trying to, anyway. That's better. I like that better. Alright. I still don't really... It doesn't feel like good enough of a walk pose, but we're just gonna have to work with it, I think. Like, the butt just feels wrong. It's something about the butt, I think. Like, something about the butt just feels wrong, but it's whatever. We're already here. Cat's mad at me, now actually hit at the time. I'm so sorry. Aww. Net of Neepy girl, you take care, Rampage. Smuggling pancakes. I just like it's supposed to be like, how do I say? It's supposed to be like I'm starting a confident stride. But maybe it might be that the head's too low, but I don't feel like fixing that. This is definitely interesting. Like this fits into some of my music taste. It's a bit of a weirder end of my music taste, not like my main stuff, but I can definitely see what made you think this was like my vibe. And it definitely is a vibe. Honestly, this fucks. This fucks. The A is presenting. No. It's not what I said. Going for a menacing thing. It's supposed to be just like a confident. So I'm transitioning from this pose to walking over. You know, that's the vibe. That's the vibe. It's not supposed to be super menacing, but if it's menacing, then so be it. We're already here. Is there anything I'm missing? Or is that my entire vibe, my entire look? I'm just gonna hope I'm not missing anything. I definitely think my ears are too big in like every drawing I do of myself, but that's fine. Okay. So I need to grab my skin tone. Oh shit, thank you. It's a corn bunny train route? Rain, I don't know how to, listen, I'm sorry if I'm messing that up, but hello fellow transfolk. Hi, hi. I am fellow transfolk. Hello, I'm Markivist He I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I am very queer, and we are here to cause chaos. How are you? Welcome on in. I do hope that you are well. Sorry, I'm like animatic right now. I'm like grinding so hard on this right now. Square Bunny Trainer Alt. What about Square Bunny Trainer Alt? Hands are balled up. It'd probably look better if they were relaxed, but I don't want to draw a relaxed hand right now. Oh, Square Bunny Trainer Alt. Oh, I get it. Okay, I get it. I completely missed the Square Bunny. Sorry, reading is hard. My reading comprehension is like 0 right now. I got it. Understood. Might be menacing if it were on its own, but I think the other frame's expression balances out. Okay, cool. Yeah, but we love fellow trans folk. We're a very loud, very queer, very leftist community around here. I play a lot of early 2000s games. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield, but Virgin Birth Roving is just slightly worse. Okay, that fucks. That fucks right there. That effect goes hard. There we go, we got my arms. Beautiful. We like to drown the fox. They do like to drown me. Took me a second. Listen, I'm doing my best. Trying to lean more on the mask side. Yeah, I'm trans mask, he, they. Have not started testosterone or anything, but I am out here just being myself, honestly. But yeah, I am non-binary, but very mask-leaning. We are the left. Hear us bark. Why are you people like this? He's just a little guy? No, I'm not. I'm a very big, strong, masculine dude guy. I'm a badass anarchist revolutionary. How dare you? He's just a drowned cutie. You talk about me like I'm some drowned cat, and I hate that. Of the skin. Is this the right color actually compared to like the last frame? Yeah, no, that works. Okay. Now they're blowing it up. They're trying. Well, they were blowing it up. Montgomery forever and ever and ever. We're kind of the opposite. I'm a trans femme bunny. That's very valid. I'm an Enfield. I'm a fox, bird, a dog, chimera from Celtic folklore. But not valid. That is absolutely lovely. I'm happy for you. That is very cute. Listen, we're supportive of trans folk of all varieties here. You know, I'm not a little gay guy. No. Saw a giant Game Boy out in the wild today. I need to message you again about the Game Boy, because if it's literally fine, as long as it's connected to something else, then the audio issue shouldn't be a problem, Zelda. But like, I need to message you about that. Okay, select, deselect. I'm going to select all of the parts that are ginger. Rude. Okay. Now they're blowing it up. Now they're blowing it up. And started crying as they were blowing it up. Montgomery forever and ever and ever. Now they're blowing it up. Montgomery forever and ever and ever. Now they're blowing it up. You started crying and laughing. Montgomery forever and ever and ever. Now they're blowing it up. Little gay fogs. I already can't spell for crap. I'm doing my best, okay? I'm doing my best. Hey, you're small. I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10". Watch out, they bite. I do in fact bite. This is your warning. This is your warning that I do in fact bite. Of a scam. I do in fact bite. Biting is like a whole element of my personality at this point. I mean, it has been for a while. Listen, I'm a wild animal, chat, okay? I'm a wild animal. Adjusting to human life is hard. Let me have this. I still have a few animalistic habits, and there's nothing wrong with that, because I'm not domesticated, chat. I'm not domesticated. If he got 2-inch platforms, he'd be 6 foot. Steps back not wanting to be bit. I'm tall. I'm tall. No longer have the bite emoji. This is a tragedy. Oh, poor thing. You'll get it back eventually. You'll get it back someday. Okay. Oh, you might appreciate Bug. This is Bug. This is Bug. Anyway. Yes, I have all the frames of my animatic in this one file. It's Bug. Speaking of biting, eating, can I DM something completely out of context? Sure. Just like no context. Anyway, this is Bug. Okay. We got this. There we go. I love this. I'm so sad they didn't play this at the concert. Was that the bite of 87? Chad, I went to a concert. I saw this band live recently, and I'm so disappointed actually that they didn't play this song live, because I would have loved to hear this song live. This is probably one of my favorite songs by this band. This is Kick Them Down by Sister Wife Sex Strike. And this band writes a lot about the internet, both its the ways in which the internet and technology and such, you know, rampant access to it, while beautiful, also lead to a lot of isolation and overwhelm for us. And I really enjoy that. Dare you, I'm built like a tiny brick. Yeah, I'm tall. I'm tall, chat. I'm tall. I'm on no drugs at the moment. Sounds like a skill issue. I'm on drugs at the moment. That drug is called caffeine. Stop doing that. Okay. And 500 miles from my home. There we go. Or is the 200 milligram vial of tea? Listen, we're not going to talk about the 2,000 milligram vial of tea, chat. I've admitted to enough crimes on stream. Share the Game Boy in this Discord if anyone wants to check it out. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. It's cool as hell. Imagine you take a bear and compress him. I could not. I'm not a bear. I'm not a bear. There's nothing bear about me. I will never be bear. I'm just not good enough to be bear. I could never be bear. The bears, though, we love the bears. They're so valid. Alright, one sec, chat. I do need to look at my own pants for a moment. Don't mind me. I just need to stare at my pants for a second, okay? I don't die if she's too old. Before we're too old. I just need to stare at my own pants for a second, guys. Oh, right. I need to do, this. That. I forgot about that. I might have to paint over that a little bit to fix it. It's fine. My passcode. Alright, and this goes like this direction. Why did my mother... Okay. Any other patches that matter for this? Okay, no. That's the only patch that's, like, visible here. Yes, there are patches on the back of the pants, but those are... I don't need to worry about them because you can't see them on the model, and no one's gonna care. Alright. As their thighs... waist. Slutty man waist. Slutty man waist, I'm sorry. It's the best you're getting out of me. What I came to say, and what I came to say is I... Good, yeah, slutty... Everyone's always like, ass, thighs, tits. Slutty man waist. Valid just like you? Fuck yeah, we love that, we love that. Listen, I'm right. Slutty man waist is the correct answer. I'm just correct. No notes, no critiques. I'm right, like I always am. No. Try it to your face. Am I so hard to draw? Why am I so difficult to draw, chat? Okay. My day to day, trying to come up with the ways to say what I came to say. 'Cause what I came to say is I want you to know I'm rooting for you. I'm always rooting for you. I want you to know I'm rooting for you. I'm always rooting for you. Hello, Wookiees. I'm betting now. Good night, good night. Sorry, I can't agree with that. Too young for that voice. Sorry, what did I do? What did I say? I forgot what I said. I don't remember what I said, actually. Like, what did I say? I have that, you know, very common streamer affliction that is, what the fuck did I say 2 seconds ago? I do love slutty man waist, okay? Listen, slutty man waist is delicious. Why did I say delicious? It's beautiful, okay? I like slutty man waist. It's supreme, I'm correct. You don't have to agree, but I'm right. I'm just right. Pussy ad contest DM and memes as well. I don't think it's appropriate, but just let me know, anybody. If you think it might... Oh, I don't think it's inappropriate. Okay. Noted. Listen, I just really like men, okay? I really like men. I'm a man enjoyer. Also, I'm leaving out the feathers on my tail this time because I do not feel like drawing the feathers of my tail. We're not getting feather in tail today. This animatic is feather in tailless because I don't hate myself. Okay, so I'm gonna fix this now. We're just gonna fix this bit of the pant here. There we go, perfect. Lines are a bit too thick, but it's fine. 100% achieved, let's go, congratulations! So you got the capture card and Spiritfarer on the throne? I don't think I have a capture card on the throne, but I do have a couple things on the throne. Spiritfarer... What? I don't know what capture card you're referring to, actually. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is the purple that I shaded this with, unless I'm incorrect, in which case I will cry. Okay, yes, this is the right one, got it. Nice. Oh, the SD card. Yes, the SD card. Yes, yes, yes. Earrings and stuff. Yeah, a lot of people are buying things on the throne. It's very, very meaningful to me. It means a lot. Get quoted, nerd. Y'all are so mean to me. God damn. What did I ever do to deserve this? What did I ever do to deserve this? Okay. Alright, alright. This animatic's gonna take forever for me to finish. Why am I like this? Sorry folks that I'm being so quiet, I'm like focused right now. That was a capture card, no, it's an SD card. Does anyone want to guess what the SD card is going to be used for, just for the funny? Does anyone want to try and guess? I want to see if anyone knows what I'm plotting. Actually, I shouldn't say that, just in case. I should not allow you guys to guess on that. Very much not Twinkish, but I appreciate it. And there's, like, fucking... people who aren't twinks are also valid. I feel like so often we get so twink-centric in our discourse. Like, I know I'm very into twinks. I know I love twinks. But, like, listen. People other than twinks are also very valid and attractive. There are absolutely a lot of non-twink folk who are very attractive and wonderful. We glamorize twinks a little bit, but we also got to appreciate our non-twinks. Do you think Link from Zelda is a twink? Yes. Yes. I mean, it depends on the game, but in most of them, yes. Like, he has muscle and strength, but not enough to disqualify him from twink. Like, he's not muscular enough to end up in twunk category, I don't think. He's still in twink. He's also a bisexual king. That's my personal take, my personal opinion. Also very genderfucky, and we love that. We love that. We do enjoy some genderfuckery around here. Okay. Okay. No, we're gonna leave it like that. Okay. And we'll do a little bit of detailing, but that's it. Link the twink. Gonna be honest, if his Breath of the Wild Link cracked my egg slightly, completely fair. Like, I've seen a lot of trans masc and trans femme folk who both kind of identify with him, and I love that. Nobody owns, you know, a character. Well, technically the creator owns a character, but also fuck intellectual property law. Nobody owns the like ability to identify with Link. Fucking the fact that both trans women and trans masc people are able to identify with him is so beautiful. Because a lot of people, when we get cases like this, they argue over like what's the correct or more accurate or respectful take, and I'm like, literally, no one owns this experience. We're both allowed to enjoy and see ourselves in a character, and I feel like the trans masc and trans femme experiences are a lot more similar in certain elements than folks want to admit. So arguing over whether a character is more trans masc or trans femme is stupid. I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm just like, I've seen that enough times that I'm like, yeah, I love that people can all come together and agree that this character is gender fucky and that we like it. OG Link was meant to be very gender neutral. Yes, so he was meant to be very pretty, is what it was. I don't think it was meant to be gender neutral, but he was meant to be very, like, pretty boy, because the wife. It was the glitter outfit. I mean, completely fair. I figured as much. I just, again, I think it's really, really wonderful that so many folks can identify with this one character. It's absolutely beautiful. What I saw was always there, admitting it's the bit I've hated. Only gets colder. We don't have any of the bandana visible here. We can grab this color. Thank you, Dino Man Nick, for the resub. How are you doing, my dude, my man? It's been a hot minute. How have you been? I mean, you stop by on occasion, but anyway, it's been a hot minute. How are you? How's life been treating you? And the world is a free-for-all. It's just like, I don't know. See, I come out of Homestuck, which is where, like, a lot of my bullshit comes from. A lot of my weird media takes come out of Homestuck. And I see wine, but I'm scared. Everyone I know says this ain't fair. When the fix is such a dare, I've bought a lot to contemplate it. My life didn't have a spare. Was always there, admitting it's the bit I've hated. Alright. Good, just chillin', valid. We like chillin'. Chillin's good. I am an enjoyer of just chilling. The way is always out. Won't fall if you don't look down. Just by calling it a monster. Release it in this Homestuck someday, keep hearing about it. It's a piece of media that exists. Is it worth checking out? Depends. Honestly, I tend to recommend people don't get into Homestuck because usually it's not the kind of piece of media that they're looking for. The issue with Homestuck is like a lot of people go into expecting something very different from what it is, and it's really only a piece of media that I think is worth consuming. Enjoy your lurk, Furnator. Take care. I appreciate you. You're wonderful. Hope to see you again some in the near future. Generally speaking, like, it is a piece of media that's only really worth engaging with if you're really interested in, like, early 2000s internet culture or in weird meta-narratives. It is a very long piece of work that has a lot of problems and a lot of baggage. So 2 big VTubers in the last week reference Homestuck. I mean, it's a very famous work. Alright, save duplicate.png. And then I need a 11, so this is gonna be 11. Vividly remember in like late elementary school, one of my oldest friends got into Homestuck and she warned me very severely not to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Still have not read it and I'm still friends with that person. Yeah, fair. Like, it's a very fascinating work. Is it worth consuming? It really shows the signs of its era and it's not gonna be for everyone. Do, 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 do. Okay, so we did that in between frame there. What am I thinking? Let me look at the script again. Better than me. Where is better than me? Okay. Okay. Let's see. I think it might just be a... It's a lot. Recommend staying out of fandom if you decide to go into it. I recommend using the unofficial Homestuck collection. Absolutely, unofficial Homestuck collection gets my, like, vote as well. So the Chunky Fox here, yeah, he's still here. I haven't taken him off yet. I will eventually, but... I know that everyone's gonna freak out when I do, so I need to wait until no one, like, pays attention to him anymore. Feel you remember, like, late elementary school? Yeah, I already read that. Alright, alright. It's a lot. It's a lot as a piece of media. And I think it does have a lot of merit. It's a piece of media that's very influential to me, and a lot of the things I do, I would say, are heavily influenced by it. Does that mean it's worth consuming? Not necessarily. Really depends on what you value as a consumer of media, I guess. Um... Okay. So have a year for now? Yeah, probably something like that. Realistically. Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out what I'm doing. There's a lot of layers to what I'm doing right now. To make a bold assumption that we've played D&D at least once or watched some D&D series, made a character randomized, but it was randomized with dice. Want to hear about him? I don't mind. But yeah, I've definitely played D&D. Trust me, I'm a D&D enjoyer. I don't play that often anymore, but I'd like to play more again. I'm not in a game at the moment. And it's been, I don't have the space in it for my life right now, to be honest. I have too many ongoing obligations. It's very hard for me to keep on top of everything as is. I would love to play it again one of these days properly, but it's difficult. It's difficult sometimes. I just have a lot going on in my life these days. Very, very busy fox. Okay. What am I doing for the expression here? I'm trying to figure out how to display this, because I don't feel like anything would meaningfully change between these frames, between these dialogue lines. The best thing I could think to do is like raise the shoulders, drop the head, but it's gonna be a bit annoying to do. Wanted D&D is notoriously impossible to schedule. Yeah, very much so. It lives up to that. It lives up to that. I don't give a shit. But to get free, we have to start with what's true, I think. It's terrible. D&D looks awesome, but it feels so complex. I mean, it really isn't that complex, but it can definitely feel intimidating. There's much more complex tabletop RPGs out there. To wonderful people. Everybody. It's more than just word. Okay, yeah, I feel like lunging forward is the vibe. So that's gonna be annoying, but we're gonna try. The numbers are hard. If you're not a very number-orientated person, I can definitely see it being difficult to figure out, but also it's a good piece, it's a good thing. It's a good hobby. I've enjoyed my time with it. Oh, this is gonna be hell. Oh no. Oh, why do I do this to myself? Why do I draw things like this? I should have kept these pieces separate, but I didn't think about how I wanted to deform them later, and now I'm like dealing with the consequences of my own actions. You know what? This is gonna work best if I separate this out and then drag it down like this. This side of dying can happen, and our breath could carry us forward when we don't have the strength to carry ourselves. Okay, actually, here's what I need to do. So we're gonna cut this there, and now we have these three, and we're gonna drag all three of these down. Are beautiful, I think you're in the right place. Drag them down. That we are beautiful, I hope you're here to remind me. Hello, Monster Kicker, I'm doing alright. I'm autistic, but also have dyscalculia, so I have a love-hate relationship with numbers, so fair. Math is a lot bit, but it's a lot of fun. Math is interesting and fun until you get up to calculus stuff, you know? I don't know, it's not going to be for everyone. I think that D&D isn't too complicated personally, but that's partially because I've engaged with other harder tabletop RPGs. And my experience is going to be influenced by the fact that, like, I've had those more complex experiences and enjoyed them. Alright, perspective. Yeah, I think that works. So we're gonna transform perspective. So kind of shrinking back a little bit, but leaning forward. Yeah, I think that fucks. Leaning back a little bit, sinking head down, you know, that kind of vibe, that kind of motion. Why do I draw things like this? Listen, I'm doing my best, Chad. I'm doing my best. I'm just a little creature. I'm not a little creature. I'm not a little guy. I'm a very big, very strong guy. But like, I'm just doing my best. Don't do that. I'm just doing my best. Okay. Over my head. Then we need to erase all of the little bits of brown down here. Because we don't need that shading on the chin anymore. Okay, okay. We've got this, we've got this. I can do this. I can pull this off. Over my head. I'm in over my head. In over my head. I do feel bad whenever I'm recycling assets like this, not because I feel guilty for it, but because it means that, like, you can tell in the final product. And I'm like, oh, you can tell I recycled assets and draw everything fresh frame to frame, and I wish. I'm not a little guy. I'm not a little guy. I didn't say anything. You didn't hear shit. You did not hear shit. Derived Knight. Shut. Shut. I'm not a little guy. But yeah, it's lovely to see you, Monster Kicker. What are you up to tonight? How are you feeling? Respond to me. No. Respond to me. Over my head, in over my head. Okay, so we're gonna come in here with the same orange color, that beautiful orange salmon pink. It's a very her color. Alright, bug. Hello, Sailor Shy, how are you? Cut on my GF and I'm at peace now. So valid. We love that. We love that. Happy for you. But how are you, Shy? I eated your art. Sorry, no crumbs. Are you why this animatic isn't done yet? Are you who I have to blame? Are you the culprit who has stopped me from working on my animatic? If so, I'm on my way to eat you. Cause how dare you? I am silly. I'm silly. Is it your fault? Are you the culprit? Are you the one who did this to me? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? That was on my end. Yeah, that was on my end. That was on my end. Oh, fuck. I don't feel safe suddenly. I don't feel safe suddenly, chat. Y'all heard that too, right? Y'all heard that too, right? Okay. Okay. Give me a second, everybody. Give me a second. I need a moment. I'm trying to think if I have anything to like bar under the door in the room. Give me a second. I got it. Okay. Shit. Don't worry about it, okay. Alright, sorry chat, having a little bit of a moment of panic right here. I've blocked the door. The door is blocked. I'm gonna go block the other door real quick. We're fine, we're chill, everything is gonna be okay. Yeah, no, that scared the crap out of me. Give me a moment. Okay, alright. No, that was gunfire. That was gunfire. Listen, that was either fireworks or gunfire, and I'm pretty sure it was gunfire. That was not a knock. That was, I'm like fucking... It was hard to hear because I had my headphones on, but I am like fucking 70% sure that was gunfire. Hi, Neko. Please be careful, don't worry. Both of the doors are blocked, and I'm armed. Don't worry. I do not go out without like some kind of weapon on me. I am armed, don't worry. Could have been Lycan. I'm going to play it safe, block the doors. Hi, Neko Boy Blue, how are you doing today? Jesus Christ, I need to like fucking catch my breath for a second there. My God. Was that the bite of 87? It was not someone knocking on the window fucking Ripper. I'm fucking pretty sure that was gunfire. Yeah, so I'm did a little doodle battle thing with food. That's lovely. I love that. I love that. Oh, I'm not too scared to continue. I'm gonna be honest. This is not like my first time with this kind of thing. Believe it or not. Keeping the ricochet away. Thank you, Dino. I appreciate it. Foodle battle. That sounds fun. I love that. That's cute. Playing Fortnite with friends. So fair, Neko. So fair. But no, this is not my first brush with this kind of thing. So don't worry. I'll be fine. Have I told y'all the story about how one time I was out walking in the middle of the night? Because that's a thing I used to do regularly. I know I'm stupid. And I was passing by a bar on my late night walk. And I hear from across the street gunfire. And I take off running. Used to guns being much harder to get than they are for you. Huge fucking deal if I actually hear gunshots here. See, this is the first time in a hot minute that I've heard that. But, you know, I took off running. If you need to, like, go because it isn't safe, make sure you think yourself. Oh, I turned out all the lights. I heard the gunshot. I immediately turned out all of the lights, so the only lights in here are my PC. Windows are already closed, blinds closed because I'm paranoid like that. Doors are locked and have barriers in the way to make them harder to open. That's about the best I can do right now, but I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, Chad. I know what I'm doing. My fucking ass. I'm just like, I needed to make sure I wasn't hallucinating that low key. I was like a little bit worried I hallucinated that. I'm glad that y'all heard it too. I'm not 100% sure that it was gunfire, but it sounded a lot like gunfire. Kind of glad you're still in stream. We can hear you're safe. Yeah, of course. No. I would rather y'all be here, and if something were to happen, have evidence, than honestly turn off stream right now. Apologies, folks, for the heavy moment, for the heavy topic. Just like having a moment here. I would rather be live and have this VOD just in case, you know? What a night. Canada loses to the US hockey team and now the Fox lad is spooked. I'm just a little spook. Just a little spook, okay? I'm not that spooked. I'm a big, brave, masculine fox. Can't take ourselves seriously. Which is fair. Yeah, welcome back, Pyro. You got back at, like, the best possible time. I do apologize, everybody. I do. What did you miss? A lot. A lot. This one time I was walking to the school, I heard a loud bang that made my ears ring for the rest of the day. Only occurred to me in the past couple of years that there might have been a gunshot nearby. Oh, that's terrifying, Plink, actually. That's terrifying. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, it could have been fireworks, but why would anyone be lighting fireworks this time of year, you know? Maybe it was some kind of backfire from a car, but I didn't count. It was either 5 or 6 of them. It was either 5 or 6. Which leads me to believe handgun. Honestly, I kind of want to go back and count them. Yeah, 5 or 6. You heard 5? Okay. So it might have just been 5. Yeah, super quick succession. And I don't know what car backfire sounds like, but... Hockey game I mentioned ended not too long ago? Oh, I see. Tomorrow morning, look up news in your area? Yeah, I will. Don't worry. Handgun car backfire is only 1 to 3. Okay. Probably a handgun then. Probably a handgun. Because if you counted 5, I wasn't sure if it was 5 or 6. Flirty and hockey fan? I don't really watch hockey, but to those who do, y'all are valid. Light fireworks off all the time here, usually once or twice a night. Not around here. I feel like it could have been a firework, but the only time I've heard fireworks around here were New Year. You know? Sounds like someone slapping a gym floor with a flip-flop real fast. Do y'all mind if I look back in the VOD? Do you guys mind that? Because I think I am gonna look back in the VOD real quick. Let me go to my own channel, twitch.tv/archivist. I'm gonna pause the music too, just so I can like more clearly hear. Go back to my own VOD. Videos. I do apologize for this, chat. I do apologize. We're doing our best out here. Can I grab the current ongoing VOD? And we're gonna move to like a few minutes ago. Okay, this was before this. This is while I'm fixing it, okay. This is before it happened. Where's the moment where it happens? This is while it's happening, okay. So it's somewhere around here. Thank you for the hydrate. Sorry, we're looking through the VOD right now, trying to figure out what's going on. Alright, this is where it happens. So it happens at like right at 48:30. Or maybe it's 49. 4:49? That was more than 5. No, that was more than 5. Because it was 48, like 45 is where it hits. Okay. And let me count that this time. Let me count that this time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 8. What the fuck would be 8? That was 8. What the fuck would be 8? What would be 8? I'm trying to think, because doesn't a handgun usually have 6? What would that be? I could be wrong. Revolvers have 8 to 6, handguns. Okay, handguns have 6 to 18. Okay, okay. I was thinking 6 was standard, but I'm wrong. Got it. You can hear the inconsistent cadence of the shots. Yeah. Okay. So it could have been 8. I mean, it. Okay. All right. That was definitely gunfire. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh, that is terrifying, actually. I am so sorry, guys, that you're having to deal with this. Anyone who needs to lurk, definitely take care of yourselves. Jesus Christ. New hockey fan? Why was the LA Kings suck? Take care. Oh my god. Y'all are valid, hockey injuries. Y'all are valid. Okay. I just found you and already don't want to lose you. Well, I appreciate that. It's lovely having you in the community, and I hope we'll be able to see more of you around here. I'm not planning on dying tonight. Don't worry, folks. Don't you worry. But yeah, that sounded like gunfire. That sounded a lot like gunfire. It definitely, it did not happen within the archive. It definitely did not happen in the archive. I can hear like directionally that it happened ahead of me, and I'm against a wall that is not the archive. Like it happened across the street or something. Would this recording be good to report to the police? I don't want to deal with the police right now. I do not want to deal with the fucking, listen, the government here, pretty shit here in on my alternate Earth where everything is just slightly worse. We've had enough trouble with the general system. Yeah. Hi, pizza. There was just gunfire across the street. So I'm kind of laying low right now. All the lights are out. I went ahead and barricaded all the doors. Yeah, listen, I'm not going to, like, enough people heard that this should get reported. I'm not going to be the one to do it because I don't want to deal with the fucking regime right now or any of their policing program. Yeah, like we don't know. I don't know exactly where it happened. I just know it was ahead of me, so across the street or somewhere around there. And um listen, I've had enough dealings with the police. I don't want to deal with it. Have a sharp weapon near the door. Have a gun near you. Of course, of course. Exactly, exactly. No, like I'm not dealing with that myself. I'm not dealing with this myself. Okay, okay. Well, at least we got some gun people in chat. Yeah, hey, gun people. Can you like identify what type of gun was used based off the sound? I am going to clip that actually, just for like potential evidence if needed. So let me grab that real quick. So I'm gonna go grab the clip again. I just think it'd be better to have that clip just in case. Just in case. I'm hearing the rumbling of an engine right now nearby too. I hope those are not connected. Okay, videos, recent broadcast, grab this. It was right at the 48 point, like, 45. Here, okay. Wait. No, 48, 45. 48. 48, 48, there we go. Here it is, here it is. All right, I'm just gonna clip this real quick. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna actually mute this in the VOD for a moment. So you won't be able to hear this again. Yeah, it was 8. I counted again, it was 8. Okay. Let me just make sure that I have that properly. Okay. Not featuring that clip. Alright, just saving this clip for my personal purposes, just in case anything happens. Save clip, got it. Alright, cool. Oh, yeah, okay, it will get carried in the VOD because, you know, it was actual gunshots. Got it. Alright. We're good, we're good. For a second, I was like, wait, is that gonna get saved? It will get saved because it was actually on my end. Alright. Apologies, everybody. I just wanted to hang on to that just in case. Got that all saved. Beautiful, perfect. Okay. Car horn from earlier potentially related? I'm not sure. Sorry for not being on topic with chat. Just took a shower. Was happy to. No, you're okay, McDonda. You're okay. Honestly, I think we get off the topic now. We dealt with the situation. The clip has been saved. We're gonna move on now, and we're gonna pretend this didn't happen, and then I'm gonna check for any fucking news reports in my area tomorrow. So modified cars with a two-step can sound like similar to gunshots, but you would have heard the car as well. Yeah, that's the thing. And I didn't hear car until later, but anyway, we're good. You had to go in 20 to be considered to be healthy, but it is what it is. Hey, you're doing great, McDonda. You're doing great. Opinions on tacos. I do enjoy tacos. Honestly, I've been tempted to like, because I have some tortillas and I'm wondering how I could try and turn those into tacos with the current things that are in my refrigerator. What are like some weird taco adjacent things that I can create? Also, hello, Sleepy Husky. How are you doing, Bark Bark? Sorry for missing you. You came in during a less than ideal moment. Less than ideal moment. I'm gonna actually stand up and stretch real quick because I need to get that out of my body. Okay. What do you have in your fridge? So I have like canned tuna. I need to grab more canned tuna actually. I have canned tuna. I'm out of canned tuna, never mind. I have canned chicken, I have eggs, I have a lot of your basics, but my fridge is pretty empty right now. I have a lot of canned beans. I'm a fellow taco enjoyer winning. Ooh, I could take the canned barbecue beans I have and a can of chicken. I could make something good out of that, actually. That'd be delicious. Alright, sorry, I'm getting instruction, but... I've been slapping on a tortilla. You know, this is real. This is real. I do have canned chicken. That's probably what I'd do. Canned chicken would probably work well. Okay, okay. Is there anything else I need to do to this frame to fix it? I think it looks good enough. No one's gonna really tell that I made those edits. And then I can come here and I can just like adjust the facial expression a little bit. What am I thinking for facial expression here? Let me peek back at my script. Okay. Okay. Da, 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 da. Do you have any rice? I do have rice. I do have rice. I could do beans, chicken, and rice taco. That actually sounds really good. Because I have rice, I have beans. Finally out of ad jail. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Sorry for ad jail. Honestly, decent timing for ad jail just on account of everything. Thank you. A tiny stray karat. How are you doing? How are you doing on this fine evening? Welcome to the archive. Don't know what to say right now. Listen, we're moving on from it, Pyro. We're moving on from what happened. We're moving on. For those who are coming in, something happened in the background of stream. There was a very disturbing noise, but we're moving on from it. Everything's okay. Doing good. How about you? Doing well. We're currently working on an animatic. Yeah, but no worries if you needed to lurk after that. No worries at all. We're okay. We're all okay. I'm doing well, all things considered. A lot happening at the moment. Working on an animatic to kind of it's a little way to like explore my world and everything going on with it for chat and for my community. Big work in progress, but we're making progress. I'm gonna say it's cute. Thank you. I could show you some of the other frames as well. But yeah, lovely to have you here in the archive. Lonely girl, you are my world. I do love this band so much. They're very good. Very good band. You don't feel like talking. Why is my stylus not working? Don't do this to me. I want my stylus to work. Bruh. I guess while I'm trying to get my stylus to work, here's like another frame. This is probably my favorite frame actually. Say hi to my pupper Lucky. Hi, Lucky. Just gonna go to bed now? That's okay, Pyro. Hang in there. I'm so sorry about this, okay? Get some good rest, alright? Slice of cake and a bowl of sour gummy bears. Wish that were me. Wish that were me. Will the animatic explain why you smell weird? I don't smell weird, Pot. These allegations are not true. These allegations are in fact false. Why is my stylus not working? Come on, work with me. Just a question, you have full art account or do you play games too? I play games as well. There's always going to be at least one art stream a week. But other days of the week I usually do play games. It'll be a lot of like early 2000s games, retro, not quite retro, things in that kind of range. Recently we've been playing through The Wind Waker and Okami. Um, but there will always be at least one art stream a week. I'm a multifaceted fox and all of that. And enjoy your company. Sounds like something someone who smells weird would say. I'm gonna eat you, Plank, if you considered that. We're kind of doing like a work stream type of format right now just because I have a lot on my plate. Sleepy Husky, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. You came out at the perfect timing. You missed the incident. I'm realizing... Wait, what's going on? Okay, I see, never mind. We got this. Trying to think like how to vary this facial expression here. I feel like it has to be like a bigger, wider smile, honestly. I feel like that's the only way to go from here. A bigger, wider, like more chaotic grin. What can I address you by? You can refer to me with he, him, or they, them pronouns. Either of those are fine. As far as name, just call me A. I'm a Fabi, so we don't really do names. But yeah, he, they, that's about all there is to know. Glad I missed it then, yeah. It's Bug! We're drawing Bug! I love Bug. Yeah, he, they. Masculine or neutral terms are fine. You can just call me AE or Archivist. Also, sorry if my facial tracking is worse than usual. I've got all the lights out. His full name is Asher Kavist. Alright, so we're just gonna make like a bigger, wider grin, I think. I think that might be the vibe here. Just even bigger, even wider, a little bit off-kilter grin. I feel like maybe making this one a bit uneven, like unsymmetrical might be nice, but I don't know how to do that in an aesthetic way, so. At least not on like this small of a space. Just a little guy plays with A's ears. Ash from accounting. John Archivist. My god. Big smile. Big energetic smile. Don't play with my ears. In Bug voice. Toxicity, stop googling nuclear launch codes. Bug would be the one to fucking hack in and find the nuclear launch codes, let's be real. Bug would be the one to hack in and find that shit. You guys have to call them. I'm not just a little guy. I'm a very big guy. I'm a very big, very strong guy. So I just learned that I can look up currently dispatched calls of crimes, like officers that are currently dispatched at the current moment. So that's interesting. Wanted, wanted. What does it mean when the description of a crime is mutual aid? What does that mean? Okay, give me a second. I'm looking at something. Ha 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 ha. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Pretty sure that's the one. So yeah, did you know, chat, that you're actually able to look up like currently dispatched officers of various incidents in your area? Did you know that? Did you know that? Oh, it could be. It could be. That makes sense. Actually, that makes sense. So I'm looking at this right now. I'm just like looking up the street names right now and being like, hee 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 hee, what's going on? What's going on? I'm living in the wall. And one of the streets happens to be very close by. So I'm pretty sure I found it. I'm pretty sure I identified what happened. Did never know what I am. I am the dimension, and I will split the atom. Alright, that's fine. Pillar of salt. Oh, yeah. No. I'm not gonna dox myself. No, I'm not gonna dox myself. I'm just like being curious. Not a crime, but one. Yeah, it's probably a cop going to support another one. I do now. I don't know if that's possible everywhere, but no, the fox. No, doing the fox now. Yeah, I'm not gonna dox myself. Don't worry. But apparently that is a thing you can do. You can actually look up like currently active, like fucking police dispatches. So that's fascinating. I don't want to talk further about what happened because it's over, but it was an incident. Alright. Sorry, folks. I probably need to even more just not speak on it. 1582. Sorry for the new folks who are coming in who missed that. Did you just share some nuclear launch codes? Maybe. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Just for the funny, for the silly. With such weird noise. Hello, I'm here, I'm living in the wall. I know I might be small, but I am a free. Okay. So we want this is like a little bit bigger. Speak about what? Nothing happened. Exactly, nothing happened. Nothing that we're aware of anyway. The one thing is, like, I'm not sure if the news is gonna report on this, you know? Like, is the news actually gonna report on this thing? We'll find out, though. We'll find out. IDK been building a model car and watching it do art. You know what? That's a vibe. We love that. Do you think Quintus would be scared of spiders? Quintus is not scared of spiders. Nah, he's better with spiders than I am. Quintus straight up, no joke, handles spiders better than I do. It's terrifying. I don't know how he does it. But in the name of God could I be? Everything's fine. Had a joke prepared for how to interact with bug energetic. No, Quintus is good with bugs. I'm not. I'm not good with spiders. I hate spiders. Spiders like genuinely actually fucking terrify me. I am not good with spiders. I do have arachnophobia. I'm more scared of jellyfish than I am of spiders, but I am also terrified of spiders, so. In case you ever wanted to know that, now you know that archivists hate spiders. We're just gonna raise the eyebrow, I think. Just raise the eyebrow a bit. There you go. There. Alright, and now I can put like all of the rest of the pieces in the frame again. This looks so good. Oh my god, this looks so good. Hello, Chaotic Ace being in my phone. Hi, Fluffy Bunny. Lovely to see you. Not afraid of not overly for them. I'm not Ace, but I am Arrow, so. Legasp, we are the same. Trans and hate spiders. What else do we have in common? I don't know. I'm aromantic. I like men. I'm a bastard. I like causing problems. You know, I like punk music. Makes you wonder what her first one was. Bugsteam is just the first evolution except for Toxicity and Metapod. I'm not perfectly set on Metapod for Bug, but I see what you're going for with it. Okay. So I need one of each of these with the hands. I need one of these with each of the hands. Do, 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 do. Alright. Save duplicate.png. Why do I do this to myself, chat? Why did I really say I'm gonna do the animatic thing again? Why did I fucking say I'm gonna do the animatic thing again? Should I change my own expression for this? No, I'm good. I'll change my expression on the next one. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust to dust. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm making all the best of me. I wish I could do animatics like normal people do. Not the jelly boys. I'm scared of them. I'm scared of jellyfish. Jellyfish are terrifying. Okay, I'm valid. No. I need file save duplicate.png. Okay. Hopefully flipping between those three is gonna work well. We'll find out later. We're 17 frames in, chat, and not even halfway through. Gotta rebrand as a jellyfish VTuber now? No, I don't want to. I hate jellyfish. Jellyfish are evil, chat. Jellyfish are evil. That's my fucking statement, and I'm sticking to it. Jellyfish are evil. They're the worst, actually. I don't respect a jellyfish. No more blinding lust. This is not democracy. They've taken all the... Yeah, they have no brains. I don't like that. Why don't they have any brains? That's weird. I like neuroscience. Do, 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 do. This is not democracy. You've taken all the best of me. Alright. That you liked evil, chaos and evil. I don't like evil. I'm fighting evil. I'm an anarchist. Why don't right-wingers have any brains? Real. I mean, I feel like arguing over intelligence politically is not super useful, but also it can be funny sometimes, so I'll let you get away with it. Okay, I feel like I have an idea for my next frame, but it might require, like, redrawing a lot of Bug's body here. Follow those stylish trends. God knows they could make amends, but I've got an angry heart. Alright, I have an idea for this next frame. It's just gonna be messy and complicated. Just going for the funny, so thank you. Yeah, no, it is funny. It is silly. It is silly. I do think it's a type of humor that can be misused a lot, but it is funny. It is silly. We're allowed to be silly sometimes, even if that means being an asshole. Sometimes being a silly means being an asshole to right wingers. Have the hoodie strings wobble? That's a lot of work. That would be a lot of work. Cowardly to take a stand, I want to keep my nose clean. Oh, now that I have the head separate, that actually makes this a lot easier. So what I can do is I can take this again, transform perspective, sink her further to the side. You could just get the brave to get out of bed in the morning. So just sink her really far to the side like this. Okay, actually, let me do it this way. Perspective. Okay, there we go. Just a silly little guy, me too. I'm not little, but I am a silly guy. So we have that part for sure. Alright, so now I can come in here with like a fun shading, with like a fun different color and just like... shoulders come up here. I should just redraw the frame. That'd be honestly the better thing to do. Yeah, silly big guy. I'm silly big guy, exactly. And just bug, look right at me, turn head, look at me. You know? So we get bug, look straight at me moment. Because I think that could be really cute. Just a fluffy goober. A scamp. I love the word scamp, actually. Scamp's a very fun word. Ideas rough, had a bubble drawn around it. Slowpoke. I feel like I can see Slowpoke. I can see the vibes you're getting that would lead to that conclusion. And I respect this take. Honestly, having like a fucking Pokemon AU, having y'all make like a Pokemon AU for the Ashen would be really cool. I'd love that to be a thing. Just folks going like, make an entire like narrative out of me and my folk, but Pokemon. Like that's fandom right there, and I adore that, and I fucking aspire for that kind of shit. I don't know how hats work. What'll hurt? Oh, you're just a placebo. Thank you, Pizza, for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Dose boy, all speech, no voice. Avoid what'll hurt, what'll turn, what'll help, what'll hurt. Oh, you're not what I need though. Just a placebo. Once the doors are open, there's a coffee shop. You do it. Do it. I dare you. Listen, I want fandom and all the things that come with it, even the cringe coffee shop AUs, okay? Ship me with other content creators, do fun things. Can I be an entropic god? What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm making up my reasons to see me. They're fake enough to feel, but we're greedy. Not enough talk, I'm leaving thoughts uneven, thoughts with present tense. I'm building tolerance. I think you're doing something, but you're a weak dose boy. All speech, no voice. Edit, transform, scale, rotate. Rotate this up a little bit more so I'm like being met in the eye a bit more. Actually, no. We'll go with like this. But you're weak dose boy, all speech, no voice. Avoid. But I'm starting to get eepy, but keep watching, new friend. Must end safely. I'll be okay. I'll be safe. Don't worry. There's nothing to worry about. I'm perfectly safe. Whatever happened isn't going to impact me. I'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Shame on you, calling someone's fanfic cringe when you know well the kind of lowbrow shit you read. What do you mean by the lowbrow shit I read, huh? What do you mean the lowbrow shit that I read? You know that I say cringe affectionately, Pot. You know I say cringe affectionately. Like, Magic Witch just signs up to fight a gym in the rep, just like, okay, so you have a level 15 Slowpoke and a level 65 Lucario? This is the first gym. You don't. He is a scrappy kid. I love the word scrappy. I do really love the word scrappy. Thank you for reminding me that word exists, because it's such a good word. Oh, how did I get back on Pencil 2? Pencil 3 is my beloved. Pencil 2 sucks. Why do I still have Pencil 2? Why do I still have a fucking brush that I hate, actually? That's a very good question, AE. Why are you like this? It's because I'm a hoarder. What'll work, what'll turn, what'll help, what'll hurt, oh. You know what I need, though. I do legitimately have, like, a mild hoarding issue. Not enough for it to, like, be a problem, but I do. Like, I don't throw shit out, and if I don't, like, force myself to regularly take care of my surroundings, like, I have so many cardboard boxes in my room. Relationship ended with Pencil 2, now Pencil 3 is my best friend. Pencil 3 has been my best friend for a while. This is not a new development. This is not a new development. If you're gonna die, I'm gonna shoot you dead. It used to be Pencil 1, actually. My best friend used to be Pencil 1, but it upgraded to Pencil 2 a while ago. People are so old. My hopes are getting low. I'm hearing a car drive by, so I'm gonna peek outside real quick, don't mind me. Hello, Wolfie, how are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm gonna peek outside. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Someone needs to nerf Quintus. He's just too good. But yeah, feel free to go to sleep if you need sleep. Sleep is important. Rest is important. I'm just a fox on the internet, okay? And I'm gonna be here again. When am I next streaming? I think Monday. I'm gonna be here again Monday. You can catch me Mondays, Wednesdays, and variable weekends. You can catch my schedule either in the Discord or on Twitter or Blue Sky. Those are the places where you can find my schedule. Always posted on Sunday nights or Monday mornings. Sleep never exists in this world nowadays. This is real. Hi, Tristan. How are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I hope you're well. 'Cause parents ain't always right. Yeah. But how are you, Tristan? Bark, 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 bark. Sorry for everyone who's come in after shit happened. I'm not going to talk on what happened, because we already, went through that. Tristan, thank you for the resub. Get Australian. How dare you? I'm getting low because these people are so old. But yeah, we're chill, we're vibing, we're causing problems. How are you, Tristan? I hope the answer is well. Hi, Blaziken. No worries, it's lovely to see you. How have you been? It's alright, we'll survive. It's always lovely to see you, even if you're late. Doing great, hope you are doing well. I'm doing alright, We're having a pretty decent stream, I'd say. We're currently working on an animatic and I'm being overly ambitious, as I am oft prone to do. As us artists in general are oft prone to do. I just work so slow. No peaceful sleep doesn't exist anymore. Sleep does, but it's scared of what it might happen the next morning what's taking place. I can't say I deal with that personally, but I'm sorry that you do. Like, there's points of my life where I've had that, but I think I've grown out of it, thankfully. Where I'm no longer just constantly afraid of the next day. And I guess it's hard not to be, especially it depends on like where you live and what's going on in your life, but it's not going to be forever. You'll eventually have a day where it doesn't feel like that anymore. And hope that day comes soon. I love seeing the people bark at each other. I love that. Everyone barking at each other. Love when my phone decides to restart automatically. Well, welcome back, Monster Kicker. Sorry that happened. Shit is water under the bridge. It's not here anymore. Doesn't bear mentioning. Absolutely, absolutely. I want to say it's not anything I did. It's not anything anyone in chat did. It was something that happened like physically. But yeah, no, we're fine. We're chill. I'm safe. That's what matters. I am currently safe. And that is all that really fucking matters in this situation. All right. Anxiety being queer in a religious household, that'll do it. But hey, don't worry. Eventually it won't feel like that anymore. There will be a day where you feel at peace. Hang on to that, okay? I love everyone barking. It's so good. I love all the bark emotes. I need one of those. I need a bark emote. A bark emote would be a good thing to work on when I'm in a position to work on emotes again. Which means after I finish all of this shit and also my comms. Because I'm currently putting my comms off to work on this. The barking from ZV into Plinka too. We'd love to see it. Everyone barking. A bark emote for everyone. Everyone needs a bark emote. Don't have a bark emote, but I can bit. Thank you for the bit. It is appreciated. Even if it's not a bark emote, I do appreciate it. Thank you. SMH, you can't even bark? How could you? No. We all love barking. We all love barking. This is a very bark safe zone. Except I bark, not bite. I mean, fair. I definitely bite. It's how I announce my presence whenever I enter streams, and we love to see it. It's so good. Alright, now chat, I'm about to do something. I'm about to draw something here, and I will make no comments on what's going on. Why am I drawing? I did not draw attention to it. I need to not draw attention to this, actually. I can't look at the reference right now. Shit, I can't pull up the reference. Fuck. How do I do this without pulling up the reference? Okay. It'll be fine. Right, okay, that's roughly the shape. Okay. Sometimes I like to draw attention to things because I want you guys to, like, be aware of them, but I don't want to explain them to you guys because it's funny that way. Don't worry about it. Enjoy your lurk, Sleepy Husky. Take care. Have a question. How did you... Oh, I mean, I'm just an Enfield, you know? I'm a foxbird dog chimera. It's what I am, you know? Oh, no, it's perfectly, like, family friendly and appropriate what's going on right now. It's perfectly fine. I just don't want to... I'm just not going to explain it yet. It's just something that I'm not going to explain yet. Trailer trash. Do 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 do. It's perfectly, perfectly family friendly. I mean, I'm not sure if I would call myself family friendly, but you know. Something like that. Something like that. I'm trailer trash. Head off my ass. And my savings went to liquor, so I'm all out of cash. I'm tripping fast. How did I do it over here? Okay. I feel like this is the second time that this song is played tonight. I feel like this song is played before tonight. Am I crazy? Like, I don't have a problem with that. It's a good song, but like, why are my songs repeating? I've got too many songs in my liked playlist. Yes, I play out of my liked songs, and I will not take any judgment for that fact. Underneath you. Okay. Okay, okay. We got this. I don't like that. I don't fuck with the way that that's framed. Fuck. I'm gonna have to bring the face down a bit. A2 folks know he's supposed to bork. Oh, sorry for the bark by bark. For the arp, arp, arp. My bad. I didn't see that. I think I'm making a persona test persona. I don't know how to narrow it down to represent it myself. So I think we're going with a tanuki, and that's fine. Do that. Probably going on a couple houses down the street from AE, and two people brought the same dish. Then things got awkward and just distracting. I wish. I'd just steal the food in that situation. That's how I would handle that. Listen, the possibility, the potential of free food is a lot, okay? I'm not immune to the draw of free food. Take me up and up and up like a ladder. Anything that could matter. Take me up and up like a ladder. If there was a potluck happening near, I will steal the leftovers from a potluck. I am the kind of person who would do that. I am the motherfucker who takes all the leftovers from the potluck. I've done that before, and I'm not ashamed. Like, if you don't claim the fucking potluck leftovers quickly, I'm taking them. Goodbye. They're mine now. That's gonna be my lunch for, like, the next week. Moral of the story is, don't break the peace in the neighborhood, or the Fae will steal your dinner. Okay. Alright, and we cannot see an eye, so this is fine. There's no visible eye. This'll work, this'll work. I don't really like how it is framed next to the rest of the image, but it's fine. It'll be okay. I just have to be okay with it. I just have to be alright with it. I have to accept that the art is going to be sketchy and weird and mid, and I mean, that was part of the intent. It's supposed to be sketchier than it is. Because I'm not good at being sketchy with my art. I'm too strict about where I put my lines. I'm like, it has to be perfect. No, it doesn't, AE. This is an animatic. This is a rushed-ass animatic. Calm down. Every night Young lovers in half-price strings. Figured out how to make a custom randomizer and mix it up. I'm very pleased with myself. Hell yeah. I still need to move my, or I need to figure out what bot I'm moving to if Mix It Up is the one that I'm moving to. Because I'm debating, Mix It Up is probably a very good option. I'm just like debating all of my options because I want to have all of my stuff in one service, but unfortunately Mix It Up just doesn't have a couple things that I want and I don't want to have to have multiple fucking bots. It's annoying. And I know Aaron is gonna help me and shit if I switch to Mix It Up bot. I'm just like, it's a lot of work and I'm busy. Photographic memory, ask if I'm emotional. Have you seen some of the epic musical animatics? I want to be messier. I need to be messier, you know? Like, I mean, some of the epic animatics, definitely, they are very, very polished and good, but also they're messier than I'm being right now. At least the ones that were done quickly. The side of my neck. You gotta give us that. We're both trying. You gotta give us that. This needs to be bigger, actually. And you got respect. The side of your neck. Where you wanna be it, but we're still trying. We're both trying. Okay, okay, like that. That's better. I like that placement better. To an accidental overdose. This is not about but this is not about me. Can I offer you a joke? Feel free, Crazy. How are you doing? You can ask a joke. Sorry, apologies. I'm a little bit behind on chat right now because I'm like trying to get this done. But how are you? Welcome on in. I'm sorry I took a second to acknowledge you. Keeping up with chat's hard sometimes. Trying, you gotta give us that. We're both trying, you gotta give us that. Okay. Submitted 10 puns to a joke competition. Really thought with that many. One was sure to be a winner. Sadly, no pun intended. I love that, actually. That's a good one. That's very clever wordplay right there. That's very clever wordplay right there. But yeah, sorry for taking a moment. Just working on stuff right now. It's very, very difficult trying to like manage both chat and doing art at the same time. Especially when you've got as many folks around as I tend to, but that's how it goes. It's a thing that even I'm still learning. After fucking, how long have I been doing this shit? Too long. It's alright, mate. I want to make a dark joke, is that fine? It depends on what kind of dark joke you mean, okay? Because some people, they say dark joke and they mean, like, something a little bit edgy, and some people say dark joke and they mean racism. And one of those is acceptable, one of those is not. Had to cancel a sperm donation today. The call got real awkward when I told him I couldn't come. Turns off the lights. Knock knock. But no, that's life. That's life. We're out here doing our best, okay? We're out here doing our best. Don't know color. Okay, I need to grab the hair color that I've used for Bug previously. That's not a good view. Bug, I need to be able to see. There you go. Don't know color. Okay. Oh, whoops, I put those on the same layer. Fuck me. All humor is dark humor if it's set in the darkness. You know what? Fair point. Fair point. No, you didn't ask, but I think while drawing, I like to rearranging the part of the drawing that makes it tedious. It's solely an opinion. What do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, I don't find drawing tedious. There are some things about this piece that I'm a little bit frustrated about, just because, like, I have been working on this project for far too long, and I need this whole project to be done, because it's a big animatic. And I'm currently... What? How many frames in this animatic am I again? I don't fucking remember how many frames in I am, but the answer's not enough. It's just a very, very long project. Not necessarily tedious, just a lot of work. Because I do think there's a difference between something being tedious and it just being a lot of work, but ultimately being worth it. It's also just overdue. Deadline's passed. Oh, the lasso tool and selecting a part, making it bigger or smaller, redrawing there. I mean, I do that a lot. Yeah, I do that a lot. But sometimes it's not viable. Like, it's something that I do very, very regularly. The entire body here, I did that with. The entire body was done that way. Like, that's why I'm drawing this on top of an existing frame. I'm basically taking an existing frame, this frame, and erasing the head and, like, moving the head. Redrawing the head. Take care, Endercats! Bark, bark, bite, bite! Have a lovely rest of your evening. Like, I know what you're doing. That's called transforming a part in order to, like, repurpose it. Trust me, all of this shit's transformed. There's a lot of transformation happening throughout this. It's just unfortunately you can't transform something like an entire head turn. So something for like an entire head turn, like what I'm dealing with here, it needs to be done with other tools. Let me grab the actual color. I need to stop grabbing my weird little not quite the right colors. I know that I love my texture and gradients, but it's not efficient. It's very slow. By the way, knock knock. Knock knock, who's there? Lots of transformations. So you can say all artist trans real, all artist trans art. I will make this claim. All art is actually owned by trans people now. Hee hee ha ha. Nah. I wish. I've got some things to say, but I don't want to do them. I got some things to say. I don't want to say them to your face, to your face. Okay, there's the pink for the tongue, and the inside of the mouth I just do in black because I don't hate myself. There we go. So we have that whole piece now, and I could just like, yeah, I don't know about, no, I'll move that a little bit further down. Gotta work, but I'll watch. Thank you so much, Mr. Scary VH. Just do with your work. Doris who? Doris who? Who is this Doris? Alright, we got this. Sorry, I'm in like work mode. You get me like 4+ hours into a stream and I'm like, okay, my brain's tired of talking. It's time to actually focus. I don't know why that happens. I mean, I can understand why it happens, but why does that happen? Easier for me to talk. Like, okay, we've been here long enough, you've gotten your yapping out, it's time to actually do work. And I'm like, okay, brain, whatever you say. Door's locked, that's why I'm knocking. That's silly. My god. Alright. Now we multiply. And I have some awful shakes, I go to wash my haste, but of the sea is someone that I hate, and I'm so scared, cause all my money's gone, I can barely feel. I hate me anyway, and none of this is real. Wait, did I? Oh, I didn't color the panel in the back. Whoops. Don't mind me. I need to steal the color from this. Not this frame, this frame. That's already shaded. Fuck me. But let's be honest, that shit's pretty punk and punk is lame. And I'm so tired of it all, so let me I'll see you at my funeral. It's supposed to be lighter than that, but I don't really know what shade it's supposed to be. It might be this one. This might be the color. That feels too dark still, but we'll deal with it. We'll work with it. Scared of foxes that can draw if one is near, please tell me. Thank you so much, Lunar Soul, for the resub. How are you? 10 months equal 10 moths. Enjoy the moths flying around your lights. Thank you, Lunar Soul. Joke's on you, all the lights are currently turned out. I have all of the lights in this room currently out. How are you doing, Lunar? Might be that now that you're in a groove and don't want to stop. It happens when I'm writing, where the hardest part is actually starting once I get going. The thing is, like, I want to yap. I'm very much a yapper. I'm just addicted to the yap, chat. I'm addicted to the yap. Alright. Thank you so much, Pizza, for the hydrate. Bad news, they're after the light of your tablet. Oh no! I can't draw like that. Alright, we're just doing like some very tiny shadows around the edge of things because the lighting is like right up front. For anyone who's wondering why I'm doing this the way that I'm doing it, it's definitely not just because I'm insane. Which, I mean, I am, but... It's too bad you don't have more meat on your tiny body. You say that I can't eat. How dare you deprive me? Okay, and then I just need to patch up this one hole here that I missed. Okay. Alright, we're doing good. Oh no, he has been consumed by the yap. He will be missed. Doing well, thank you. Don't care about the Super Bowl. So did the Super Bowl happen tonight? Did the Super Bowl happen tonight? Did the Super Bowl happen? Or earlier this week? Okay, last week. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Alright, last week. Got it. I was sitting here for a moment, I was like, is that why what happened earlier happened? Were those actually fireworks? Haven't tuned in since last week. Oh, I see. Sorry, my memory is non-existent. A lot of people are still talking about it. I see. Well, I'm glad your Uber Eats shifts went well. We love money. Just a hockey game between Canada and the US this night. I see. Got it. I don't know if that's relieving or not. It's not relieving, but you know. It's not relieving because it didn't answer my fear, but there we go. Ended like an hour and a half ago. I see. Thank you for the hydrant and the stretch, Score Bunny. You might be just calling you Score Bunny. All right. Big stretch. I love big stretch, chat. Alright, I'm gonna make a couple little alterations to this here, but I'm pretty happy with how this whole frame is looking, actually. This is pretty strong, pretty solid. Alright, this is looking pretty solid. This is looking pretty solid. I like this. And then I can reintroduce myself to the scene. Yeah, I like that. That's a vibe. That fucks. That fucks. Break from the overstimulation. A few days ago, my dad mentioned something about Super Bowling or whatever. I do not pay attention to sports. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I am one of those people who just could not give less of a shit about sports. Like, completely fair to those of you who do. I'm glad you have joy in this thing. It's just not for me personally. Which we've all got our own interests and whatnot. Completely fair. Completely fair. Sports ball. Woo. I don't know, like, ultimately, there isn't even any particular reason why I dislike sports. And I feel like a lot of people, they bring up, like, their own issues and complaints with sports, and most of them are kind of stupid and shallow. Like, there's valid reasons not to like sports. I don't know. A lot of the reasons that people cite are just a little bit, like, shallow, and, like, you know, you're allowed to just not like something. You're allowed to just not like something. Okay, I want to adjust my lip here. Bring it up and, like, make this a bit more of, like, a proper tiny frown. And then I want to make the eye look a little bit more, like, surprised. Dogs must be sad after the Super Bowl. Probably think it was a massive amount of food in their food bowl or something. Aw, poor things. Poor things. Let's go sports ball. Like, there's a lot of tribalism that happens around sports that I can't personally relate to, but I feel like so many folks, when they dislike something, they have to make it as much a part of their identity as people who like it, especially if it's something popular. And I've done that before with other things, but there's so many folks I feel like who just, look to the Super Bowl and to sports in general like, oh, it's tribalistic and violent. Why are we celebrating this violence? Like, people just like games. It's a game. It's a game. We're valid in liking or disliking it. Both of those are valid perspectives. And I want to be clear that in my disliking it, I guess that I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, this is a bad, evil thing. It's just not for me, you know? I'm gonna go shower. You take care, monster. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Coworkers talk for hours and hours about their favorite players in handball, and I'm like, I don't get it. They run to the field, they run down the field. I'll watch rally over that. Completely fair, you know? Time to focus on your stream? Well, it's lovely to have you, James. When I was younger, I felt I needed to distance myself from masculinity, so I made disliking sports part of my identity. That's the same way I made, like, disliking feminine things part of my identity. Also, there will be an ad hitting soon. Apologies, folks. Just notice the ad's about to hit. Alright, it's okay. It's just that everything is fucked. It's alright, it's okay. It's just that everything is fucked. These modern sports are a lot less bloody than ancient sports, unless people crave blood and gladiator fates to the death back. I feel like a lot of folks might, but you know. Sports are the place to be stupid and shallow as long as it's all in good fun. Agreed. Like, people deserve spaces to be a little bit brain dead. And I don't know, I feel like oftentimes, if we don't understand something, we need to make the fact that we don't understand it part of our identity and get weird about it. I don't remember if I have, any... Did y'all hear that? Am I just being paranoid? Am I just being paranoid at this point? Okay, we're fine. I'm floating when he calls me pretty. I feel like somebody. Alright, save duplicate. Nothing to... I just hear the music? Okay, I heard like a whistling out of the background, or like... It sounded like something scraping against another object, and I'm like, what's going on? Okay, save duplicate, .png again. I need to drop this in here. Me, I feel like I'm floating when she calls me pretty. I feel like somebody. Alright. File, save duplicate.png. I really, really like this. Just Bug turning to yap at me. Like, Bug is very, very expressive. And I enjoy how expressive she is. Do 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 do. Okay, I know what I want to do with this next frame. I also know I'm being too ambitious with it. So if I'm gonna do this, I need to be like very quick and fluid and clumsy about it, and that's okay. Eventually to nothing, you will always be mine. And I'm like, someone yell at me for being so overly ambitious with this entire project, please. Someone yell at me for like being so stupidly overly ambitious with everything I do. So this is like where I'm leaning up against the back of the chair. As long as there's a prison guard still breathing, and we're up all night scheming. Oh, did I tell you guys? I asked my other tarot deck about testosterone last night. I think it was last night. I'm pretty sure it was last night. I asked my other tarot deck about starting testosterone as well. Because my first deck was like, you shouldn't start T. And my other deck was also like, you shouldn't start T, but for different reasons. So that was an interesting experiment right there. The fact that both my decks are like, don't start testosterone, but for completely different reasons. Think you should go even further. It needs more frames, honestly. Nothing wrong with going from overworking yourself for months for a project. It'll be different this time. I know, right? It'll be so different this time. It'll definitely be so different this time. Oh, this is a terrible idea, having my ass in the frame like that. Oh my god, this is a terrible idea. Whoa. Some folks are gonna have fun with that. We aren't alive as long as there's a prison. And I'm gonna put myself like this so I don't have to draw Bug. And that means Tail gets to pick up the rest of the frame. That means we get really present Tail in the frame, okay? I don't have to draw Bug, y'all get Archivist ass. And we get Massive Tail. What tarot deck do you have? So I have two tarot decks, one of which is a old Homestuck fandom deck, the other of which is a more recent deck that's definitely not a fandom deck. I'm gonna pretend that it's not a fandom deck. It's a fandom deck for something I've never engaged with before, but the art just called to me. Something about the art, I was like, it called to me. It was a deck that really resonated with me, and when you see a deck and you're like, yeah, that deck is calling to me, you pick up the deck. Devil on your shoulder check success. You turn this animatic into something to rival the Sistine Chapel. If that ever happens, it'd be an honor. But and a tail, you spoil us. I know, right? I spoil y'all so much. You should be fucking grateful. Shout out to Askavist. I'm just like, I need to be quick with this frame. I need to not overwork this one. Live as long as there's a prison guard still breathing. I'm up all night streaming. Don't get tired, I get even. I don't get tired, we get even. Okay. I love overworking myself, chat. Overworking myself is so fun. Testosterone, why is the cards, and what reason can they have? I mean, I've been asking my tarot deck about a lot of things recently. The issue is like, okay, so I got a hold of testosterone recently. Testosterone being like HRT, hormone replacement therapy, trans shit. Um, and I'm gonna be honest, I have some hesitations about it. I've had for a long time some hesitations about going on HRT entirely, but I stumbled into this. Um, I did not expect myself to just kind of stumble into HRT, but I currently have testosterone in my possession. And when I'm unsure about like a big decision, sometimes I will turn to the tarot deck. Hello, Star Crunch United. How are you doing? Overworking sounds like how I push through when I'm sick of real. And thank you, Hardcover, for the bits. How are you doing, Bark Bark Bite Bite? But yeah, I'm like, I've had some hesitations for a while because I'm not sure if like my living situation is one that will lend itself well to going on T. I'm not sure if my I know that there are transition methods that are currently in development that I would rather have than traditional HRT. Um, I know that, but I also know that we're living in a very tedious point in history. The likelihood of those methods continuing to be tested and developed and be viable in the next few years are extremely slim. I know that there are certain effects of testosterone that I want and certain that I don't. I don't know what to do with that. In my tarot decks, they both had different answers, but they both said no. My first deck said that I do not have the emotional and mental maturity that I need to do this. I need to work more on myself before I can go on T. The other one said that this is going to manifest great things for me. This is the beginning of a wonderful journey, but that it will come with serious social and legal ramifications and could endanger me. And I don't know what to do with that. Because I really want to go on T, but at the same time, they're right that there's a lot of dangers that come from it. I don't know if my living situation puts me in a situation where it's a good idea. I don't know if, the way that I am currently leading my life will allow me to be safe while doing so. The Given I am in Florida on a version where everything is just slightly worse, I really want to transition. I'm scared of, especially hearing what my decks have to say. I'm scared, and that's complicated. It's a complicated situation. I asked the deck because I wasn't sure what to do, and they kind of both were like, no. But this was like, I randomly stumbled onto this. I didn't know this was going to happen. That I was just going to randomly happen upon a way to start HRT way earlier than I anticipated. Way before I thought I would. I have a year to decide. I have a vial of testosterone sitting in my goddamn drawers right now. And I have a year before it expires, for lack of a better term. It will be completely good and safe to use for that year. But by the end of the year, I need to figure that out. And I want to have that decision sooner than that. I want to know what I'm doing. I want to transition. This seems like the only means that are going to be accessible to me for a long time, given, the current state of the world. And, what else am I supposed to do? I don't want to wait, but my decks tell me to wait. Robert Iger's face. Discount at Giada Prom. Bugles take on race. Bill Colonel Sanders, easy answer, Civil War. Picked up a dragon-themed deck last year. Had really beautiful art, a little sassy and blunt. My current deck is very sassy and blunt. My new deck is very, very sassy and blunt. So you're not alone in that. Sorry for taking a second to read that. Kinda had to think through my thoughts for a moment. 7 more to go Oh, karaoke, Steve Aoki, Logan Paul. Do you do readings for others? On occasion, yeah. Hello, Leotat James? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Let me know if I'm not, but how are you doing today? I do occasionally do readings for, like, friends and whatnot. Occasionally. If you want me to, like, look at something in the cards for you, I can do it quickly, sometime, but, you know. Occasionally I'll, like, if I'm in a VC, do readings for friends as well. Just, you know. Could I go in the future? Yeah, feel free to DM me sometime. Hello, random. Yeah, I am still live. I stream long these days. Going for a drive and obeying all the traffic laws in Grand Theft Auto 5. Losing focus, cover blown. Getting better, hand delivered by a drone. Though disassociation fully out your mind. This every time I hear this song, I want to cover it. Oh, it's your other account? I see. Well, welcome on in with your other account. Why do you have two? Air and early fall. Quiet comprehending of the ending of it all. There it is again, that funny feeling. Coming in to say this is easily made for a Bob Burnham song. Also heading to bed. You take care, J Crispy, bark, bark, bite, bite. I know I need to talk to you soon. I've been saying that for forever. Life's just been busy, but hopefully we can hang soon, buddy. All the best, alright? Hey, what can you say? We were overdue, and it'll be over soon. You wait. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. And the stretch. What can you say? We are trying. We're all doing our best all the time. It's all anyone can ever expect from us, okay? We keep on doing the best that we can every day at an given point. Day, what can you say? I've been curious about tarot, but all the people I've met have tarot cards, had them for the aesthetic. Nah. See, I'm gonna be honest. I don't necessarily believe that tarot is like telling my future. I don't believe that I'm like talking to anything that, you know, can see the future any better than I can. But they're a good tool for self-reflection. For me, like, I don't think that a tarot deck is gonna say anything to me that I don't already know. But in how I engage with the reading, in how I interpret it, obviously I'm only ever going to interpret anything in it that I already have some awareness of. It's going to point out things that I already know as if I'm receiving it from something external. It's like you pull a card that says there's, you know, some kind of discordance in your life. Obviously you're going to point towards or immediately think of some person in your life that's creating some kind of discordance, and that kind of points it out to you, makes it hard to ignore. It's fine at the moment. It's my only deck from my only deck aside of an Oracle deck I bought so I can install the tabletop RPGs. That's very cool. I do love that. But yeah, like for me it's a kind of self-therapeutic tool. It's past midnight over here. I know, it's 1 a.m. for me. Should give myself a tarot deck model after the skills from Disco Elysium. Think I could find a fan-made one on Etsy. Unfortunately, I found one that matched what I imagined being sold as official merch. Oh shit. The company... Oh, that sucks actually. Never mind. I said oh shit before reading the rest of the comment. That sucks ass. Resides in... Then I bought some more. Tried to stay up tonight since today, but I couldn't because I go to bed so early. That's okay, random. That's okay. Take care of yourself. Get some sleep, okay? You did good work. You did good work. I'm proud of you for the progress that you made today. In case you need to hear someone say that. In case you need to hear someone say it, you're doing good, buddy. Oh, this is all the wrong color. Shit. Okay, there we are. Better. Friendly reminder that the creator of Disco Elysium put it up for free and actively encourages downloading the game that way. We love creators that encourage piracy of their games. Alright, alright. I want to see, like, I want to get the line work down for this frame, at least most of it done, and that's probably all I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to see, honestly, what I can get done by, like, the 30-minute mark. See how far we can get in that time. Just because I do have obligations tomorrow, unfortunately, and I need to make sure I eat something tonight, but... I keep thinking I need to buy more food and then realizing I have, like, ingredients to cook things. I just need to get around to cooking things. It's hard. Actually, a very interesting way to use it. Just consult voices in my head. Honestly fair. Honestly fair. For me, like, it is like, I'm gonna have a hard time admitting to myself that, like, oh, I'm engaging in XYZ unhealthy behavior. But the tarot deck will pull it out and kind of force me to look at it. And that, for me, has been really helpful at times. It says things that I don't want to hear sometimes, and sometimes I will just fucking ignore it, but at the very least, it's putting it in front of my face. I'm not going to read anything in the cards that I wasn't already thinking. Alright. It's not a joke, by the way. The voices in your head is in DID or is in schizophrenia, because they're very different. Hello, Signed Venus. How are you doing? I'm saying this as someone with schizophrenia. How are you doing, Signed Venus? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. We're currently working on an animatic. Hope you're doing well. 5% of the way. Hey, you got this. You'll get there eventually. 30 minutes of the hour, 30 minutes of stream timer. Of the hour, I think. Of the hour, probably. Maybe. I don't know. I do, unfortunately. Honestly, I wish I could do, like, 8-hour streams like I used to do, but unfortunately I just have too much happening in my life these days, you know? I miss doing, like, 8-hour streams. One of these days I'll do more 8-hour streams. I just needs to be on a day where my schedule allows for it. Alright, alright. Take 7 hours is still a lot of time? I mean, true that, true that. I typically stream 6 to 7, these days. Most days I'll end, like, right around the 6-hour mark, but I try to go long every now and then. But I did do, I think last night, like, how long did I go last night? I think I went 7 hours last night. I want to do more, like, 8-hour streams, but you know, it's how it goes, it's how it goes. To get a job, leaving your country, and of this shit. Okay. I'll be an honest man. The city. I love this man's music. He's good. Alright. Family believes I have DID, so I see. Completely fair. Hey, no judgment from me. No judgment from me. Situation between the creators and company is wild, so much so that the creators made a documentary about it. It's 9 hours long. 9 fucking hours? Hello? That's actually insane. That is actually insane. What the fuck? Back from trying to build Pokemon movesets for hypothetical Pokemon AU because my brain is not good at this. Hey, you're doing fine. And it's appreciated. It makes me happy. It gives me serotonin. No pressure to do so, though, okay? It's like a cute little thing that you're doing for fun, and there's no pressure for it to be quote-unquote good. I honestly think it's adorable, though, so thank you. Okay. Part 1? What do you mean part 1? Oh wait, it's part 1? Oh, that's 9 hours part what? Hello? That scares me. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, can I express an unpopular opinion for a second right now? YouTube videos have gotten too long. I actually am a rare case of someone who does not want to watch I don't want every video in my feed to be an hour long. I'm sorry. I don't want every video in my feed to be 9 hours long. I know a lot of people disagree. They love their 9 hour long video essays. Not me. Yeah, sometimes a good video essay needs to be an hour or too long. But if like I see so often so many videos I click in end up being like full of fluff or easily could have been 2 or 3 videos worth of content if they just been like split up, for the sake of having that high runtime that people want. I don't want every video I click on to be an hour long. I just want to be able to enjoy like a fucking 15 to 30 minute video. Use like the hour-long videos when driving concrete trucks. Now I took less than 20-minute videos. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I don't want to sit there for that long watching the same thing, I guess, is part of it. But even on the other end of it, I just like... It's not having the attention span. It's just that, like, by the time you've hit the half-hour mark, it's very easy to make a cohesive point on most subjects. There's very few cases where extending the runtime to that extent actually adds anything to your point. And if you're gonna do that, you better be making a damn good or damn important point. But instead, we just get videos that are like fucking 3 videos smashed into one that take like a sudden heel turn at the fucking like 1/3 mark because they need to find a way to extend this subject to make an hour-long video. Like, I don't know, I don't remember what exactly it was earlier today, but I was watching some video that was like 45 minutes long, and I had to close it at some point. Let me see if I can find it real quickly in my history. They ground you down to your finest powdered ether. They don't want to suffer. I don't either. Yeah, I can't find the video right now, but there was some video I clicked on, like some 45-minute long video, and I was sitting there like, okay, this is interesting, this thing that you're talking about. I don't know how you're going to talk about this for 45 minutes. Sudden heel turn into something that's just barely tangentially related. How did we get here? If we were to explain the lore of the game, probably have 2 months worth of content. That's fair. That's fair, Starcrunch United. Like, there's nothing wrong with having a lot to say in a subject, but so often a video is just not justified in being that long. I'm sorry. So often there's just no reason for it to be that long. They like it sweeter. If it being that long does not add something to the experience, then it shouldn't be that long. If there's not some necessary reason, like, it's different if we're talking about a proper video essay, but a proper video essay is like, you know, a lore recap is not a video essay. Maybe that's also a bit mean, but like, a lore recap for a video game is not a video essay. And a video where you scroll through, like, Reddit posts and you know, like, a Reddit Am I the Asshole video is also not a video essay. It's especially those like reading Reddit post types of channels where they're making like the 35, 45 minute videos, the 30+ minute stuff where I'm like, This does not need to be this long. Nothing is added by it being this long. Especially when they try to add some kind of theme or narrative through line through it. They try to say something with it. Anything they say could have been said in half that time. Very few people manage to make it concise yet impactful. A person does a good job, honestly. I don't know that person, Mackerel, but noted. A, you're my only hope. There's people in my house that I don't want them here. I hate people. It's okay. I'll try to make them vanish by biting them. That's my plan. Of course, explain the lore and background of each character would extend that content. Like, fucking a lore recap or, like, retrospective on a video game is rarely a video essay. A video essay needs to make some kind of point. I actually do get frustrated about, like, the things that people will sometimes call video essays. And the way that, like, you know, the Reddit people have tried to become video essay people. Because video essays are popular and people like long videos, like length has just become the entire way to succeed on YouTube, and I hate it. It does not make content better. I want my videos to be shorter, actually. And I'm saying this as someone who intends to make video essays. Like, I do intend to make video essays in my near future. I can't. I can't with the fucking hour-long videos unless they're very good. And it's not a matter of attention span, it's just that, like, fucking... You're not saying anything meaningful in that time a lot of the time. Do enjoy the span of the internet means you can probably make a synopsis on the 9-hour doc written by someone who had the free time to watch Real. You probably could. Watch a 45-minute video essay by RT Game where he played Civ 7. Was that a video essay? Was that really a video essay? I don't know. I have strong opinions on this, okay? I have strong opinions. Avatar is just everything. It's so quickly. I love it. Thank you. I made it myself. I did the art and the rigging on this thing. Or rather, no, I didn't make this one. This was made by Prince Aaron. I forgot that I'm not using my main model. Yeah, this was made by Prince Aaron. Prince Aaron did the art and rigging for this. He does these cute little scuff models. They're very, very cute. So he took my wonderful, wonderful design and he turned it into this. And I love it. It's so cute. Not me accidentally taking fucking credit for Aaron's work. Alright, I've been unscuffed. I've been unscuffed. I'm no longer scrunkly. I don't get to be scrunkly anymore. Oh, I knew it was a joke. I was being silly. How my roomie got his tutorial videos to break his knees. She just got to the point. Shocked people liked it. That's good. I called the model cute. Hi, this is me normally. Hi, I'm Archivist. This is what I usually look like. I drew and rigged this one. Hi. My camera's not keeping up with my motions right now because it's dark in here. But it's fine. But thank you, Pinterest. I appreciate it. Just about my D&D campaign, not about the video game I'm working on. Ah, I see, I see. Okay. The song was calling you stinky. Shut up. The song is not calling me stinky. It's just a song. I do love this album though. This entire album is incredible. Alright. This album is good. I would heavily recommend giving a listen to the album This Is How We Get Better by The Narcissist Cookbook. Very good. I'm not cute. I'm not a cutie patootie. Chat, I'm not a cutie patootie. I'm not. I'm not a cutie patootie. No. Alright, I do think, chat, though, is probably where we're gonna start closing out for the night. I'm not cute. It's probably where we're gonna start closing out, alright? I'm gonna go see who is on to raid. I'm not cute and you don't get to boop me. I need to, do something for a friend and then get some work done, so I do think we're gonna see who all is on. If anyone has a raid suggestion, feel free to drop it, but I'm gonna see if anyone catches my eye first. I'm gonna see if anyone catches my eye. Who all do I have who's on? What are you doing? Okay, you're not doing art, you're playing Valorant. What the fuck? Better. This is how we get better. Do I have anyone on? I want to see people who are doing art. I like to see art people. I want to see art people doing art. Where are the art people doing the art? Let me see who I'm following who's doing art. Simply Witches is on. You're rigging. But you intimidate me. Got a cutie doing art? Perhaps. Their name is Art. I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat you. When did I raid this person recently? I can't remember. I think I have raided them very recently. Okay, I think we're gonna go for someone new. Do I have anyone else on doing anything cool? Cool artists. Looking for cool artists. Give me a second, folks. I'm looking for someone to send our time to send ourselves to. I need to actually start doing the thing where I check to see if I have anyone to raid first. I need to start doing that. Let me filter for people who are LGBT actually. Can I filter for trans artists? Is that a thing I can do? Give me a moment. Do we have any other trans artists? There's no trans artists on right now. Do we have any LGBTQ folk on? Roll by my house. Doing some cool art? You know, I could actually raid... You know what? We have not raided Simon in a while. I don't know. Simon is currently on the screen wherein they are doing... One sec, let me peek at this thing. Okay, okay. Getting food? I don't know how long it's going to be for him to get food, but we could raid him. I know he's AFK, but it's fine. We're going to go say hi to Simon. We're going to go say hi to Simon. I haven't raided him in a while, sorry. I should have looked at chat and be like, who's on? Who's on? But no, we're already here. You didn't see my text to AE? Let me get that real quick. What was your text to AE? Hi chat. I'm a cutie patootie. I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat you. Alright, maybe next time. But we're gonna go say hi to Simon, who hopefully will come off of the BRB screen soon. We'll see. I will be back soon. I will next be live on... When am I gonna be live? Monday, 8 p.m., 7 p.m. EST. As well as Wednesdays, and we'll see further along the week where I'll be. I think it's looking like Saturday and Sunday next week, but we'll find out. I'll keep y'all in the loop. You take care of yourselves. I will next be... Jesus Christ. I'm so tired, actually. I do think I'm still in a little bit of shock from the thing that happened earlier, but in any case, I'll see y'all again sometime soon. Signing off from the archive.